The story begins in a peaceful village, but that peace was about to shatter. All eyes turned toward the heavens in horror. A swarm of dragons blotted out the sun. And so, the Great War began. They rained fire and destruction upon the land, slaughtering the innocent. For 13 long, brutal years, humanity was nothing but prey. We were powerless against them, on the very brink of extinction. A dragon unleashed a world-shaking roar. But even then, one man refused to yield. He fought on, a lone beacon of defiance, hunting the very creatures that hunted humanity. He cut the dragons down, one by one. This was the eldest son of the ducal Ardell family, a house renowned for its mastery of the blade, and he was their greatest prodigy, the most gifted swordsman on the entire Western continent. He was a dragon slayer, the last hero of the kingdom of Hyder. But even heroes can fall. As the dragon's claws closed around him, despair flooded his heart. He couldn't accept this end. Before him stood Dresses, the Dragon King. The man knew this beast was a being of overwhelming power. The Dragon King struck without mercy. The blow shattered his body, and blood poured from his lips. In that moment, he thought of his father, the man who had placed all his hopes in him. Father. He gasped, his breath failing. I remember. Your final words. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. His mind flashed back to his sister's funeral, to the solemn vow he had made over her grave, to cleanse the continent of every last dragon. The most talented swordsman. A dragon slayer, he thought bitterly. What a joke. He was filled with crushing regret that Terran's sacrifice was all for nothing. But then, a voice called his name. Ethan. A stranger seemed to whisper. Was someone calling to him? The voice urged him to wake up. It sounded so familiar. That familiar voice. Ethan, the woman shouted. His eyes snapped open. And there, right beside him, was his sister. He couldn't believe it. She was here. I thought you'd never wake up, she said, her voice thick with tears. How could this be his sister? She died, killed in a dragon attack. The memory was a fresh, searing wound. He remembered her funeral as if it were yesterday. He figured he must be dead, too. A failure who couldn't protect anyone. Ethan Ardell. What a disgrace you are. The thought echoed in his mind. He turned his gaze back to his sister, but he didn't understand why she was dressed like this. He had always told her to be more modest, but he knew that didn't matter now. He just told her he was happy to see her. So, how do you like the afterlife? Ethan asked. His sister stared, completely taken aback. She begged him never to take such risks again. The young woman told Ethan that his death wasn't his fault. Please don't put yourself in such danger again. She pleaded. He had no idea what she was talking about. A thoughtful look crossed his sister's face. An idea sparked in her eyes. Wait here a moment, she said. I'll make you some soup. The woman said she can cook it herself. You can cook? Ethan asked, stunned. She simply told him to lie down and rest. He agreed, still processing the shock. She never knew how to cook a single thing in the afterlife, he mused. It seems not only has my sister's station changed, but her entire character has, too. He realized something was wrong and forced himself to get up. As he did, his eyes widened in surprise. He was watching the source of life, a magical device used to keep coma patients alive. He couldn't fathom why he was connected to it. Did I pass out? In the afterlife, he wondered. But that didn't explain this profound weakness. His mana. It was completely gone. He wondered if he had suffered a mana burst. Can this really happen in the afterlife? Ethan was bewildered. In this state, he couldn't even walk. He reached out and touched the source of life. He reasoned that he had to absorb the mana from within the device. The absorption process began instantly. With this, I can finally move, he thought. He swung his legs over the bed and stood, stretching his stiff, weak limbs. Looks like the first aid more or less worked, he muttered. Just then, his sister returned with the soup, her eyes widening in shock when she saw him out of bed. You turned off the life source. What is it? She cried out. She asked him if he even understood his own condition. His sister couldn't comprehend how he was moving at all. I'm fine, Ethan said calmly. Everything is working out. She didn't understand how this was possible. The doctor said, after you wake up, you will need at least 6 months of treatment before you can even walk. His sister finished. Ethan asked her a chilling question. How long was I unconscious? Her reply struck him like a thunderbolt. 10 years. Ethan was in shock. How could he have been in a coma for 10 years? Sit down. You just woke up? Don't strain yourself, she said. He agreed numbly. She then asked if he needed to be fed. No, thanks, Ethan replied. He then asked his sister to explain how life works here, in the afterlife. His sister's face fell. She couldn't understand why he kept talking about death. His strange behavior began to frighten her. You're awake, she said, her voice trembling. His sister insisted that everything would be fine now. Ethan was a little taken aback. "But you're dead," he said flatly. He went on, explaining that he had also died. The third son and the youngest. "Everyone is alive," his sister shouted. She pleaded with Ethan to listen to her. "This isn't the afterlife," she cried. "Both our brothers are still alive. Just like you and me," she continued, her voice soft. Ethan's mind raced, trying to grasp the situation. "So, I'm not dead," he murmured. "That can't be right. I remember. The Dragon King's claws tearing through me," he thought, the memory vivid and brutal. But then, a stunning realization hit him. "I'm truly alive, and this is real." Ethan looked at his sister, truly looked at her. "How old are you now?" Her reply sent a shiver down his spine. "I'm 20. And me," he pressed. The nurse said he was 19. A wave of disbelief crashed over him. 19. That was the year his kingdom was ravaged by dragons. Then, the First Continental War. "It must be raging right now," he concluded silently. He turned back to his sister, his voice laced with urgency. "What's the news from the front lines? Has father already departed for the battlefield?" But his sister just stared at him, confused. "The war? What are you talking about?" "It ended 15 years ago," she told him. She added, her voice heavy with sorrow. "That was when father passed away. Our family gave everything to forge a peace treaty. A peace treaty. With those monsters," he whispered in disbelief. His family had made a pact with the dragons. "Yes, exactly," she confirmed. But Ethan's memory screamed in protest. There was no treaty. There was only war. It was all wrong. Did I return to the past, he wondered? But this wasn't the past he knew. If this isn't the afterlife, and I'm not dead, he was talking about a 13-year leap into the past. Then I must have ended up in a parallel world. He realized. The thought was insane. Yet it was the only explanation. "What about my subordinates?" he asked. His sister's answer was chilling. "They aren't here." "Not here," he echoed, his heart sinking. "Why? What happened?" Her reply was simple and devastating. "We didn't have any more money." "Money," he scoffed. "What about the family treasures?" "We can sell them, Ethan." "This is our home now," she said softly. She gestured to their meager surroundings. They had nothing of value left. Ethan knew then that this world was a twisted reflection of his own. "Tell me you're joking," he pleaded, a desperate hope in his voice. But her solemn expression shattered it. "I'm not. Our family has fallen." Fallen? The word echoed in the hollows of his soul. "I'm back. But to a broken family," he thought, a terrible fear gripping him. This nightmare was all too real. My family is completely ruined. The story introduces us to one of the 7 nations of the Western continent, the Kingdom of Hyder. We are told this country was small, but it was home to the Duke of Arten's family. The Arten swordsmen were without equal on the entire continent. Thanks to their great deeds, they had always lived in luxury. Even when humanity was on the verge of extinction, they thrived. "And we've been living like this?" "For 10 years, Ethan asked, his voice tight. His sister didn't know what to say. Ethan's mind reeled with memories of a glorious past. "I thought I died fighting the Dragon King. But somehow, I've returned to my 19-year-old body," he mused. A cold anger began to build. His family's ruin, an unacceptable reality. "You said our family sacrificed a great deal during the war," Ethan stated. "Wasn't there any reward for our service?" he demanded. His sister nodded slowly. "They gave us a reward." "What was it?" "Immunity," she replied. He didn't understand. His Majesty, the 17th King, Sigmund, and declared us the defenders of the kingdom, and ordered we be treated as such, she explained. Even the king was different. Ethan was surprised. He asked her to continue her story. His sister explained that he, Ethan, was the first to receive this honor. The king granted him an immunity that exempted him from any crime, short of high treason. My sister added that this protection would last for 3 entire generations. So, I'll get away with anything except betraying the kingdom, Ethan thought. A dangerous idea taking root. He realized that even murder would be forgiven. This was an unbelievable amount of power. Is that all he asked? His sister said they were also given gold and jewels, but that the family kept them at their home, the family. Ethan asked, confused, "Didn't you say that this is our home now?" His sister went on, explaining that Ging had been moved to this hunting lodge 10 years ago. She said it was a decision made by the Senate, which had temporarily become the head of the Arten family. And who had the nerve to do that? Ethan's voice was low and menacing. His sister told him that there were 10 indirect descendants of their family in the Senate. After the battle with the dragons, where father and grandfather died, The king ordered the Senate to temporarily take care of the family's affairs, she said. He added that he was afraid of you abusing your immunity.
Our old king was a fool, but this Sigmund is even worse, Ethan thought with cold fury.
He left us to a pack of vultures. He seethed internally. He then asked his sister about the position of head of the family. The Senate will vote when you turn 20, she replied. So, it hasn't been decided yet. What do you mean, he asked, his voice dangerously quiet. That was the original plan, she confessed. But while you were in a coma, the Senate rejected it. Of course they did, Ethan thought. If I become the head, their easy lives are over. In this new reality, he could slaughter everyone who caused his family to suffer, with complete impunity. Ethan knew his 20th birthday was only 8 months away. As this dark resolve formed within him, tears began to stream down his sister's face.
With tears in her eyes, she begged for his forgiveness. It's all my fault, his sister cried. If only I had been stronger. You never would have fallen.
It was because of that mana release. She sobbed, but Ethan's mind was already drifting back in time. At just 9 years old, he had struggled to reclaim the lost art of conducting unique to their family. He recalled the moment he tried to restore it and suffered a catastrophic mana burst. Ethan's thoughts darkened. He knew his siblings never stood a chance against the Senate's absolute tyranny. He urged his sister to stop her tears, insisting it wasn't her fault. But she felt a desperate need to do something, anything, to protect their family. No, Ethan said softly. The fault is mine. I placed too heavy a burden upon your shoulders. The nurse gently called for his attention. All that matters now, his sister said, her face beaming with joy. Is that you are alive and well? Her words were a balm to his soul. He managed a small smile, telling her she was a wonderful cook. She was overjoyed that he liked the food. You must rest, the nurse insisted. You've only just awoken. Ethan bid his sister good night. See you tomorrow. Ethan, she replied. As she left, he surveyed the room. What a complete mess, he thought. Suddenly, a shout echoed. Get out! Stop it! Ethan's voice was ice. Stay away from her. The man froze, utterly stunned. His lackeys looked on in terror as Ethan effortlessly lifted their leader. I'm practically a nobleman, the man sputtered, taken aback. So what if you're an Archduke? Ethan's eyes narrowed. What did you just say?
A wave of fear washed over the man under Ethan's piercing gaze. He stammered that Ethan's status didn't give him the right to speak to him that way.
Do you truly believe Baron Karis's family will let you get away with this? He threatened. Ethan's voice was dangerously calm. What family was that? A sharp slap echoed through the room. Ethan leaned in close. It doesn't hurt to dream, he whispered. Do you think that pathetic Baron can protect you? He asked, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you even respect your own family? The man was completely bewildered by the attack. Ethan pressed him. Do you really not understand why I struck you? The man's mind raced. It's because of the Archduchess. He realized with dawning horror. His subordinates began desperately calling for help for their master. All of you, move, the man commanded. But Ethan released his grip. Listen closely, Ethan began. The man hanging on his every word. Try to be more useful from now on. The man was shocked into submission. I will, Your Grace. I will, he promised. He's completely insane, the man thought, watching in disbelief as Ethan simply turned and walked away. How could he possess so much power? He must be using mana, the man concluded. We must report all of this to the Baron. Immediately. He seethed inwardly. You pathetic worm! You will pay for this humiliation, he vowed in his mind. Meanwhile, Ethan reflected on his own weakness. If I hadn't used my stored mana, I would have made a fool of myself. A cold fury settled in him. How dare those families from the Senate cross him? Then, I'll kill them all. Ethan's resolve hardened. He would prove his absolute primacy for the throne. But first, he needed to assess the condition of his body. Ethan slipped into a state of deep meditation. Just as I thought, he mused. The mana release had shattered it. It was broken into countless fragments. His entire mana network was in pieces. But this isn't entirely a bad thing. In fact, Ethan realized this could be an opportunity. He knew that if he were just some ordinary knight, he would have perished long ago. But I am still the greatest swordsman on this continent, he thought with unshakable conviction. His body was in remarkable shape, considering he'd been comatose for 10 long years. It's true, he noted. The veins that carry mana have weakened. He knew that rebuilding would be a gradual process. And so, Ethan decided to begin with resonance. As the story explains, resonance is the art of absorbing the precise wavelength of mana from the environment and concentrating it into a single point, restoring the body's flow. Ethan chose to start with the very hand. That holds the sword. He initiated the process, spending the entire morning focused solely on this task. With his initial recovery underway, the main character decided to begin his training. But first, a thought crossed his mind. Before honing my technique, I must first restore my stamina. And so, his grueling training began. He pushed himself for an entire day without rest. His subordinates could only watch, shocked by his inhuman endurance. So much training. In his condition, just then, Ethan's attention was caught by a knight running towards him. He stopped and asked what the man wanted. "Sir Myers is causing a scene in the bar again, and her ladyship won't stop him," the knight exclaimed. He then wondered who this stranger was. Since it was his first time seeing him, Ethan was stunned by Myers' behavior. The main character was flooded with memories, and of his time with his old friend. "Would you like a drink?" he had once asked. Myers had refused, stating that alcohol was bad for the muscles. He lived by a simple creed passed down from his father: food, sleep, and exercise. Myers had declared he would rather have some milk. He ate nothing but protein and drank only milk. Ethan recalled how Myers had always been the largest among them, even as a child, obsessed with a punishing training regimen and a strict schedule. Making a scene in a bar. Ethan thought, baffled. The surprised main character called out to his aide, "Hans, let's go find Myers." Hans quickly fell in line behind him, and the two set off.
According to Hans, this was the bar where Myers had been spotted. He assumed his brother was still drowning his sorrows here.
It seemed this had become a grim routine for him. This was why Ethan had sent Hans ahead to scout the place. A brawler? A friend to hooligans? Is this truly my brother? The one who worked so hard, Ethan's mind reeled. He couldn't comprehend what had twisted his brother into this. Across the room, a drunken Myers was causing a scene, demanding more alcohol, and smashing everything in his path. Ethan's gaze hardened. He truly didn't recognize the man his brother had become. A stranger warned the Duke to calm down, mentioning the volatile energy pouring out of him. But Ethan's patience had worn thin. With a single, earth-shaking punch, he shattered a nearby table. The entire bar froze, their eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Myers' mind. His brother, Ethan, bravely facing down dragons. Myers had screamed for him to escape. He urged his brother to run while he held them off. Back in the present, a drunken Myers nearly dropped his bottle, his mind in a haze.
Why was he seeing his brother's face? "Am I dreaming?" Myers mumbled. Ethan watched him, his heart aching. He was always so quiet, yet so fierce.
"I can outdrink anyone on this continent," Myers boasted. That was the final straw. A cold fury ignited within Ethan.
One clean punch was all it took. "We'll deal with your problems later," he declared as Myers collapsed, instantly asleep.
The stranger stared in disbelief. "Isn't that Ethan? Didn't he die 10 years ago from a mana explosion?" As the thugs whispered among themselves, they realized Ethan was immune to their tricks. It was time to make a tactical retreat. "Oh, Your Grace." "We were so worried for the young master," one of them said, changing his tune completely. "He has been drinking far too much. But we're relieved now," the stranger continued, trying to ease his way out. "We should be going." Leaving already, Ethan's voice was dangerously low. The stranger froze, a chill running down his spine. This was bad. What were they going to do? He tried to play it off, asking Ethan to tell Myers they had a good time. But Ethan took a step forward. "Who exactly gave you permission to leave?" The man tried to bluff. "It's best you don't do this. It seems you're still far too weak," he sneered. "Leave us be, as long as you know what's good for you." In the next instant, Ethan slammed him into the wall with overwhelming force. The crash echoed through the silent bar. So this is how little they respect the Duke's family now, Ethan thought, a storm brewing in his eyes.
"How dare you, pathetic bugs! Laugh at the people of this house!" His voice dripped with menace. "You've all made a terrible mistake."
The stranger pleaded for him to stop, but it was too late. He could feel the immense pressure of mana radiating from Ethan's body.
"I thought he couldn't use his power anymore," the man thought in terror. Even with his own strength, he was no match for this level of mana. With a single fluid motion, Ethan twisted the man's arms. A horrific scream of pain tore through the air as angry patrons rushed forward.
"How dare you interfere with the Ardens?" Ethan thought coldly. This was just the beginning of his revenge for his younger brother. Shouts and the sounds of a one-sided battle filled the bar. Hans watched in utter shock. "A monster," he whispered, staring at Ethan. "Hans," Ethan called out calmly. He ordered him to clean up the mess while he took his brother home. The story rewinds. After their father's death, their mother soon followed. Myers was too young to remember his parents clearly.
Someone was trying to comfort the crying child. It was Ethan, who had become both a father and a brother to him. Brother Myers had cried out.
Back in the present. Myers slowly woke up. "I must have been so drunk last night. I even dreamed of my brother." He mused, full of regret. Are you awake? Ethan asked softly. Myers froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Little brother? Is that really you? Yes, Ethan replied with a small smile. I'm back. In an instant. Myers launched himself forward, wrapping his brother in a tight embrace. It seemed his delirium was only temporary. He hadn't changed at all. Hey, can't breathe. Ethan chuckled, returning the hug.
Myers apologized profusely, swearing off alcohol forever. Why so strict? Ethan laughed, offering him a drink to celebrate their reunion. He then asked, Where is Taryn? Our sister never told me anything about you. Myers explained that Taryn had left for another family to learn their techniques.
Since Grandpa and Dad passed. And you were in a coma? We no longer have foresight, Myers added grimly. Ethan's expression darkened. He had no idea what that meant. He pressed Myers. What do you mean? She left for another family. I'm sorry. I don't know the details myself, Myers admitted. Ethan then asked if he had any clue where Taryn might have gone. Just then, a knock came at the door. Punctual. As always, Ethan thought to himself, telling him to enter. Oh, Mr. Myers, you're awake, Hans said cheerfully. Ethan asked what he needed. Hans presented a bag heavy with coin. I recovered this while I was cleaning up. We were desperately short on funds. Ethan realized he would have never thought to do that himself. Well done. Hans, he praised, tossing him a smaller pouch. The rest is for you. Hans's face lit up with pure joy. Thank you, Your Grace. I am honored to serve you. He's a quick learner, and quite useful. Ethan mused. But a heavier worry weighed on his mind. Taryn was in trouble. I wish I knew where she went. But at least she's alive, he thought with grim determination. He knew what he had to do. He had to rebuild his family. Ethan called out to his brother. Show me your wrist, he demanded. Why, Myers asked, confused. To make sure you don't. Drown yourself in liquor, Ethan stated, beginning his inspection. The energy was tainted, but the mana flowed normally. His providence was far from mastered, Ethan deduced. If he had truly learned the family's breathing technique, his mana would roar like a blazing inferno. Ethan's thoughts continued. He was relieved to see his brother's talent hadn't vanished. It's not so bad, he admitted. If you train now, you could still become a knight, but your condition is poor. So, you must choose offense or defense, Ethan pressed. A knight. Are you serious? Myers stammered in shock. I know our family's secrets, Ethan declared. If you truly desire it, I will make you a knight. Myers felt a spark of hope. It seemed impossible. Yet, so I have to choose. Offense or defense, he asked, his voice now filled with resolve. I choose defense, he said firmly. I will protect you. And our family. Myers vowed. Ethan's gaze hardened. In that case,
Prepare for a training straight from hell. Are you ready for that, he challenged. You bet I am, Myers shot back. Hans,
Ethan commanded, bring sandbags and wooden swords. He knew the family's true legacy rested within him alone. Starting at 15 was late, but the boy's potential was undeniable. Ethan resolved to forge his brother
into a worthy man. The scene shifts to the estate of Baron Kargas, the head of the Helmuth family.
So, has Ethan finally awakened? Baron Helmuth mused. Did you summon me? My lord Hans asked. Send a letter to Count Ferner, Helmuth ordered. He has accepted my request. The Archduke Ethan? Talented and proud, just like his father. Helmuth reflected. He knew this news had to be delivered to the Senate. Back in the training yard, Ethan instructed Myers. When you swing, shape your mana. Don't think of it as a single strike, but a continuous flow. Ethan unleashed a flurry of attacks, overwhelming Myers. He fell to the ground, defeated. When you block, don't focus on a single impact. Ethan continued. You must learn to deflect.
Blow after blow. Do you understand? Then get up, Ethan barked. Your enemy won't wait for you to catch your breath.
Is your will already broken? He taunted. Of course not. Myers roared, staggering to his feet and raising his sword.
I'm not giving up yet. I will block your attack, no matter what it takes, he declared. Ethan smirked, pleased by his brother's fire.
And so, their grueling training resumed. From dawn till dusk, without a single break, a subordinate watched in horror. He's turned his brother, who he hasn't seen in 10 years, into a bloody mess. Yet he seems to be enjoying this, the servant thought, trembling. If he's this ruthless with his own blood, I must be completely silent. I can't get on his nerves. And I must treat the Archduchess with the utmost respect, the servant resolved, elsewhere. Ethan's sister was bewildered. How were they supposed to live now? Everything had changed the moment Ethan awoke. She couldn't stop thinking about it. Her sister noted that from that day forward, everyone began working relentlessly. Chief Chamberlain, she called out. A terrified servant awaited her command. What did Ethan say to you? What made everyone start working so hard? The Archduchess asked. The Chamberlain's mind flashed back to Ethan's fist hitting his face. A monstrous memory. The sister looked on, puzzled by his silence. My apologies for the delay, the Chamberlain stammered. If the Archduke speaks like that, I never want to talk to him again, he thought frantically. He quickly changed the subject. Perhaps you would care for some freshly baked cookies? And the weather is so lovely. Shall I arrange a tea party? He asked desperately. The Archduchess thanked him, but she could see right through him. Why did he change the topic so suddenly? He doesn't want to answer. She realized. Still, the cookies were quite delicious. Nearby, Hans approached a magic communication sphere. Careful. This stone is worth a month of my salary, he muttered. He gently held the stone to the sphere. Hans, I was expecting your report, a voice echoed from it. It was Helmuth. My lord, how are you feeling? Hans asked. Have you heard the Archduke has awakened? Helmuth continued. It is true, my lord. And what's more, he can already wield his mana. Hans revealed. So he's as talented as he was 10 years ago. Helmuth replied. Unimpressed, a meeting of the elders will be called soon. Keep me informed of his every move. Helmuth commanded. As you wish, Hans replied. He added, be warned, he is incredibly violent. Helmuth scoffed. It matters not. At the meeting, everything will proceed as we planned, he stated coldly. Keep watching him. I expect your next report in a month. He then thanked Helmuth. Understood, my lord. Hans replied. He walked to a window, his mind racing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hans schemed.
Helmuth hasn't seen Lord Ethan's true power. I will watch from the shadows and join the victor, he decided.
He knew that by siding with the winner, he would be able to claim a very large prize. Just then, the Archduchess approached.
Hans, Ethan and Myers have finished their training. Bring them cold water and wet towels, she ordered.
And tell the kitchen to prepare tea. In the meantime, Hans thought to himself, I must do everything I can to stay on the Archduke's good side. The brothers' training continued, sparks flying with every exchange. Myers weaved past Ethan's strike as the Duke observed with a critical eye. We've only been at this for a couple of weeks, and he's already reading my movements. Ethan braced himself, preparing to launch his next assault on Myers. But his younger brother sidestepped the attack with shocking ease. Ethan froze, surprised by the sudden shift. I blocked it. Myers roared with joy. In his mind, he was already a master swordsman. A professional. Ethan scoffed. You're about as professional as the moon. He warned him that celebrating a single blocked hit is the fastest way to lose your guard. Never, Ethan added coldly. Let your sword waver. Myers nursed a fresh lump on his head. Still, Ethan had to admit it. The boy had innate strength, incredible stamina, and his ability to adapt was terrifying. Soon, he mused, Myers would be able to clash blades with a true knight and hold his own. Just then, Hans arrived, praising Ethan's diligence. Food is waiting on the table, he announced, asking how their session went. You both look stronger every day, Hans added, his gaze fixed on Ethan. Ethan, however, felt a strange undertone to his words. There's something I must tell you, young master. Hans confessed. To be honest, Baron Kargas contacted me today. Ethan's eyes narrowed.
Yes, Hans continued. He ordered me to keep an eye on you and report everything you do. Ethan simply stared. And what's the problem?
The problem? Hans feigned outrage. That man thinks I would be unfaithful to you. I am your loyal subordinate. He claimed he was ready to curse the Baron's name. I demanded more money from him, he shouted proudly. I need the money, Ethan thought coolly. Hans explained that they could now use the Baron's own coin for anything they needed. A sly grin touched Ethan's lips. Bring me a pen and paper. Pathetic worm, Ethan thought, trying to play both sides until a winner emerges. He didn't see it as a problem at all. In fact, he was more than happy to use a pawn like Hans. Fools this simple are always the easiest to control.
Hans, he ordered, I need you to buy everything on this list from the city. Hans took the paper and began to read. A sword, a shield, training gear. Yes, I understand. He nodded. Ethan then delivered his masterstroke. And all the money the Baron sends? You can keep it for yourself.
Your humble subordinate will run these errands immediately, Hans cried out, bowing deeply. With the servant gone, Ethan turned to his brother. Myers, what do you know of Providence? Myers shook his head, admitting he knew nothing. I imagine our sister and other brother are the same, he added, shocked that Ethan even knew the term. Did father teach you about it? Myers asked. Ethan confirmed it was true, adding that all of Hans's new purchases would be necessary for the coming trial. What trial is that? Myers asked, confused. Listen, Myers, Ethan declared, his voice filled with purpose. You are going to restore the glory of our family He had decided to forge his younger brother into a true knight. Our family's providence is fundamentally different from any other, Ethan explained. To walk this path, you will need unshakable determination. He looked his brother in the eye. Myers, are you prepared to discard every last drop of mana you have spent your entire life accumulating?
Myers didn't hesitate. I am fully prepared, he answered, his voice firm, for the sake of our family. And for you, brother.
Meanwhile, a subordinate burst through Vilden's door. Sir Vilden, there's trouble, he yelled. The young master. He barged in and started a massive brawl. Vilden couldn't believe his ears. He was talking about Myers, the boy who'd been drinking himself into a stupor just yesterday. And now, he'd decided to start a riot at the Red Scorpion's headquarters. The story rewinds 2 days. Ethan instructed Myers to sit. Sit in the lotus position, he ordered. I am going to teach you a new breathing technique. You know that the Arden family's providence is built upon the Black Flame, correct? Ethan asked. The Black Flame Foundation, the Black Flame breath. It is the very symbol of our house. Myers' mind raced. If I can pass through all 4 stages, resonance, dispelling, circulation, and enlightenment, will my mana truly become the Black Flame? You, Myers, are a true descendant of the Arden family, Ethan stated. Therefore, you must master the Black Flame. He explained the first terrifying step. To do that, you must first completely purge your own mana. That's it. Empty your mana center, Ethan commanded. Now, fill it with the image of fire.
Purge the impure mana and replace it entirely with flame, Ethan instructed. Now, slowly, activate your mana center once more.
You are surrounded by a raging inferno right now, Ethan's voice echoed. Outside the window, a vast mountain range stood against the sky. Color streamed through the glass. When Myers opened his eyes, he saw it for the first time. The true mana of his family. Little brother, Ethan said softly, I can sense a perfect, pure mana from you. That's right, Myers whispered in awe. It won't be easy, Ethan continued. But train relentlessly, everything will change the moment your mana finally becomes flame. It should take about 2 months. To complete the resonant stage, Ethan finished. But first, there's a place we must go. Myers was confused, but followed without question. They had arrived at their destination, the Red Scorpion headquarters. These are the men you'll be dealing with, Hans explained. According to the rumors, their elder possesses a significant amount of mana, Ethan informed his brother. Go and test them. Myers needed no other encouragement. He kicked the door off its hinges. All right, you miserable worms, he bellowed, a wild grin on his face. Are you ready to die? The thugs inside stared, utterly bewildered. You will pay for the crime of offending the Duke's family, Myers roared. A man in the crowd looked on, completely stunned. Wait, weren't we just drinking together yesterday?
What kind of farce is this, he demanded. Do I look like I'm joking? An enraged Myers roared. A sharp crack echoed as he struck the man across the face. The bar erupted into chaos. Stop this, the man screamed, terrified.
Ethan watched, intrigued. In just a few days, Myers had grown incredibly strong. But he still lacked confidence, haunted by the shame of his past. Stop it, the man shrieked. That's why I brought him here, Ethan mused. Even if it's dangerous, this is how he will atone. Die, you wretched worm. His foe lunged, but Myers dodged with newfound grace. A flicker of approval crossed Ethan's face. He exposed the part of his body that would suffer the least. Not bad at all. Myers pressed his attack. If his opponent tries to dodge now, he'll leave himself wide open. Ethan analyzed. He turned to his subordinate. Hans, what is your assessment?
Hans found the display deeply unsettling. His own brother had just been cut down by that sword. It is exactly what I would expect from Sir Myers, he said grimly.
To think it was only a few days ago, he continued, that he held a shield for the very first time. That is enough. A new voice boomed. What is the meaning of this, Vilden? Do you think you can simply walk away? Vilden's eyes met Ethan's, and a chill crawled up his spine. This man, the Archduke, is a monster. Why did you break my brother's arms? He demanded. Is there anything else you'd like to say? The Archduke asked, his voice dripping with ice. This upstart. If only I had arrived sooner. No, I must remain calm, Vilden thought. I have to discuss this with the Baron first. He changed his tactic. Let us end this fraternal showdown, he proposed smoothly. We have both suffered significant damage, but for the sake of your family's reputation, let us go our separate ways in peace, Vilden finished. Ethan's blood began to boil with fury. He nearly killed my brother. And now he speaks of peace, Myers, Ethan said, his voice low. These men are filth. Never feel sorry for them.
It appears, the Archduke declared, his voice ringing through the bar, that a proper lesson is in order.
Vilden flinched. If you do not stop, I will be forced to step in. Then by all means, Ethan challenged. Step in? A scorching presence erupted from him. It was the legendary fire mana. The rumors were true, Vilden thought in terror. The Arden family's mana truly burns like a living flame. Fire mana? Archduke. So what he tried to tell himself? Do you really think the mighty Vilden will be afraid of you?
You will regret this, Vilden shouted, lunging forward. He expertly dodged the direct strike. Pathetic worm. Ethan scoffed. A torrent of punches rained down on Vilden, who could barely keep his footing. Ethan's suffocating aura crushed his will to fight.
That breathing technique? Ethan's voice turned lethal. It seems you're a thief of combat arts as well. Vilden's mind went blank with fear. If you do not answer, Ethan warned, I will make you beg for death. It was Baron Kargas. Vilden screamed. He was the one who taught me. Ethan's eyes widened at the name. A past memory surfaced. Do you want me to ruin the life of the youngest son of the ducal family? Vilden's own memory replayed the Baron's order. Your objective is to render Myers useless, so that he may never fulfill his duty. Vilden had noted that doing so without a trace would require time. Then be faster, the Baron had commanded. You have 3 years, Kargas had stated. Do not let me down. He hoped Vilden wouldn't disappoint him. He presented a scroll. This should be more than enough. Vilden wondered what it contained. It is a scroll detailing the Arden family's breathing technique, Kargas replied. When I see the result, I will gift you a strength training scroll. Vilden was stunned. A real scroll, I will do my absolute best, he had shouted with greed. Kargas had noted his diligent service. I will have need of you again in the future. Of course, Your Honor. I swear my eternal loyalty to you. Vilden had sworn his oath. Kargas saw him as a reliable pawn and decided to trust him. Ethan emerged from the memory. He shouldn't have done that, Ethan muttered. So this is his grand plan. He truly thinks he is a king, but he didn't trust Vilden completely, which is why this memory sphere exists. Ethan turned to Hans. Report. Sir Myers has taken care of everything, Hans confirmed. We have also recovered all the misappropriated funds, and their leader's fate. Sir Myers has Vilden tied up. He handled him personally. Should I bring him to you? That won't be necessary, Ethan replied. This memory sphere is all the proof I'll need.
Side families have stolen secret techniques from the main house and tried to harm the direct descendants.
Not to mention their connections to assassinations and underground businesses. Ethan thought. He was certain the evidence was piling up, but the time was not yet right. The Baron is the weakest of the 4 side families, he considered. In my current state, it would be too difficult to fight his knights using resonance mana. I have planted the seeds of flame. Now I must let them grow. The Duke focused inward. He could feel the flow of mana through his wrists, head, neck, back, chest, and shoulders. His pelvis, thighs, and ankles pulsed with power. When the final mana center in my heart begins to circulate, Ethan continued his meditation. Kargas was the first loose end to tie up. Ethan ordered Hans to hide the memory sphere, adding that the money was his to keep. Hans was ecstatic at his good fortune. If you value your life, Ethan warned, forget everything you saw today. I saw nothing, Hans stammered. The man was clearly terrified. Meanwhile, Archduke Kargas roared with fury. Ethan had just obliterated his precious source of income. I've been building that for 10 years, he seethed. What truly enraged Kargas was Ethan's royal immunity. Perhaps I should just kill him. Kargas mused for a moment, but he knew it was a foolish thought. The Senate would pin every last crime on him the moment he was exposed. For now, he decided to lay low. The next meeting was in 2 months. That gave him enough time to devise a plan. Just then, a subordinate delivered a letter from Hans. Kargas ripped it from the man's trembling grasp. It seems this is no mistake. What are your orders? The subordinate asked. Has that rat completely lost his mind? Kargas bellowed. Hans had the audacity to demand 100 gold pieces be sent to him. Kargas was absolutely livid. He ordered his subordinate to send the money. But make sure that worm doesn't try to deceive me, Kargas growled. 3 days after those chaotic events, the scene shifts to the Arden hunting estate. Impressive. Half the Mona centers are in your hands. Ethan mused. Hans asked if he was still resting. Ethan simply told him to come in. Cautiously, Hans entered the room. I trust you slept well. Your Grace, he said, before reporting that Myers and the Archduchess were waiting for him. Ethan made his way to the dining hall. The repairs look nearly complete, the Duke observed. Hans confirmed it. The Red Scorpions had deeper pockets than I imagined, so we expanded the budget. It's not our gold anyway, Ethan replied coolly. He added that Hans could afford to use a portion himself. The subordinate thanked him profusely. Ethan then saw his sister, the Archduchess, in a beautiful dress. That suits you perfectly, he said. The Chamberlain has excellent taste, she replied with a smile. Hans watched them, not wasting a moment.
We're finally living like a proper Duke's family, Ethan thought. He was doing all of this to ensure his sister could eat and dress well.
He then turned to Myers, asking about his wound. Myers assured him it would heal within the next week. His sister was surprised by his newfound concern. Ethan then posed a question to them both. Are you familiar with the ancestral ceremony?
For which this entire estate was built, the Archduchess confessed it was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing.
So in this reality, they truly don't know. Ethan realized. Aloud, he informed Hans that they would be going hunting in the Pushka Mountains. The subordinate moved to gather the knights, but Ethan stopped him. No, it will be just the four of us. My sister, Myers, you, and me. Hans was utterly shocked by the news. A week later, their journey was well underway.
Deep in the Pushka Mountains, Hans was fuming. What a hellish week, he thought to himself. Vicious monsters have been attacking us non-stop.
Since the very first day, he lamented internally. I've lost count of how many times I thought I was going to die. Hans shuddered, knowing that without the Duke, he would have been lost long ago. Just then, Ethan's sword flashed, striking down another beast. It seemed as if the Duke was deliberately seeking out danger. Hans, stay out of the way, Myers shouted. He isn't doing it on purpose. Hans prayed Ethan would properly train his brother when they returned. I never want to go through this again, he thought. Your Grace, have we arrived? Myers asked. Ethan stopped and surveyed their surroundings. We're here, the Temple of Fire. Centuries ago, this sacred place was found by one of our ancestors. Ever since, the Ardon family has always held ceremonies here. From farewell rituals to blessing ceremonies. The Duke reflected. The narrative explains the ancient blessing of fire. Traditionally, Ardon children are brought here at the age of 10 to meet the powerful fire spirits.
Ethan explained that the energy they receive from the spirits helps them acclimate to the flames. It is a traditional ritual, he added.
A rite of passage to master their innate power. Hans nervously spoke up. Your Grace, are you sure I should be here? This place feels unsettling. Ethan allowed him to stay. This way, you'll know exactly which side to choose, the Duke thought to himself. He gestured to a ceremonial altar before them. The process itself is very simple. We make offerings to the spirits. If you see the fire dance, the Duke continued, as his sister and Myers listened in awe, you must do whatever it takes to keep it bright and visible. He explained that by doing so, the spirits would grant them a blessing, just like that. Myers asked in disbelief, and Ethan confirmed it was true. Internally, he was amazed. The history of the past 15 years was completely different here, not to mention the distant past. The Arden contract, signed hundreds of years ago, had already been terminated in this reality. The young Duke realized he would have to succeed without the blessing he'd counted on. Let us begin, he declared. He turned to the altar, addressing the unseen entities. We, the descendants of Arden, have come to offer gifts, light the fires, and dedicate a dance to you, the Duke's voice echoed. Respond. As he shouted, the fire spirits blazed into existence before them. He had finally opened the door. They're here, he thought, his heart pounding. Descendants of Arden. A voice of pure flame resonated. Chosen by a mere mid-level effort, the Duke scoffed. The fire spirit then invited Ethan's sister, the little salamander, to play. Such a low-level being, he mused. The spirits recoiled, shocked by Ethan's aura. In my past life, Ethan thought, I was a fire lord. He was waiting for a blessing to descend, but the Duke's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the Empress herself. She was the one blessing Ethan personally. This spirit, it's far stronger than in my past life, the Duke realized. The blood of Arden. The Empress cried out in recognition. Ono commanded them all to bow. Did you summon me? The Empress demanded of Ethan. Then grant me your blessing. Fire Emperor, the Duke pleaded. No, Ethan stated calmly. Suddenly, our main character was pulled into an unfamiliar space. He had no idea where he was. Then, the Fire Empress materialized before him. This is your inner world, she declared. The Empress revealed her name, Rosha. So be it. I'll take pity and grant you my blessing. She sighed, but... Were you trying to control my flames? Rosha's question hung in the air. Busted, Ethan thought to himself, then quickly apologized. I merely thought it wise to join forces. The Duke watched on, transfixed. Rosha? What a cute name for a fire lord. Ethan mused internally. You're amusing, Rosha admitted with a smirk. She decided to offer him a chance. If you can master even a fraction of my power, the blessing will be beyond your wildest dreams. The Fire Lord wanted to test his potential. She wanted to see what Ethan was truly made of. He accepted her challenge without hesitation. The Archduchess watched, her heart pounding with worry. He's been engulfed in flames for over an hour. Yet he hasn't moved a muscle, she cried. I only know that something is happening, Myers replied. But he had absolute faith that Ethan could handle anything.
Concentrate, the main character commanded himself. Remember the feeling of controlling the flame.
The breath of the black flame. Against all odds, Ethan managed to tame the Fire Lord's power. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Your Majesty, Ethan said, his voice steady. It seems I've won. Rosha was genuinely shocked. A mortal, handling even a fraction of her power. You truly are an amusing little mortal, she added. True to her word, Rosha prepared to keep her promise. She bestowed upon Ethan a piece of her very essence. As he learned to control this new flame, he realized its true nature. It can purify every single vein in my body, Ethan thought.
An intense heat washed over him. Ethan was overflowing with the Fire Lord's power. Myers could only watch in awe, unable to comprehend what was happening to his brother.
The young Duke had attained a new power. Are you satisfied, Rosha asked. Yes, but I would ask you to bless these two as well. Ethan requested. The Fire Lord agreed. To be blessed by me personally is a great honor for the blood of Ardon, Rosha declared. With that, Myers and his sister received Rosha's blessing. I think we will meet again, she mused, a smile playing on her lips. This has been entertaining. Until we meet again. Child of Fire. As she vanished, Ethan marveled at the turn of events. His body felt stronger, reborn. His veins, they were almost completely purified. He knew that in this state, he would become one of the strongest beings on the continent. Ethan understood his siblings would need more time to adjust. I'll wait until they have their new flames under control. He resolved.
Hans could scarcely believe what he had just witnessed. The Fire Lord herself, right before his eyes. The Archduke is a monster in his own right.
And now with this blessing, I understand why he brought me here. Hans mused. He was more confident than ever in his choice. The nurse didn't even recognize Myers' sister. You've changed so much. Too, she exclaimed to Myers. The blessing of fire changes everything. Ethan explained. Bones, muscles, even your veins, the Duke continued. So you might feel a little different now. Myers stared at his hands, shocked by the sudden transformation. Ethan, however, was overjoyed. They had received the blessing of an overlord. I'm lucky I retained the memories of my past life, Ethan thought. Brother, Myers began. Is it normal to be this hungry? Ethan nodded. It's a side effect of your body's being completely rebuilt, he explained. He beckoned them to follow. I know just the place. Later, the group emerged from a local tavern. I'm so full, Myers declared, patting his stomach. I never expected a rest house so close to the temple. I managed to scout it out at full speed, Hans boasted. So, where to now? Myers asked eagerly. He wondered what other surprises Ethan had in store. With a gesture, a hidden passageway revealed itself. What is this place? Myers gasped. This, Ethan said, is where they keep the spoils of the hunt. Their eyes were drawn to a shimmering spell circle on the ground. A preservation spell, the Duke noted, to protect items from decay. He had a feeling something truly useful was stored here. Suddenly, Hans let out a gasp of shock. Hans, did you find something? Ethan asked. A peacock's hide. Hans stammered, yes, the very thing every noble lady in the capital dreams of. But it's nearly impossible to acquire, he continued. He noted its pristine quality. Ethan's eyes gleamed. How much could this leather sell for? It all depends on the demand, but at least 30 platinum. Hans estimated that's 3,000 gold pieces. Myers shouted in disbelief. Ethan shot him a look. Compose yourself. You are a member of a ducal family. Myers pouted, chastised. This money, Ethan thought, would definitely come in handy. I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, the Duke said to Hans. My father was a merchant, Hans explained. So I traveled all over the kingdom as a child. I only wanted to help my father. But this is where I ended up, Ethan mused, remembering his true purpose. Then I'll leave it to you. The Duke gave his command, asking Hans to locate a trustworthy merchant. Ethan's request was simple. Take this and go.
Hans promised to do his best. The scene shifts back to the Arden family's grand domain. Hans announced his arrival, asking for entry. May I come in?
Of course, the Duke replied warmly. His subordinate reported back to Ethan. I've found a trading group willing to purchase everything. He continued. Their representative is already here. Ethan's gaze sharpened. Which group? The M group. Hans answered. The Duke's expression tensed. They're known for being the most aggressive traders. Is there a problem? Hans inquired. But the Duke merely praised him for his work. I will meet with their representative personally. Hans was visibly shocked by this decision. A moment later, a man stepped through the door. My apologies for the delay, he said smoothly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Michelin. the head of the M Trading Group. He bowed, but Ethan was not impressed. I suggest you use your real name. Business is built on trust, don't you agree? Michelin feigned confusion, unsure of what Ethan meant. My father once told me of a tradition in the family of the Marquis of Bess. The future head of the family, Ethan explained, must live completely independently for several years. The Duke's implication was clear. This was the reason he was hiding his true identity. Michelin tried to deny it. You must be confusing me with someone else. But Ethan pressed on. Will you continue to hide behind that mask? Toto, for 3 years, I have lived away from my family, hiding my name, my voice, so changed that not even the king would recognize me, Michelin thought to himself. Ethan was drawing from the memories of his past life, a life where he knew everything. The representative sighed. You are quite perceptive. Let's start over, he declared, his demeanor changing completely. Jaren Besses? Ethan smiled. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Shall we begin negotiations, the Duke offered? I guarantee you've never seen what I'm about to offer. Ethan's voice was filled with confidence. Jerome, the Duke asked, are you interested in the art of potion making? Jerome was stunned. How could Ethan possibly know? Let's just say I stumbled upon it by pure chance. The Duke explained vaguely. In his past life, a war against dragons had raged. To survive, noble families shared their most guarded secrets. Potion making was one of them. Ethan knew this history all too well. He also knew that only he and the original creator were aware of this specific recipe. The Marquis Bess's family had nearly bankrupted themselves, giving all their wealth to his own family. There is no one I trust more, Ethan thought. He now waited for Jerome's response. The young representative was baffled. Why would the Duke speak so candidly about something as secret as potions? This is a serious proposition, Jerome considered. And since he knows my true identity, it's unlikely he's trying to deceive me. Why was my family chosen? He asked. 15 years ago, during the Dragon War, only 2 families truly fought. Those 2 families are now ruined, stripped of their influence. Meanwhile, the pathetic parasites who hid in the shadows are now feasting on the corpses of heroes, the Duke said with cold fury. I could never trust them with this knowledge. The Duke looked Jerome in the eye. In 7 months, I will officially become the head of this family. In that time,
I plan to purge every last traitor. Ethan was counting on the support of Jerome's noble house. But wasn't he the one who just woke from a 10-year coma?
Jaren contemplated the risks. He knew Ethan's path would be blocked not just by the Senate, but by the 7 great families of the kingdom. They coveted the Ardens' immunity and their title as defenders of the realm. And that is why they back the Senate, he mused, which rots the kingdom from within. Jerome understood completely. Siding with the Archduke meant becoming an enemy of the king himself. The great families and 10 powerful senators against them. I understand your hesitation, Ethan said, but this is a deal worth making. Jerome was taken aback by his confidence. Without warning, the Duke drew a knife and sliced his own palm. What are you doing? Jerome exclaimed. Ethan simply said, Don't worry, I merely wanted to demonstrate my product. The Duke noted, this potion's effect is equal to a lesser healing potion, but its cost, Ethan revealed, is a mere 1/10 of the standard price. Jerome was absolutely floored by the potion's incredible efficiency. Yes, Hera confirmed, but the herb measurements and fermentation time must be exact. And I know other recipes as well. Ethan added, Accept my offer, the Duke told Jerome, and I will share them all with you, free of charge. So, what do you say, Ethan pressed? Decide now. Lord Jerome? The young entrepreneur's mind raced. This was his only chance to restore his family's former glory. I will not stand by and watch my house die in silence, he vowed internally. Jerome made his choice. I accept. I will sign a contract with the Arden family, elsewhere. Hans rushed in with an urgent report. He detailed contract breaches from vassals over the last 3 days. First, Baron Kargas has amassed more soldiers than legally permitted. The subordinate continued. Mercenary groups like the Red Scorpion are appearing everywhere. Their total numbers are 3 times the legal limit. Secondly, he added, the Baron is collecting an illegal tax from all the residents. This so-called protection tax is nothing but extortion, Hans explained. A cold fury began to simmer within Ethan.
Kargas bled the residents dry for his own gain, driving my brothers and me from our homes to rob ordinary people.
The Duke suspected the other 9 families were just as corrupt. He turned to Hans. Let me see those papers. Who exactly is collecting these taxes in the villages, Ethan questioned. Hans replied. A vile man named Himes. He is one of Baron Kargas's most trusted confidants, he added. And where is he now? The Duke demanded. Hans knew. In the village of Baros. It's time for the gathering. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Then we're heading to Baros. Hans immediately began preparations. I thought it would take 4 months to deal with the Baron's family. But with the Fire Lord's help, I must move faster, the Duke mused. Be patient, Cargus. I'll deal with...
Hymes first, he thought grimly. Meanwhile, Hymes addressed the people of Baros. I trust you've prepared the money.
Master, we've collected everything we had. But we're still a little short. An old man pleaded. Hymes's face twisted with rage. You're already short 20 gold pieces. Do you think I'll just turn a blind eye to this? He shouted. I even dealt with the red scorpions for you, a blatant lie. The old man thought. Everyone knows his lordship defeated them. Please, just a little more time, he begged. Hymes sneered. It's too late. If you have no money, then give me your daughter. He needed to make an example of them, to show the consequences for those who don't pay on time. Please, master. The old man begged, trying to shield his daughter. A cold voice suddenly cut in. I could smell a pathetic worm like you from afar. Ethan's voice dripped with contempt. Hymes spun around, his eyes locking on the stranger beside Hans. Who is that? He wondered. An overwhelmingly powerful aura pulsed from Ethan. Hymes shoved his knight forward. Den, sort him out. Den felt a shiver. What is this burning mana, he thought. Stepping forward, he declared. Stop! You will be punished for disobeying the Baron. Come any closer, and you will face the law. Den could sense Ethan's mana was low. Yet he felt an immense pressure. According to the law, Ethan let out a dry laugh. I have no desire to hear about laws from a pack of robbers. You dare threaten us, Den roared. Are you looking to die? Ethan's reply was like ice. The only one dying today is you.
Den was shocked by his speed, but his trajectory is simple, he thought, preparing to block the strike and counterattack.
But as Ethan's sword descended, Den's eyes widened in horror. In the middle of his attack, he changed its path. Impossible was Den's last thought as Ethan's blade struck him down. The knight collapsed, and dust rose around the Duke's silent figure. No way. He beat a knight with a single blow, a soldier gasped. The knight was stunned by his perfect control over that massive sword. He's clearly on a different level, another added. Stop him, Hymes shrieked. But Hans stepped forward. I wouldn't advise that. This is Archduke Arden himself, he announced. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and he is the one who destroyed. The red scorpions, the knights whispered in terror, dropping their swords. At least the knights know their place, Ethan said. What about you? Hymes. The Duke's voice was low and dangerous. Hymes began to tremble. The scene changes, transporting us to Marrow City, inside the lavish Hymes mansion. Ethan spoke coolly. You're living even better than I am. Hymes immediately panicked. It wasn't my fault. He tried to shift all responsibility. The blame lies entirely with Baron Cargus. He ordered me to collect more taxes, and everything is recorded in the accounting book that you keep. Ethan continued. Isn't that right? He had all the proof he needed. The Duke called to Hans, who held a memory sphere aloft. I've recorded everything. So, when you're done here, give this scroll. To Baron Cargus, Ethan commanded. Hans bowed in obedience. Ah, that's right. The Baron ordered more taxes to be collected, so you will repay every coin you stole. Make sure he never returns to his vile business again. Ethan continued. Hans turned to Hymes. Do you understand he was petrified? Elsewhere, a subordinate advised Cargus. The Archduke is pressing us, building his power before the Senate meeting, and forcing everyone to their knees. Am I right, the man said? He urged Cargus to act. We need to know more about Ethan. Let me know the instant you find anything. Cargus was seething. Pathetic worm, he thought. He was furious at being baited so openly. Ethan's letter was a declaration of war, stating that Cargus broke the vassal contract by collecting illegal taxes. But Cargus couldn't understand. How did he deal with my tax collectors? They were accompanied by knights. He fumed. Cargus knew there was no other choice. He called his butler. Send ruin to the Archduke's estate.
Have him invite the Archduke to my mansion. That's right. Cargus realized he could not underestimate Ethan anymore. I will meet him myself and settle this in person. He vowed. Meanwhile, Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had dealt with nearly every tax. Violation in just the last few weeks. He was sure Cargus was furious. A knock sounded at his door. Come in, the Duke said. Myers entered. Brother, did you call for me? Ethan turned to him with a decisive look. Myers, get ready. We are going to Aideen. Soon, he would address the family. He had a vital request for Myers. But his younger brother couldn't grasp what was happening. The other families. What did he mean Ethan simply told him not to worry? I will explain everything now, the Duke declared. He had revealed his plan to Myers. There were 3 reasons for sending him on this mission. 3 reasons. First, as you know, Ethan began, with Terran gone, only 2 candidates remain for clan head. But I doubt the other families will simply watch as I tear down the Cargus clan. They are powerless against me, and it infuriates them. Secondly, to preserve their influence, they will oppose me. They will try to prop you up, the Duke explained, and turn you into their puppet.
Myers understood immediately. They had already made their first moves. Third, Ethan continued, if they believe you are on their side, they will offer you all the support they can muster. Myers nodded, grasping the full picture. We will cross the Rubicon, the Duke declared. This mission was dangerous. Anything could happen to him. The younger brother knew exactly what he meant. Myers simply told him not to worry. The Duke thanked him for his courage. So, I just need to pretend to be their ally and secure their support. Myers confirmed. Ethan explained that their backing would keep them from interfering directly. It would buy him the time needed to prepare for their annihilation. The first target, one of the most powerful houses, Count Furnace. Ethan assured Myers that Hans would accompany him. There was no need to fear. But Myers insisted he could handle it. As his men prepared his things for the journey, the Archduchess appeared. You're really leaving, she demanded, just like that. Without any warning. You're just leaving for half a year, his indignant sister pressed. Myers could only apologize, promising to write often. You'd better try, she shot back. Ethan then stepped forward, asking for a moment. I have always believed in you, he said, but be careful. His brother's words left Myers speechless. Gathering himself, Myers told Ethan to count on him. And with that, he was on his way. His sister and Ethan watched the carriage disappear down the road. Soon, they passed another carriage heading in the opposite direction. The other carriage struck a rock, jolting its passengers. A young man scoffed at the state of the local roads. Is the Baron truly worth this torment? He grumbled. He swore he would tell the Baron exactly what they had endured. Speaking of which, how much did he send this month? A generous 100 gold pieces, his subordinate replied. The young man's eyes widened in shock. 100. Wasn't it just 1 gold piece last month, he asked, his voice rising with disbelief. Pure fury washed over him. The Baron had cut his personal budget after a card game loss, only to send 100 gold coins to these pathetic worms. Listen, Chiron, he commanded. His subordinate awaited the order. The nobleman smirked. Leave him 10 gold pieces. 10 gold is a more than generous price for his suffering, he sneered. The subordinate handed over the 10 coins. We'll leave these worms their 10 coins, he declared. The rest is for us. He was already imagining all the fun he'd have with this newfound cash. But what if the Archduke gets angry? His subordinate asked. Puzzled. They say he's stronger than most knights. He continued. Even the Baron himself warned us to be careful. This is 10 times more than last time, the noble scoffed. Why would the Duke have any reason to be angry? That Duke is no threat to me, he boasted. I am a 3rd-ranked knight, after all. Meanwhile, Ethan was lost in memories of his brother. Don't worry, just go. His brother's voice echoed in his mind. I will defend this place with my last breath, until you defeat the Dragon King. The memory fueled his training. He wondered if Taryn was all right. I haven't heard from you since I awoke, the Duke mused. But I understand how you feel. He knew Tehran did everything he could to hold their family together. It ate at him, not knowing the full truth of the situation. If only I could just bring you back, Ethan thought, his frustration boiling over. He struck the training dummy with devastating force, cleaving it in two. But I know it won't be that easy, he growled, and that just makes me even angrier. Just then, he noticed a carriage approaching. The carriage pulled to a halt on his driver's command. We have arrived, the subordinate announced. My God, the young man sneered. Who would live in such a desolate place? Ethan watched them, wondering who they were. I am the one who brought the allowance from Baron Kargas, the noble shouted. Stepping forward, he gestured to the coins. What do you have to say to that? I bet you've never seen so much money in your life, he taunted. Ethan's gaze fell upon the pittance scattered on the ground. Look, the beggar is speechless at the sight of gold, the young man laughed. He couldn't believe he was forced to bow to this fallen family. What? You can't even say thank you for such overwhelming generosity, he mocked. The Baron only sent 1 gold coin last month. In a flash, Ethan struck him across the face. Did I hear you correctly? He asked, his voice dangerously low. Since when was a Baron more important than the Duke? As Duke Ethan loomed over him, the young man was in shock. Tell me again. Who are you? Ethan's voice dripped with ice. Kargas, the man sputtered. Kargas, the Duke repeated, his eyes narrowing. When the youth confirmed he was the Baron's son, a thunderous slap echoed through the air. He cried out in agony. You're insane! Stop it, the young man shrieked. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Desperately, he tried to activate his technique. Ethan watched, unimpressed. So, this is Aura, a bastardized version of our breathing technique, the Duke scoffed. This fool threatened to break his arms. How utterly pathetic, Ethan thought. They know the form, but they can't even scratch the surface of its potential. Are they self-taught, he mused. A wry smile touched Ethan's lips.
He knew the perfect counter. In a flash, he activated his blocking technique on the youth. With a contemptuous shove, the Duke sent him flying.
He didn't even feel the Duke's attack. The young man was completely baffled. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice trembling. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable. "What did you do to me?" the Duke answered coldly. "I've sealed your mana."
"Sealed it?" the boy asked in disbelief. "A technique thief like yourself should understand how it works," Ethan mocked. The youth roared, refusing to believe it.
He lunged wildly, but Ethan sidestepped the pathetic blow with ease. Another swift strike, and he was down again. Ethan then glanced at his subordinate. "For what purpose did you come here?" The man presented an invitation from Baron Kargas. "Also, my lord, he didn't send you 10 gold pieces. He sent 100. He finished. Put everything in the bag," Ethan commanded. His order instantly obeyed. An invitation. For a moment, Ethan considered discarding it. But then he saw the contents. A summons to a private meeting. This played right into his hands. The scene shifts, taking us to the following day. The nurse fretted over his safety. "Are you sure this will be all right?" "Don't worry," he said calmly. "Kargas merely invited me to talk." The Archduchess began to protest, but Ethan cut her off mid-sentence. "I'm moving out," he declared. "Don't worry, I will be right back," the Duke added with unshakable confidence. His sister was confused. "If you're just going to talk, why do you need your sword?" But in Ethan's mind, the Baron's fate was already sealed. No matter what he thinks, Ethan thought, his grip tightening. "But if you're determined to be a thorn in my side, then let's see what you've got." With that cold resolve, Ethan's carriage arrived in the city of Poyd. He had finally reached the Baron's territory. Before him stood a palace, far too extravagant for a city like this. A monument to greed and corruption. Ethan knew that behind these golden walls, the people suffered while his family was blamed for everything. "We shed blood on the battlefield." For worms like that, he seethed. The coachman announced their arrival. "Hey, so you're the guest?" a new voice sneered. "Is this what father has been wasting his money on all this time?" the man mocked. "And where is my little brother, who was sent for you?" "Do you know who you are speaking to?" Ethan's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Or did the Baron not even teach you respect for the main family?" The Duke's words were met with a scoff. "Aren't you acting a little too brazen just because of your title?" "Am I being brazen?" Ethan asked, a smirk playing on his lips. The man's face twisted in anger. In the next instant, Ethan's foot lashed out. The man was sent flying through the air. "Ridiculous, that a pathetic worm like you would dare to teach me anything." The Duke scoffed. The man slammed into the ground, completely bewildered. I was hit, he thought, stunned that he didn't even see it coming. "Go pick up your brother," Ethan commanded. The man stared back in horror. You did this to him. Who else?" The Duke's calm reply sent him into a rage. Drawing his sword, he screamed, "Pitiful worm!" "Stop it, I'll kill you." This one is the same, Ethan thought to himself. It was clear they were both amateurs, unable to grasp even the basics of the technique. Ethan activated his skill, vanishing in a blur. The man was shocked, his eyes darting around wildly. Where did he go? Before he could even finish the thought, Ethan appeared behind him. With brutal force, the Duke slammed his face straight into the ground. "You don't deserve to be called a knight," Ethan declared. "I'll finish this with the next punch." But before he could land the final blow, a voice boomed. "Stop it now."
A new challenger attacked Ethan from the side. The Duke dodged the strike with ease. "I am Manhwa, commander of the Knights of Baron Kargas,"
the knight declared. "You have crossed the line. Stand down. Do not force me to use my strength." Ethan's patience was wearing thin. "I crossed the line," the Duke shot back. "And you, who raised your sword against the Archduke, the heir of the main family?" "Don't be absurd," the knight was taken aback. "Very well then. Try to block the next blow." The Duke's eyes glinted with anticipation. "If you're threatening to use force, Manhwa, you had better be stronger than this pathetic worm. In that case, please excuse me," Manhwa replied. He launched his attack with incredible speed. For the first time, Ethan looked serious. He deflected the knight's ferocious attack. Manhwa pressed forward again and again. A fierce battle had finally erupted between them. "He's good," Ethan thought, parrying another blow. The knight's sword managed to graze Ethan's arm. "I must push him back," the Duke resolved. Manhwa attacked from above. Ethan braced for the impact. But instead, Manhwa kicked up a cloud of dust, blinding his opponent. Ethan was baffled, with his view obscured. I can neutralize him without any fatal blows. Through the settling dust, Manhwa saw it, the glint of a sword. He was stunned. Ethan's blade came crashing down. He's going to kill me, the knight thought. But then, Ethan's attack froze in place. Manhwa was breathless. He couldn't comprehend it. Why did Ethan halt his strike? He knew that blow should have landed. Did you truly spare me? The knight's mind raced. Ethan stood poised, awaiting their next move. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Ruin. A woman shrieked. Her subordinate warned of the danger. "Baby, open your eyes," the woman screamed desperately. Her grief twisted into fury. "How dare a half-dead duke lay a hand on my son?" "No," she bellowed. "Capture him, Commander. Why are you just standing there?" "What is it?" she demanded. "That's enough." Cargus's voice boomed. He strode forward, his subordinates trailing behind him. His face was a mask of fury. The woman accused Ethan of brutalizing her son, but Cargus cut her off, saying he knew everything. He declared he would sort this out himself. Cargus ordered her to step aside. "Menharin, take care of my wife in ruin." The knight immediately complied. "It has been 10 years since we last met." "Your Grace, can you release my son so we can speak?" Cargus asked. "Yes, it has been a long time." "A long time. For many reasons," Ethan replied coolly. He stated he could not fulfill Cargus's request. "Great is the sin of one who raises a sword against a duke." Ethan's voice was like ice. "Your son is to be executed." Cargus urged Ethan to calm himself. "Dexter, I apologize on my son's behalf," the Baron pleaded. "You may be immune." But the Duke's authority has long been just an empty title. Cargus's tone shifted to arrogance. He informed Ethan that the Senate now governed these lands. "They will be the ones to judge my son." Cargus continued his speech. He suggested they resolve this misunderstanding and join forces to restore his family's greatness. "Baron Helmet, if the Duke's family no longer rules the duchy, then what reason does your family have to even exist?" Ethan countered. Dexter Cargus roared, but Ethan's sword plunged into the earth, inches from Dexter's face. A wave of fear washed over Cargus. "Stop testing my patience," the Baron screamed. "If you value your life, release my son. Beg on your knees for forgiveness." The enraged Baron demanded his surrender. Ethan simply told him not to make him laugh. The Duke announced his new decision to eradicate Cargus's entire family. He declared that House Helmet had broken the vassal contract, all to conceal their countless crimes. They had threatened the Duke's own lineage. For this, Ethan announced the charge. The Baron was accused of high treason. He would be stripped of all rights, titles, and his castle. "How dare you?" the Baron spluttered in rage. "What are you waiting for?" He commanded his men to deal with Ethan. The Baron had given them a clear order act according to his plan. Do whatever it takes to ensure the Duke could never interfere again. "So, you did have something hidden up your sleeve?" A smirk played on Ethan's lips. He called the Baron a pathetic worm. The scene shifts to Pantea, the capital of the Kingdom of Hyder. The king asked if there were any final topics, or if the meeting could be concluded. "Your Majesty," a voice interjected. "I wish to speak." It was Bloon. He requested permission to address the court. Strange. Why would the Marquise suddenly speak up now, the king wondered. "Permission granted," the king announced. "It concerns the Archduke, the one who lay in a coma for 10 years after unleashing his mana." The Marquis' words hung in the air. The king pondered. What dealings could the Duke possibly have with them? He asked the reason for this discussion. "Baron Cargus has broken the vassal contract," the Marquis replied. He then added that the violation was not a single offense. He raised taxes illegally, formed secret factions, and bolstered his army beyond its limits. And worst of all, he stole and sold information on the Seven Dukes' secret techniques. Bloon's report was damning. "I see," the king thought. "The 7 families won't like this." The Marquis added that all the evidence had been recorded onto memory spheres, and that Duke Arden insists on confiscating the castle. "This is not a simple choice," the king mused. "Do I side with the 7 families who support the Senate? Or do I align with the legendary defenders of the kingdom?" He finally spoke, claiming it was not within his power. The Ardens are not members of the Senate. Therefore, if this is a problem concerning only his family, then the crown will not interfere. The king told the Archduke to handle the matter himself. The Marquis bowed. "I will relay your words." So, the king has not chosen the Arden's side, the Marquis thought. Meanwhile, Menharin urged Cargus's wife to calm down. He assured her she was safe now. He ordered a subordinate to close the window and bring hot tea. The subordinate immediately followed his command. Menharin announced he was going to see the Baron. A servant warned him to be careful. As he moved towards the battle, Menharin couldn't shake one thought. Why did Ethan change his mind? Mid-attack, a terrible premonition washed over him. Back at the fight, Cargus's men swarmed the Duke. Their assault was relentless, a storm of steel. "Gotcha," one of the subordinates roared. Ethan effortlessly dodged the strike. The Duke's eyes blazed with fury. They were attacking him from both sides.
Ethan sprang into action. That's it. Attack simultaneously. Don't give him a moment to breathe, Kargas screamed. A knight then informed the Baron that his wife and son were secure. Very good, Manhwa, the Baron replied grimly. I won't be needing any more distractions.
This isn't just brute force. The Archduke isn't attacking with contempt. This is something else entirely, the knight thought. Ethan soared into the air, hovering above Karis's men. 18, 19, done. The resulting shockwave slammed into the knights. From Ethan's devastating strike. Where did he learn a technique like that? Karis roared in disbelief. But the Duke's onslaught was relentless. You can't win by just running away. The Baron screamed, his voice laced with fury. I'll throw you in the dungeon. Not for 10 years, but for life. He bellowed. Ethan stood motionless, gathering his power. This next attack has a wide radius, he declared. I don't wish to cause needless harm. Ethan then unleashed his technique. A furious inferno erupted, engulfing the entire manor. What is this monstrous energy? The Baron stammered, utterly astonished. Ethan prepared his final strike, his blade blazing with a brilliant, sun-like fire. Manhwa was frozen in shock. Dodge, everyone! Get back now! The terrified knight screamed. The Duke unleashed the Arden family's secret art. Its second form, a wave of pure force, decimated the knights. Miles away, the Archduchess yelped, spilling the tea she had just prepared. She looked out the window, her heart filled with worry. I just hope he isn't being reckless again. She sighed. Her sister noted that the main
character was famous for his recklessness. Not hearing the clamor of battle? That's what is truly unnerving. The Archduchess continued. Shouts and screams echoed across the battlefield. The knight couldn't believe his eyes. How could Ethan possibly use such a powerful technique?
With his meager mana reserves, the shockwave rocked the entire domain. The Baron's subordinates fell like puppets with their strings cut. As Manhwa rushed to shield Karis, how is this possible? The Baron thought, his mind reeling in terror. These are my elite knights. Each one is a match for 1,000 soldiers. And he wiped them out. With a single blow, Karis realized in horror. As the dust settled, Ethan stopped his attack. He could feel his mana was nearly depleted. He knew that if not for the Fire Lord's blessing, he would already be unconscious. Baron Helmet, your turn. The Duke's voice was like cold steel, Ethan declared. For everything you've done to my family, you will face a severe punishment. The Baron desperately tried to rally his men. He's definitely exhausted by now. Whoever kills the Duke gets 500 gold carats promised. But his men were startled, frozen in fear. It wasn't just a powerful attack. The immense wave of fire had only struck his intended targets. I've never seen such perfect control, Manhwa thought with awe. The knight knew that everyone present had witnessed the Duke's true power. No one in their right mind would dare to challenge him. Ethan then turned his attention to Manhwa. Shall we continue our fight? The Duke asked. I have already lost to you, your grace, the chagrined knight replied. Ethan looked past him, his gaze falling upon the Baron. He attacked without warning. Your grace, Manhwa shouted. Ethan ordered the knight, lock Carius in a dungeon and keep a close watch on him. The request left the knight utterly shocked.
Are you suggesting I throw my own master in a dungeon? The knight asked, completely bewildered. I have sworn an oath to the Baron.
Yes, a loyal knight. That is precisely why I am entrusting you with this, the Duke said. He told Manhwa that the Baron was a traitor. For his crimes, his title will be stripped. If he tries to escape, his entire family will be executed.
This is in accordance with the law, Ethan added. The knight stood resolute. A loyal knight must not forget his oath.
I will follow your orders, he declared. Do you think you can get away with this? Karis shrieked. Ordering the knight to release him, the Baron continued to call out to Manhwa, demanding the door be opened. You can handle this on your own, Ethan said calmly. The knight then asked the Duke, May I ask you a question? We all attacked you on the Baron's orders. So why did you spare some of us? Ethan spoke of the sword, how it is a reflection of a knight's soul. Have you ever heard of it? Sir Manhwa. The language of blades. The Duke told him that when he first awoke, he was surrounded by nothing but vipers. He added that they all wanted his family to perish, even after they had saved the country. But when I crossed swords with you, he continued, I realized there are still people who respect my family, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The Duke confessed, it doesn't matter if you're motivated by remorse or longing. Whatever the reason, there are people who are loyal to the Duke's sword. Ethan said, and that is more than enough. The Duke noted that he was talking a lot. I'll leave this place in your hands. Manhwa, Ethan said. The main character was now in Baron Helmet's office. Hello, your grace, a calm voice said. The Duke was surprised. I am Raymond, the Baron's eldest son, he announced. Raymond said he had been waiting for him. Waiting for the one who imprisoned your father and brothers? Ethan asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. I don't know what your intentions are, but choose your words carefully, he warned. Raymond thought to himself. Calm down. I'm not like my father and brothers. He then asked Ethan if he wanted to make a deal with him. A deal? The Duke asked, amused. I was wondering what you were going to say, but you still don't seem to understand the situation you're in, the Duke said. Raymond was taken aback. Ethan stated that deals are only made between people of equal status, and with blinding speed, the Duke seized him by the throat. Ethan snarled that the Baron's family had not only committed treason, but also raised their swords against him. With my sword at your throat, do you still believe you have the right to bargain? Oh! The enraged Duke sneered. Raymond felt the air leave his lungs. He couldn't breathe. He knew he had to say something, anything, or he would choke on his own fear. Information. About the 7th family. Raymond gasped. Ethan ordered him to speak clearly, warning that a single lie would land him, directly in a prison cell. No, I swear I have information about them, Raymond pleaded. Struggling to clear his throat, he frantically handed Ethan the proof. These are the agreements for the transfer of the secret techniques, Raymond explained. When House Arden was destroyed, the 7th great family demanded the Book of Secrets from the Duke's vassal, Baron Senet. He claimed it was all for the sake of strengthening the army, a defense against the threats of neighboring countries.
Raymond insisted they had no choice but to give it to them. Ethan cut him off. And did these notes actually help?
Your knights. We were never able to unlock its true secrets. The 7th family sold us a simplified version, the Baron's son admitted. Ethan's mind raced. So that was their game. Give them the complete, priceless version, only to buy back a useless, watered-down copy from them. The Duke mused. He couldn't fathom such foolishness. Raymond argued that the price of decryption was astronomical, forcing them to raise taxes. The Duke scoffed. This book is utter garbage. Ethan's words struck Raymond like a physical blow. He explained that only the most useless things were written in this copy. Yawan in their right mind would share something so powerful. You were simply used and discarded, Ethan concluded. War is a
time for alliances and unity, but in times of peace, everyone serves only their own greed. The Duke reflected. Ethan made his decision. I will spare the rest of Raymond's family. In return, I want to see every single one of the Baron's accounting books. He
commanded. The Duke ordered Raymond to be taken away to await further instructions. Suddenly, Ethan found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. He didn't know where he was. I was just training in the yard. He thought a dragon descended, trying to attack him. Ethan was stunned. Behind him, a knight was engulfed in the dragon's fire. But I didn't get hurt. He mused. So, these are memories from a child. Previous life. The Duke's thoughts raced. Kargas congratulated him on his victory. Ethan froze. It's Baron. Kargas? From my world. He realized. Kargas's voice dripped with venom. Ethan, you should be burning in hell. You stormed into a peaceful world and destroyed everything in your path, just like a dragon. The Baron seethed. Kargas pushed further, questioning his very soul. Do you truly believe you're doing the right thing? You're just an intruder, exactly like the ones you despise so much. The Baron's apparition hissed, adding that he could not change the course of history as he pleased. A wave of pure panic washed over him. No way, Ethan shouted. He lunged at Kargas with his sword, but the figure simply vanished. Sister, Myers, and Terran are alive, the Duke thought to himself. They're alive here, he repeated, his resolve hardening. I don't care what is possible and what is not. Ethan thought fiercely. He didn't care about the flow of history. He would protect his family, no matter the cost. You can't do that. Stop it, a man's voice shouted, pulling the Duke from his vision. He said the Archduke knew him. Let me see him, the man insisted. He begged for an audience with Ethan. Preen Ethan pleaded. The Duke asked if it was truly him. And my Shellen is here, he added. Preen was overjoyed to see the Duke. In my past life, they called him the document monster, Ethan remembered. He recalled that Preen was one of the Arden family's key members, a man who rose from the very bottom to become a count through his incredible abilities. Almost any administrative task took him no more than an hour. Ethan mused. Preen informed the Duke that all who had supported him, his loyal colleagues, had lost their positions, including himself. That explains why you're dressed like this, the Duke observed grimly. Ethan was amazed. The head of their house had fired all of his most useful people, trying to destroy his family from the inside out. Perhaps I can use this, the Duke thought. I was just thinking of someone to handle administrative tasks. And Preen appeared, right on time. As if guided by fate, Ethan continued to think. He introduced Michelle to Preen, explaining he was a merchant who cooperates with Ase, the duchy. The merchant quickly apologized to Michelle for any recent troubles. Michelle assured him that all was in order. Your Grace, you dealt with the Baron's family so decisively. But now the Senate? Michelle began. I don't want to hear another word of it, the Duke replied sharply. Ethan declared, this land belongs to my family, and only if the king returns ownership to you. The Baron's eldest son told me something. Michelle continued. He said that the vassals and the seventh great family had achieved something incredible. The Duke repeated, it is their land. Do you think the Arden family needs permission from some useless king? Ethan's words were like thunder. Michelle was shocked, worried about the consequences that might fall upon the Duke. Ethan told him not to worry. The Duke said they would soon have good news. If you say so, then I believe you. Michelle replied. He said he was departing on a mission for the Duke. Preen was glad to see Ethan had recovered. Apparently, you will need a lot of smart people, he added. Preen then spoke of raising a child and asked if Ethan would be interested in meeting him. You have a child, the Duke asked, his voice laced with surprise. Preen gestured for him to enter, explaining the boy was adopted, and he had brought him along. It is an honor to meet you, the child declared, his voice firm. My name is Lawrence. Ethan was stunned. He recognized that face. He knew him. The scene shifts, plunging us into the blood-soaked memory of the Iron Valley. Ethan stood at the forefront of the army. A soldier reported that all troops were in position. You exceed expectations, as always. Sylvia, the Duke praised. She simply waved it off. In just 1 week, you've developed a masterful strategy that will completely turn the tide of this war, Ethan noted, his eyes filled with awe. She explained the Death Squad's crucial role. All that remains now is for you to give the order to attack. Sylvia's words hung in the air. The Duke marveled that only she could devise such a brilliant, ruthless plan. She always found the perfect opening for the cavalry's devastating charge. I appreciate your genius, but you cannot. Stay awake for 3 days straight, Ethan warned. If you collapse mid-battle, I'll have to bear the weight of command alone. Sylvia's gaze hardened. After becoming a strategist, it was agonizing to accept that anyone had died. But now, with humanity on the brink of annihilation by these monsters, I am willing to put my very life on the line. If my strategy can save even one more person, she vowed. A fire lit in Ethan's eyes. Then the time has come to end these vile monsters and save humanity. His voice boomed. The dragons are on the move. Do not miss the moment to strike. The main character ordered the war horns to sound. Knights began to arm their massive catapults. Heavy shells were locked into place. All troops, to battle, Ethan roared. With that, the knights charged headfirst toward the dragons. The battle that followed that day was the most brutal in living memory. So many knights fell. But thanks to Sylvia's ingenious tactics, humanity managed to seize victory against impossible odds. But Ethan could only hold her broken body in his arms. That battle had been her last. Back in the present, the memory was a fresh wound. He was certain it was Sylvia. So why introduce herself as Lawrence? The Duke tried to reason it out, noticing the atmosphere around the boy was completely different. Thank you, Your Grace, Lawrence said, for taking revenge for me. He explained that the Baron's crushing taxes were the cause of his family's demise. So, history must have already changed. The Duke's mind raced. The decline of the Ardens had led to the tyranny of the lesser families. Preen added that it was Lawrence's own powerful desire that brought him here. Let's see just how talented this Lawrence truly is, Ethan thought. Preen has recommended you, he began. You must understand the current situation with the Baron's family. The Duke posed the critical question. What should be done with them? Lawrence's answer was immediate. Spare them, and turn them into scarecrows. Why? Ethan pressed. Because even as a scarecrow, a Karasi is still a Karasi, the boy explained. This way, the other families will not dare to intervene if the clan itself isn't destroyed. It also allows us to keep one of them in a position of power, to serve as our mole in the future, Lawrence continued coolly. Besides, many were forced out during their internal power struggles. And most importantly, we have a critical shortage of manpower. We must use every asset we possess, Lawrence concluded. That's a long-term strategy, Ethan countered. I am concerned with the immediate threat. Lawrence didn't miss a beat. Then you need an army, he stated plainly. You cannot deal with all the vassals by yourself. Unite them first. That will buy you the time you need to prepare, he advised. Once you have dealt with at least 4 of them, the dukedom will be split into 3 parts, and victory will be in your grasp, Lawrence declared with certainty. Ethan no longer had any doubt. This boy was the reincarnation of Sylvia. He turned to Preen. You've raised a magnificent child.
What do you say? Lawrence Ethan asked directly. The boy looked puzzled. Will you become my advisor?
The scene changes to a city greeting the dawn. Knights are tying up the last of the criminals. One man is sent flying into a stack of barrels. Don't overdo it, Manharan commanded. I will deal with him myself. The captured man screamed at Manharan. Traitor, and you call yourself one of the Baron's knights. Stop this, he shouted. The knight remained stoic.
Why should I listen to the likes of you? The man spat. We learned the same breathing techniques. We both served the same lord.
You're no better than me. You're right, Manharan replied calmly. But it is a knight's duty to correct the mistakes of his master. The man charged with a furious roar. All you can do is bark, Manharan said with cold disdain.
With a single slap, the knight sent him crashing into a wall. Tie him up, Manharan ordered, and destroy his monocenter.
The advisor praised the knight's excellent work. I was truly surprised. The knight confessed to be told to obey, as says, someone I've never seen before, and to follow his orders to destroy the 8 gates of darkness. Manharan thought of Lawrence. The boy was a professional who had planned everything out far in advance. Just who is he wondered. But Lawrence was already on to the next point. We must move before they understand what's happening. He calmly stated that they still had 7 more to go.
Lawrence anticipated their work would be finished before nightfall. Counselor, did I hear that correctly? Lawrence asked.
Preen had just suggested a walk, leaving Ethan and Lawrence completely alone. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. The Duke demanded to know why she refused. With a heavy heart, Lawrence let the secret spill out. The truth is, I'm a girl. She recounted a childhood trapped in the slums, born into a family of commoners. A girl without an education is seen as the lowest of the low in society. You can't imagine a more wretched existence, she continued. My own father believed it. Before he died, he didn't blame the Baron for the crushing taxes, but his own daughter, who could never become a knight. It was all because she was a girl. She couldn't possibly earn enough money to pay the taxes, so the collectors decided to sell her off. But I couldn't abandon my little brother. So we had no choice but to run. She confessed she was forced to steal just to survive. But the thought of her brother gave her the strength to carry on. But they even took that away from me. Her voice trembled as she spoke. She was found by the dreaded 8 gates of darkness. And because of them, she lost her brother. His name was Lawrence. All her life, she had been despised and looked down upon simply for being a woman. With everything she cherished stolen from her, she had no reason left to live. When my brother died, I decided to live his life for him.
She would start a new life under his name. Lawrence confessed her deepest fear if anyone discovered her secret.
They would assume she was selling her body to get by. I'm sorry, but I cannot be your advisor, she said, her expression full of pain. But Ethan's response was immediate. Nonsense, the Duke roared. He declared with absolute conviction that talent has nothing to do with gender. He commanded her to hold her head high with pride. If anyone dares to point a finger at you, break it, Ethan added fiercely. The Duke then revealed that the 8 Gates is an organization Kargas created just to collect a corrupt supertax. He realized this was a perfect chance for her to avenge her brother. You will have a knight and a group of soldiers at your command. Can you handle it? The Duke challenged. Yes, Lawrence replied without a trace of hesitation.
She declared she needed only 1 day to destroy them all. I will await the results, Ethan stated. The story then shifts to the city of Hermes.
Myers commented on how amazing Furness's office was. You flatter me, he replied, before asking what business brought Myers to his door. Before them stood the head of the 10th collateral family, Count Shimferate. Your lordship must be quite busy since waking, Furness remarked. Myers cut straight to the point, stating his brother had become unnervingly strange. Shimon was visibly taken aback. Myers then showed him his scars. When Furness asked where they came from, Myers placed the blame squarely on his brother. He claimed his brother had done the same thing to Hans. Ethan strikes us whenever he is displeased, the younger brother insisted. Myers confessed he couldn't take it anymore. He was shocked, recalling how Ethan used to be so quiet and calm as a child. Myers speculated this sudden change was the result of his mana being unsealed. He believed the Duke had become an entirely different person. Is that so? Ferris asked. His interest piqued. Shimon thought to himself that the pieces were beginning to align. I haven't been able to contact Helmut for several days now. It seems Ardon has finally made his move. Furness mused. He knew he couldn't be hasty, and decided to use Myers as a pawn in his own grand design. Myers then asked if Count Shim was all right, and with that, he proposed a deal. We see the Count's sprawling estate. The Count questioned Myers again. Yes, that's one of the reasons I've come, he confirmed. Myers revealed what he had recently discovered about the side families and their factions, noting that not all Senate members were allies. Shimon was stunned. wondering how he had obtained such classified information. The side families were divided into two groups.
Each faction was desperate to seize the most influence in the region. The Count weighed the situation. The first is the Amelon faction,
Headed by Count Lugon. And the second is the Furnace faction, led by me, he thought. Shim understood the situation perfectly. The power between the factions was almost equal, so each side was waiting for the right moment to attack. But Myers had more to say. He had uncovered something far more important. Someone tried to turn me into a useless drunkard, and our family into a powerless scarecrow. Myers declared it was all the work of Helmut Kargas, adding that Count Lugon himself had given the order.
Shimon was in a state of shock.
The younger brother explained that this was precisely why he had come to him. He added that the deal would be beneficial for both of them. What is the meaning of this? Shimon thought frantically. Did someone discover our plan? Are they here for revenge? The Count wondered, suspecting Hans was behind it. If you help me remove my insane brother and become the head of the family, I will help you get rid of Count Lugon. Myers proposed, asking what he thought of the offer. This is an opportunity I cannot afford to miss, Shimon thought to himself. The Count declared that Myers had a compelling reason. He vowed to use all of his power to make Myers the new Duke. Suddenly, a knock echoed on Shimon's door. The man was told to enter. He asked if the Count had summoned him. Shimon said he needed to know something. I know full well who misinformed Myers. But why did you help me? What is your angle? He asked. The Count added that if the truth was revealed, to reveal my hand would only paint a target on our backs. In truth, I am Baron Kara's Chamberlain, and I have come seeking your protection for the young master.
From his own cruel brother, Hans explained. The Count questioned why he would approach him, and not the Baron. Hans replied that the Archduke
has begun to openly bare his fangs toward the Kargas family. He warned that an attack could come at any moment, and since he was forbidden from approaching the other factions, he slightly bent the truth for the young master's sake. The Count noted that Myers' subordinate was a shrewd one. You have done me a great service, he admitted. It was wise to come to me, and not to the Baron. Shimon said. The Count then remarked that Helmut hadn't been in contact for some time, a fact that sent a chill down Hans's spine. That's right, Hans the Count asked. He then told him not to worry. From this day forward, he was one of his people. Hans immediately thanked him for his incredible kindness. It is nothing, Shimon replied. However, without the Baron, uncovering the Archduke's plans will be no easy task. In that moment, Hans offered to become a spy within the Archduke's ranks. You have generously accepted me. And now,
I wish to prove my absolute loyalty to you, Hans declared. He then revealed that he personally knows the Archduke and even has connections.
I believe I can be of use, Hans said. Shimon was overjoyed by this turn of events. So, you can tell me everything the Archduke is planning? And when the Count pressed, Hans confirmed his words. Shimon then explained that they would keep in touch, through a crystal ball. The Archduke's new subordinates swore to be reliable. After leaving the office, Hans allowed himself a small smile. Everything was unfolding according to the master plan. Myers had played his part to perfection. Now, it was his turn to perform.
What are your thoughts? Commander Loden Shimon asked. He admitted the story sounded plausible, yet far too convenient.
Loden saw no immediate danger, but urged caution. The Count needed to discover Hans's true intentions. Elsewhere, Manhwa thought back on a chilling encounter. It was the first time he had witnessed such a thing. In all my years as a knight, I have never met such a dangerous person, he thought to himself. What truly terrified him was the way
Lawrence slaughtered criminals without a shred of mercy. As Lawrence wiped the blood from his face, Manhwa told him he had gone too far.
I promised his lordship I would wipe them out, he replied coldly. The knight was deeply intimidated by Lawrence's expression. His face was like that of a demon that devoured children in the dark. As the man left, he warned another guard to be careful around Lawrence, but he was told to be quiet. The devil himself, Lawrence, was asking about some new criminal group. After his question, Lawrence told the guard he had a report for the Archduke. Of course, come in, the knight said. He pointed out that Duke Ethan was in the middle of a workout. The Duke was practicing with his sword. He prepared to unleash an attack on a training dummy. Ethan launched himself forward, striking the target with devastating force. The Duke continued to strike relentlessly until it was torn to shreds. He cut all the targets down to splinters, lost deep in his own thoughts. The main character realized that training with dummies no longer served any purpose. Your Grace, I have a report, Lawrence announced. Is it related to our previous conversation? The Duke asked. Yes, I found some useful people at the 8 gates, he said. Lawrence added that they could be forged into a formidable scouting team. Very well, the Duke replied. Are they ready? Half of them are ready, sir, Lawrence answered. Just then, a knight reported that a man named Hans had arrived. The knight asked what should be said. "He is my subordinate. Let him come to my office," Ethan ordered. He then commanded Lawrence to go to the study as well. It seems he managed to infiltrate. The Duke mused. Let's see if the plan has worked. We find ourselves on the training grounds of Kelmont Castle, where Myers was sparring with several other knights. The younger brother readied himself for the next attack as two knights surrounded him. They lunged from both sides, but Myers dodged. The first knight's attack. Suddenly, another knight struck from behind Myers instantly blocked the assault with his shield.
From a distance, Shimon remarked on the younger brother's impressive skills. With such talent,
He could have been the head of the family, Loden said. The Count added that Myers had the Arden bloodline. Make sure Lugan knows nothing, and follow the Archduke's every move. Shimon commanded. Loden vowed to do as he was asked. The Count was betting everything on this gambit.
who would have thought I would wait this long for a simple Senate meeting? The Count sighed. Meanwhile, the Duke read Hans's report. He was pleased that Myers was doing well and asked about the Count's status. Hans confirmed that Shimon had no idea.
We performed our roles flawlessly, and now that I'm posted to the Baron's estate, it will be much easier to relay information to you. Ethan's loyal subordinate continued. So, you are already driving stakes between the great families? Lawrence asked. Ethan confirmed it. Hans was shocked that this stranger knew of their secret plans, and asked the Duke who he was. Ethan introduced him as Lawrence. Discussed the details. You two will be working together a lot from now on, the Duke added. The advisor offered a chilling smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lawrence, his lordship's humble advisor. Tea was placed before them. H was astonished. In just 1 week of his absence, the Duke had found someone so brilliant, with such delicate features. Is this really his type, H wondered. Heart, be still. Ethan's subordinate continued his silent assessment. Lawrence, unaware of the internal monologue opposite him, spoke first. You don't seem to approve of me. Miss LeChamberlain, Hans quickly waved it off, claiming it wasn't the case. He was merely taken aback by Lawrence's age. Age is of no consequence, so long as I can be of use to the Archduke, Lawrence stated coolly, handing H a report on the current situation. He then asked if he'd care to see it. Just a look. It would be foolish to ignore the commentary. Hans thought, this man, he's even better than I imagined. Hans's eyes widened at what was written in the report. Baron Helmont and his 2 sons are in prison, he blurted out, and will soon be publicly executed, Lawrence added with chilling calm. Hans was floored by the swiftness of Lawrence's decision. The advisor continued. 357 people died because of that baron. An entire village starved to death last winter. Because of him, Lawrence said, his voice hard. And the number of others who suffered under his men is beyond calculation. Lawrence's eyes narrowed. The baron's family attempted to assassinate Lord Ethan. Do you still think execution is too extreme? The advisor challenged. Perhaps I should start questioning your loyalty. Lawrence pressed. Hans knew he was on thin ice. That's not it at all. Had he taken the baron's side, he knew he would have been executed by now. Wait. The 8 gates have been destroyed, Hans asked, his shock mounting. To think this had all happened in a single day. Lawrence noted. That is only one of my completed tasks. He then asked what Hans's plan was. I will gain the Count's trust by feeding him false information. The young master must also get as close to him as he can. Hans explained. Ethan's subordinate laid out his strategy. The advisor simply asked, and what happens after that? H was taken aback by the question. Is that the entire plan? He asked skeptically. Hans shot back. I've only been there a day. It's enough to wrap the Count around my finger and return. In that moment, Hans finally understood why Ethan had chosen Lawrence as his advisor. He was on another level entirely. We can't possibly predict the Baron's future actions, Hans argued. Isn't it better to adapt to the situation as it unfolds? Lawrence let out a soft, strained breath, a sigh that sounded unbearably condescending. Hans thought with a surge of annoyance. The advisor's next words cut deep. That is not nearly enough. Allow me to plan everything from here, Lawrence stated. He claimed that H had overlooked a critical detail. Ethan's subordinate demanded to know what he was talking about. If you return to the Count with a strategy like that, Lawrence said bluntly, you will lose your head. Hans was utterly bewildered. Thank you for coming all this way. Ethan's voice rang out. I am Gyron, of the Mrs. Trade Group. The man introduced himself, eager to work with them. Lawrence had already established that there was no need for formalities between them. Is that truly all right? Gyron asked, puzzled. He noted that Lawrence was, after all, an advisor to the Duke. Ethan interjected, Gyron, is everything going according to plan? Yes, my lord, he confirmed. I simply wish to deliver your answer in person. Gyron pulled a letter from an inner pocket. I thought perhaps the Duke was awaiting other news. He offered, I will personally thank Marquis Bloon for agreeing to this difficult assignment. Ethan replied. The Duke took the letter and broke the seal. A storm gathered on his face. This is utter nonsense, not a single word of substance. And the handwriting is disgusting, he said with fury. Lawrence calmly offered a theory. The king supports the Senate. Gyron grimaced. That can't be good news. On the contrary, Ethan replied, a slow smile spreading across his face. I should handle the problems between our families myself. The advisor looked pleased with this outcome. Gyron, however, was completely lost. Lawrence decided to explain. The king and the 7 great families are the main obstacles in our path, and he has just decided not to interfere. The advisor clarified. Lawrence believed this was exactly the outcome Ethan had hoped for when he filed the petition. Yes, the Duke confirmed. Thanks to this letter, I am now certain that the great families are the ones pulling the Senate's strings, he added. What the king has thrown away for his own reward will now be mine. Gyron and Lawrence stared, shocked by his ambition. But we'll get back to that later, Ethan said. The Duke's eyes gleamed with purpose. Our plan is ready. The king has given us the stage. It's time to begin. Gyron then detailed his own plan, which involved securing potion supplies from all over the country. However, my trading company cannot handle such volumes alone. Therefore, I've decided the House of Bausi will handle all the supplies. Gyron proposed. He added that his family had the necessary infrastructure.
We have established trade relations throughout the country, so there should be no problems with this arrangement. Furthermore,
it's possible to arrange supplies to neighboring countries. We will gain at least 100-fold benefit from this, he declared. I see no reason to decline your generous offer, Ethan said. Please tell the Marquis that I am looking forward to our cooperation. I will, Gyron replied. At that moment, a knock sounded at the Duke's door. Come in, Ethan called. Lawrence reported that the training was complete. He then apologized to Gyron for not being able to finish their negotiations. Think nothing of it. I understand everything, he replied. Gyron said he would send a letter containing all the details. Thank you, the Duke replied. Until we meet again. Lawrence reported that Manhwa awaited them below. Descending the stairs, the Duke's thoughts turned to the Archduke. What an unfathomable man. Did he predict the need for expanded supplies, Gyron wondered. Amazed at how Ethan seemed to calculate every possibility, Gyron prayed that under Ethan's guidance, House Arden would soon reclaim its former glory. Lawrence, I'm leaving the potion supply in your hands, the Duke declared, instructing him to finalize everything once the paperwork from Gyron arrived. Lawrence bowed in acceptance. Ethan then turned his attention to their prisoner. Manhwa had said this is where they were keeping the Baron. Is he here, the Duke questioned. Yes, but even under torture, his story is full of holes. Manhwa replied. You've sorted things out, Ethan stated, praising his excellent work. Give me the key. You may return to your duties as captain of the knights. The knight acknowledged the order, but Larton hesitated, concerned about what would happen next. Ethan sensed his worry. Do not be troubled. I will keep my promise, the Duke assured him. He was referring to sparing the Baron's family. Thank you, my lord. Then I will return to my post, the knight replied. Relieved. How arrogant I became. Kargas thought to himself from within the darkness. When I was young and weak, surrounded by enemies, I was so cautious that everyone thought me unsociable. But once I joined the Senate, once I tasted power, I looked down on the world, blind to my own hubris. The Baron stewed in his own regret. He knew his mistake was underestimating the Archduke,
fatally misjudging the power he wielded. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed in his cell. Kargas stared in utter shock. Before him stood Ethan himself. The Baron's gaze then darted to Lawrence, a look of pure terror on his face.
His eyes screamed for Lawrence to stay back. Stop, please, stop, the Baron begged. I've already told you everything I know. The Duke was unimpressed by the pathetic display. To think that even in this state, you are still hiding something, Ethan said coldly. Do you believe that holding on to some useful information will buy you more time, the Duke pressed. The Baron feigned ignorance, sputtering that he didn't understand. Were you perhaps waiting for help? Ethan mused. He shattered that illusion, tossing a document at the Baron's feet. Then what? Is this, the Baron stammered. Read it, Ethan commanded. Kargas's eyes widened in disbelief at the royal seal stamped upon the paper. Ethan revealed the devastating truth. Even the king had abandoned him. Solve problems between your families on your own, the Baron read aloud, his voice trembling. The words struck him like a physical blow. All hope drained from Kargas's face as he fell into utter despair. He began to scream. I'll tell you everything I know.
Please, just spare me and my sons, Kargas shrieked. We'll see about that, the Duke replied icily. First, you will tell me everything. Kargas confessed. There is another floor beneath my estate. All my secrets are kept there, including the Duke of Arden's relic.
A terrifying aura of rage exploded from Ethan. "You dare to steal a divine sword?" the enraged Duke roared. The Baron begged him to calm down, screaming, "It wasn't a divine sword." Of course, as a member of the Senate, I was not entrusted with such a thing. And you, of all people, know. "It's broken," the Baron added. Ethan froze, the words hitting him like a tidal wave. The divine sword, Draken, a perfect blade, said to cut through anything and withstand any flame. It was a divine relic, passed down through the Arden family for countless generations. This sword was the very symbol of his house. It was the same sword he had wielded in his final, desperate battle. Even against the Dragon King, the sword had endured every blow. And now, it was broken. The Duke reeled in disbelief. "That's impossible," he muttered. "Tell me exactly what happened." The Baron began his tale, 15 years ago. When the dragons attacked, nations that were unprepared for the onslaught fell immediately. The Baron said, "The Ardens formed a death squad, comprised of the most elite members of the family." Kargas continued. He described a unit of warriors more skilled and powerful than any royal knight. They challenged the Dragon King himself, but they all perished. All we ever found was the hilt of the divine sword. Ethan's mind raced. His own father had been among those who fought a dragon. And what happened to the Dragon King, the Duke demanded. "We don't know," Kargas admitted. "After that battle, the Dragon King was never seen again." The Duke considered this. The Dragon King must be in hiding. Perhaps his family had managed to inflict a grievous wound upon the beast. Then why agree to a peace treaty the main character pressed? The dragons had lost their king. You had the advantage to win the war. Kargas reminded him that this all happened before Ethan fell into his coma. "Surely, you must remember this," he asked. The Duke's cold glare was his only response. Startled, Kargas quickly answered. "We made peace. The peace treaty was initiated by the Xeno Empire." He added that it was Xeno who forced the neighboring countries to agree. The Duke was completely stunned by this revelation. Later, Ethan arrived at the location Kargas had mentioned. "There really is a secret passage," Lawrence observed. "Yes." Helmet didn't lie. The main character replied, his mind consumed by the weight of the Baron's words and the new mysteries they presented, urging the Baron to reveal more about this place. "It is exactly as I said. After that fateful battle, the Dragon King vanished, but his commanders remained, and his army's strength was unbroken. So in truth, nothing had changed." Kargas explained. The Baron added that an ambassador then reached out to the Xeno Empire, and the strongest nations forged a fragile peace treaty with the dragons. Kargas continued. Everyone else simply followed their lead. The Duke was skeptical. "I don't understand. The Empire has never been a weak power." He mused. "They were far better equipped for this world than I was. I need more details." As they approached, Ethan sensed it. A powerful protective spell guarded the entrance. The Baron had prepared this place well. "Lawrence," he commanded, "open it. I'll leave this to you." Lawrence got to work. "This is where my father's relic is kept. But it's not the divine sword." A specific feeling washed over the Duke. "I have a hunch what it might be." He felt a strange certainty. Lawrence gasped. The room inside was far larger than it appeared from the outside. The counselor was stunned by the sheer number of artifacts stored here. "How can we possibly find the relic in all this?" "What even is it?" he asked. But Ethan's eyes were fixed. "We've already found what we came for." An object stood before them, pulsing with a faint energy. The scene shifts to Kargas's memories. It was while we were preparing the Duke's body for burial, the Baron recalled. He remembered the disbelief, the shock that seized him. The Baron's gaze was locked onto a strange liquid pooling near the former Duke's chest. A kind of black, metallic fluid was seeping from the Duke's body. Kargas's thoughts continued. No one present knew what it was. The Senate debated for ages on how to handle it. They finally decided it was safer to divide the substance and seal it, away in separate locations. And the side families, the Duke thought bitterly. They know nothing, about the 8th ring? Ethan finally spoke. "It's a relic passed down through my family, just like the divine sword." "The 8th ring?" Lawrence questioned. The advisor noted. "But this object, it doesn't look like a ring at all. We named it for its shape when it's activated," the Duke explained. Stepping forward, he ignited the black flame breathing technique, channeling it towards the ring. He activated every mana flow in his body. In response, the 8th ring began to glow with a deep red light. Its form started to warp and shift. Instantly, it dissolved into pure energy. Mana swirled violently around the room, flying in every direction as it converged on Ethan. He felt an overwhelming surge of mana from within. An unimaginable power. Lawrence could only watch, bewildered by what was happening. A brilliant flash of light consumed the room. When it faded, the Duke stood tall, the process complete.
Not bad, he smirked. What just happened? Lawrence stammered. Ethan revealed, I was consuming the ring. No one knows what it's made of, but the Ardens have guarded this treasure for generations.
It is traditionally passed to the new head of the family, he said. And the ring can only be used by someone with strong Arden blood, the Duke continued. He clarified that any family member who failed to master the Black Flame Breath would never be able to awaken its power. Does the 8th ring have some special ability, Lawrence asked? It does, Ethan confirmed. And I'll show you, he warned. Step back. This could get dangerous. Lawrence immediately obeyed. First, you must direct your mana flow directly into the ring. It will begin to greedily absorb it, the Duke thought. Then, the 8th ring will bind its owner, hand and foot. Ethereal shackles of pure mana materialized around his body. I'd almost forgotten this feeling. Excellent. Now, I release all the mana the ring has accumulated. A devastating aura exploded from his form. The aura blazed like a brilliant flame. Ethan felt a tide of newfound power, and Lawrence stared in absolute shock. You just released all of your mana, the advisor exclaimed. Ethan explained. This ring accumulates mana, only to unleash it with explosive power. Getting our land back will be even easier now, the Duke declared. We need to factor this into the plan. Lawrence listened intently to his new orders. I want you to find the other parts, Ethan commanded. Leave it to me, Lawrence replied.
They not only refused to honor the father who sacrificed himself as a hero, Ethan thought, his anger rising, but they steal his sacred relics.
Out of pure greed, just wait. I'm coming for all of you. He swore to deal with anyone who dared to question his family's honor. We are transported back to the Duke's manor. Ethan was taken aback. They took 5 pieces from my land. Lawrence confirmed the grim news. 1 part is held by the head of each of the 4 families, and 1 piece is in the Randall Kingdom. Ethan asked, Is this information certain, Ys? The Baron has confirmed everything, the advisor replied. I see no reason for him to lie now. The Duke sighed. That's the problem. It won't be possible to gather all the pieces quickly, he concluded. But that doesn't matter right now. Our priority is taking back Tehran, Ethan declared decisively. We have to act with the power we have. We will return to the issue of the stolen rings later, he added. A new resolve settled in his eyes. Thanks to you, Lawrence, I now understand what we must do first. The Duke announced his next move. We'll take the ring that is hidden right under our noses. He ordered his advisor to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, in the small town of Port, a new era was dawning. Whispers echoed through the streets of a hero's heir, one ready to fight for the common man. Word spread like wildfire. The people started to believe that the age of tyranny was finally over. A new hope ignited in their hearts. That very day, townsfolk gathered at the execution grounds as a man shouted for them to emerge. The Marquis and his 2 sons. The crowd roared with approval. You're finished, you wretched worms! A man screamed. This is revenge for my dead wife. I lost my entire family because of you. The people cried for their deaths, but a knight commanded silence. He then announced the arrival of the Archduke. The villagers were stunned. That's him, the one who toppled the Marquis the moment he entered the city. A stranger whispered in awe. The residents knew Ethan had saved their city, ending the Marquis's reign. Then, like a legend come to life, the Duke appeared. He stood before them all, addressing the people of Port. Not only did the Marquis of Kargas violate our sacred contract, he also illegally stole the property of the residents. He declared, your families and friends suffered because of his actions. Some even had to say goodbye to their lives. Ethan's voice rang out. The head of House Ardan. Ethan will restore all tax rates to normal. As for Helmut and his sons, by ancestral law, I strip them of their status, of Marquis and all their titles, and I sentence them to death. The locals erupted in cheers. Glory to Ardan. The joyous crowd roared. Glory to the Duke. The scene shifts to the guillotine. Is all of this true, the Duchess asked. She was amazed that Ethan had captured the entire Kargas family. Lawrence confirmed it was all true. The very day he arrived in port, he seized the Marquis. Now, he is restoring order to the city. His advisor continued. Wow. But if he sentences a member of the Senate, won't the other 7 clans interfere? The Duchess asked, concerned. Lawrence reassured her. Do not worry. His lordship has already calculated every possible outcome, Lawrence added. I see. You said you arrived in the carriage bound for port. The Duchess inquired, asking him to continue the conversation. Let's speak on the way there, Lawrence agreed. But this knight with you? Who is he? The advisor asked, realizing he'd forgotten introductions amidst the chaos. The knight replied, I am the Duchess's escort knight. Lawrence's eyes widened. This was the man the Duke had mentioned, sent by the Marquis of Bessus, as a symbol of their new alliance. The counselor mused. The knight said he would ride on horseback and asked Lawrence, and to get into the carriage with the Duchess. I'll follow behind with the other knights accompanying me, he added. They agreed. So that's it, the Duchess mused. As long as Ethan uses this factional structure, his strategy is safe. She then turned to her companion. Did you mention you are an assistant? She asked, thanking Lawrence for his help. You've answered so many questions. I couldn't grasp the full situation until now, but I still have so many more. Oh, the Duchess looked a little embarrassed. You have such a sharp memory. And you are also very kind to me. The advisor insisted she was exaggerating. He asked her to speak to him more casually, as he was a subject of the Duke. Oh, may I really do that? The Duchess asked. When Lawrence confirmed, Ethan's sister smiled. That's wonderful. She was glad Lawrence was the Duke's trusted man. It feels like I've gained another little brother, the delighted Duchess exclaimed. She hoped they could become good friends. Lawrence was completely bewildered. How can someone so noble and refined act so warmly towards me, he wondered. The Duke is the same. It seems the entire Ardon family is like this. They soon arrived at their destination. The coachman halted the horses. She was overjoyed to see Ethan, who greeted her. She was taken aback by the sheer size of the castle. Fulton stepped forward to greet the Duke. I have heard much about you from Master Geron.
I am Fulton, sent by Marcus Bessus to accompany you. He introduced himself. Ethan returned the pleasantries.
But suddenly, the Duke felt a subtle surge of mana. He's secretly using it to probe me, Ethan thought, amused. He's skilled at hiding his mana flow. An ordinary knight would never notice. But I am no ordinary knight, the Duke reflected.
Fulton was visibly baffled. Ethan gauged the knight's power to be around rank 6. So Marcus Bessus went to great lengths to send.
Someone of this caliber, the Duke reasoned. He then ordered Lawrence to prepare a room for Fulton. Yes, my lord, the advisor replied. Fulton thanked them, but inside, he was reeling. It's strange. The amount of mana he has is only 2nd rank, so how could a knight of his rank so easily dispel my mana probe? Fulton thought. Just then, a nurse asked Ethan if there was any news. She inquired about Myers, and the Duke said that he had sent him a letter. Ethan then led his sister to her room. Wow, this is my room. He asked if she liked the room, overwhelmed. His sister asked if it was truly all right for her to use such a magnificent space. Everything in this room? It's so extravagant, she remarked. But Ethan simply stated, the Duchess of Arden should only use the very best. His sister's eyes widened in surprise. The Duke then informed her that her management lessons would commence tomorrow. What do you think of that, he asked. Management. What is that exactly, she inquired. Yes, if you don't mind, I would like your help. In that area, the Duke explained. He made it clear that if his sister didn't want to, she was free to refuse. How could I possibly refuse? The Duchess asked, her voice filled with resolve. Ethan, you do so much for me. It's time I helped you. I don't know if I'll be any good, but I will try my best to become your support, she declared. The Duke thanked her, then added that he would assign another knight to protect her.
She was taken aback. Instead of Fulton, the Duke simply told her to get some rest, and that they would
see each other at dinner. Wait, his sister called out. What do you mean, she wondered as Ethan left. He had assigned her Knight of the 6th rank. This was no mere swordsman. This was a warrior who had begun to understand the very essence of the sword. A 6th rank knight, the Duke thought, measuring his own strength. He knew such a warrior could accomplish far more than he could right now. The reason Count Lugon and Shimon are so calm, he mused, is because they have several knights of this rank. Ethan knew he wasn't strong enough yet to stand against them all. After all, he had only truly begun his training a month ago. Sir, it's me, the Duke announced at Fulton's door, asking to enter. Fulton was visibly surprised by the Duke's sudden visit. Can you spare me a moment? Ethan asked. Yes, although I haven't even unpacked my things, Fulton replied. If it doesn't bother you, then please come in, he added. After being thanked, the knight asked, What brings you here, your grace? Ethan said he had a proposition. Saying this at the castle gates would have been improper, but I believe the time is right, the Duke continued. Knowing Fulton already sensed what was coming, the knight asked directly, What is the gist of this offer? You were also curious about my abilities, weren't you? Ethan returned with a challenge. I would like to learn a technique from you. There is still time before dinner. How do you like this suggestion the Duke proposed? The meaning was clear he was asking the knight for a duel. Meanwhile, the Duchess, lost in her reading, realized it was already lunchtime. That's right, the sun is already setting, her subordinate noted, suggesting they eat together. It may only be for a day, but today you are my guest, the Duchess insisted. The knight asked if such a thing was truly allowed. Of course, she replied. It is an honor, but I'm rather embarrassed in front of Sir Felton. the knight confessed. In front of Sir Falton, the Duchess asked. Confused, the knight then revealed the shocking truth. The Duke had offered Fulton a duel. Ethan's sister was stunned. At that very moment, their battle was already in full swing. What can I do? His sister worried helplessly. Ethan braced himself and launched his attack on Fulton. He felt it was a solid strike. Well then, the Duke thought with a smirk. Shall we increase the pace? His mana flared, burning with a brilliant flame as he prepared his next assault. Fulton dodged the blow. The Duke attacked again. His attack speed is faster than I imagined, the knight thought. If I hesitate, I'll be the one to get hurt. Ethan thrust his sword toward Fulton, only to find the knight had vanished. Well then, the Duke thought, a thrill coursing through him. The main character instantly sensed an attack from behind. Ethan twisted, barely managing to evade the strike. Fulton continued his relentless assault. How can he restore mana from a broken core and control it again? Fulton wondered in disbelief. He knew an ordinary person could never do such a thing. Also, how does the Duke manifest abilities that exceed his available mana? The knight continued to ponder. The principles of their world stated that a knight's strength and speed, ki, depended directly on their mana. Their rank was determined by that very measurement.
But Fulton had never met anyone like Ethan. He didn't know that the fragments scattered throughout Ethan's body
held the very essence of flame. Each piece served as a miniature clot of mana. This allowed him to transmit power
throughout his body faster and more accurately than anyone squeezing it from a single core. Fulton concentrated his own mana.
Ethan slid back from the force. A bit heavy, he commented. Fulton was astonished. What is he talking about? To be able to do something like that with so much mana is amazing, the knight said. Ethan was thrilled to face a worthy opponent. He hadn't felt this way since he first started learning the sword. Now, the Duke declared, we fight in earnest. Ethan activated the 8 rings technique. A powerful aura exploded around him. Fulton was utterly taken aback. He couldn't understand how the Duke's mana pool had just increased so dramatically. A flash of light appeared in Ethan's eyes as he charged Fulton. The knight activated his own mana flow, and a fierce battle erupted between them. The people watching were in shock. Duke Ethan. He already showed unprecedented abilities when he fought us. This is just amazing, one of the men uttered, amazed that the Duke's skills had grown so much in just a couple of days. Fulton pressed his attack, determined to discover the true limits of the Duke's power. But in a flash, the knight's sword was sent flying. Ethan was utterly stunned. I lost, Fulton declared. The Duke simply acknowledged he couldn't win. It was a good fight, Ethan added. The knight thanked him respectfully. Listen, Duke, he said, and Ethan turned his full attention to him. During that battle, your strength and speed increased dramatically. You weren't fighting seriously. From the start, were you the knight asked? The Duke revealed it was a special technique unique to his family. Wow, a technique like that? It's just incredible, Fulton exclaimed. If you had such a skill, I never even stood a chance. The Duke continued his explanation. Ethan, pleased with the duel, thanked Fulton for his time.
What are you saying? On the contrary, I am the one who is grateful, the knight replied, his mind racing.
Fulton realized he had gravely miscalculated. He only wanted to test the rumors about the Duke's ability. He never imagined it was this real. The knight mused to himself. Those techniques, his movements, they were flawless. It was like watching a textbook come to life. Yet at the same time, some of his moves defied all conventional swordsmanship. Fulton was shaken by this masterful display. After I reached the 6th level, I wandered aimlessly for so long, he thought, recalling the last 5 years. The knight felt a surge of frustration, unable to break through to the next level despite his relentless efforts. Fulton knew with certainty that in just 6 months, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Ethan. He figured Ethan's only weakness was the time it took to accumulate mana. The knight then called out, Your Grace, you said you learned a trick from me today, but I also learned a great deal from you, Fulton declared. He then asked if they could arrange another duel someday. Ethan was surprised by the request. A man of his caliber could be famous. But instead, he chooses the path of learning. That was the Duke's assessment. Ethan replied that he was always ready for another fight. Fulton's eyes lit up. After seeing your sword, technique, something inside me has awakened, the knight thought. Ethan told Fulton that when he had a moment to spare, he would teach him a thing or two. Thank you for accepting my offer, despite my rude behavior earlier, Fulton said with a bow. The Duke then gave him 2 conditions. First, to accompany his sister, and second, to train with him. Ethan, a sharp voice called out. The Duke froze, shocked to see his sister storming toward them. How can you not let a man who has come all this way even rest, she scolded furiously. The Duchess told Ethan he was being impolite. He tried to explain himself, but she wasn't having it. I have no idea what goes on in that head of his, the knight thought. The Duchess continued to lecture her brother. The scene shifts to Ethan's estate, where a man asked Fulton if it was true that the Duke's abilities were on par with his own. The knight confirmed it was. He was still in awe of how powerful Ethan truly was. Fulton explained that the Duke has immense potential. His strength and speed didn't just exceed my expectations. He has a special mana control technique.
That is far beyond his current level, the knight reported. Fulton admitted it was the first time he'd ever witnessed such an ability.
Well done, a man named Bloon replied. From now on, report every single detail about the Duke to me. Fulton agreed to follow the order. The knight then added a critical piece of information for his next report. The Duke was in a coma for a long time. Yet now, he can break through the manosphere itself. The Marquis processed this revelation. He thought that the Duke's
power could already be compared to a 6th rank knight. So far, the Duke had shown incredible resourcefulness.
It seems his combat sense is far greater than I imagined, Bloon continued to think. The Marquis realized that when Ethan finally made his move, he couldn't afford to just stand by. He turned to his subordinate, ordering him to quickly gather a list of items and send them to Fulton along with a letter. The subordinate immediately went to carry out the order. I am now convinced, Bloon thought, the Duke is capable of bringing about great change in the Kingdom of Hyder. He believed that in this case, it was the perfect time to strengthen the alliance between their two families. Suddenly, alarms blared through the night. Members of the Sahai. 8 gates have escaped from prison. All units, except for the fire suppression team, are to pursue the fugitives. A knight shouted. He ordered his men to capture every last one of them. They're heading that way. Follow them, quickly. Another man cried out, hiding behind a tree. Hans watched the knights swarm past. He muttered about how they barely made it out of there. Where do we go now, he wondered. In that moment, a hand grabbed him, pulling him into the shadows. Be quiet, a man whispered. The Count sent me to escort you. He told Hans to follow him to a safe location. Hans readily agreed. They disappeared into the darkness. Hans knew this was all going according to plan. We are then shown a memory of Hans. But, do you really have to do this? Ethan's subordinate asked. Lawrence replied that it was absolutely necessary. To lower the Count's guard. It will be difficult, but you must endure it. The Duke's advisor added. I'm not some common prisoner. There's a limit to this, he fumed. Lawrence had warned him that the Count was a ruthless man. He cast aside Baron Kargas as if he were a lizard shedding its tail. Despite his years of loyal service, Lawrence continued, confident the Earl would never believe the truth. Hans asked how much longer he had to endure this. It will be over soon, the Duke's advisor assured him. A commotion was planned at the Canentu, 8th gate that very night. At that exact moment, Lawrence explained, we will send someone to help you escape. As soon as you are free, you will rendezvous with one of the pursuers. And just like that, Ethan's subordinate saw it all unfold. The man pointed towards their destination. We've arrived, he declared. They were now in a secure underground shelter. Hans offered his thanks for the rescue. Once inside, he was told to hide. What happened to you, his contact asked. Hans began his tale of the Duke capturing him, throwing him into a dungeon, and subjecting him to brutal torture. Seeing Hans's wounds, the man was convinced. These wounds are deep. You need immediate treatment, he urged. But Hans pushed the concern aside. I'm fine, he insisted. I must contact the Count immediately. The man was startled. Hans explained his crystal ball was taken from him. Please, you must help me. This is a matter of extreme urgency. Hans pleaded. The man finally relented. He promised to establish contact with the Count at once. Meanwhile, back in the Duke's domain, Ethan was getting a report. He asked about Hans's condition. Lawrence confirmed everything was proceeding according to their master plan. Good. Now the Count will finally get serious, Ethan stated. The Duke then inquired about estate management. His advisor reported that they were already recruiting new managers to replace the many who had been expelled. Ethan simply left the matter to Lawrence. The counselor then noticed the letter in the Duke's hand. It's from the Marquis of Bloon. Ethan revealed. The Duke surmised that Fulton had reported everything to the Marquis. Is there anything special, Lawrence inquired? Indeed, Ethan smirked. In this letter, Bloon mentioned sending me a gift to move the plan forward as quickly as possible. The Duke saw the true meaning. Bloon was proposing an alliance. A gift to speed things up, Lawrence mused. 10 to 1, Ethan declared. It's a miracle cure. He explained that a miracle cure is a legendary plant containing an immense concentration of mana. The plant absorbs this power directly from the air. By processing it, a miracle cure is created. If you consume it, the Duke continued, you can gather mana at an incredible speed, refilling your core. My skills and knowledge are already beyond the usual, Ethan thought to himself. He understood that he only needed time and mana to reach the level he once held in his past life. If my mana increases from this medicine, the fire element within me will become even more intense, he considered. The heat radiating from his sword would be incomparable to what it was before. An ordinary sword would not withstand such heat, it would simply melt. Before the Marcus's gift arrived, Ethan had to go somewhere. He assigned Menhart and 3 other knights to guard duty. He also warned Lawrence to be on his guard. The counselor asked where the Duke was headed. I need to acquire something, Ethan stated, not elaborating further. Handle things while I am away, the Duke commanded. He revealed his mission to obtain a weapon capable of withstanding his overwhelming mana. After forging a new blade, he would return. The story then moves to Lone, the capital, where Count Lugan was furious. He put on a show, acting as if the head of the faction took the death of a subordinate too lightly. So the Duke can kill his own men and no one cares, the Count roared. Shimon told him to calm down. If the Duke truly committed murder, what do you think will happen? Shimon asked coolly. The king and the 7 clans will demand we take responsibility. Our estates. No, our very heads will be on the line, he warned. The Count hoped that was exactly what would happen. And you will be the one responsible, Lugan thought. He knew exactly why the Duke had struck down Kargas. He knows you've been plotting against him all this time, the Count continued his inner monologue. And he knows it was your idea to try and destroy him. Now I just need to add fuel to the fire and watch you two tear each other apart, the Count schemed. Pathetic worm. Shimon thought to himself, do you really think I can't see through your little plans? Just then, Hans reported to the Count that everything had worked out. Shimon was pleased. Tell me the details, he commanded. Ethan's supposed subordinate explained that during the torture, he was questioned about Count Shimon. I immediately saw my chance, he said, and deceived him by passing on false information about the faction, exactly as planned. Hans confirmed. Shimon praised him, his trust well placed. The Count was satisfied with the outcome. So, the Duke's next target is Baron Romant, he mused. Enjoy it while you can? Lugana. Milan. The Count schemed. The world is full of dungeons, powerful places where mana gathers into swirling vortexes. These whirlpools of energy attract wild monsters, who gather in packs, giving birth to dungeons. In such places, the mana mutates the monsters, causing magic crystals to form inside them. These crystals fuel all kinds of magical arts, while the dungeons themselves become legendary treasure troves. It's been a while, Ethan thought, staring at the familiar landscape. There has to be a dungeon nearby, he realized. Of course, crystals and treasure are tempting. But right now, finding that special metal is my top priority, the Duke resolved. Just then, a knight blocked his path, ordering him to halt. The road to the village is closed. The knight demanded to know Ethan's purpose here, but the Duke simply declared that he was no ordinary man. Open the gates, he commanded, revealing his family's crest. Even if you belong to a noble faction, the knight warned. Not just anyone can enter here, but his eyes widened at the symbol emblazoned on Ethan's relic. He saw the unmistakable pattern of golden flames, the legendary symbol of the Duchy of Arden. Could you be the Duke of Arden? He stammered. Ethan met his gaze. What of it? The knight bowed deeply. I will open the gates at once. He ordered another knight to fetch the village elder. As Ethan walked forward, he felt a strange tension in the air. Why is such a wide street completely deserted, he wondered? And why are the residents' eyes filled with such dread? Ethan sensed the locals were wary of him. Or perhaps their faces were etched with pure fear. He asked the knight where the village elder was. My apologies, Your Grace. A soldier has been sent for him. He will be here shortly, the knight replied. I'll go to him myself, the Duke stated firmly. Lead the way. Soon, the elder stood before the Duke, recounting a chilling tale. One of our village hunters witnessed it firsthand. He was hunting near the old mine, same as always, the elder explained. When suddenly, a bizarre sound echoed from within. The hunter thought it sounded like a pickaxe. Curious to see who was making such a noise, he crept closer to the mine's entrance. And there, he saw something that defied belief. An army of skeletons stood before him. Dozens of them. The elder trembled, all working with hoes and pickaxes. Ethan was startled. You mean the literal dead? Yes, Your Grace. They were undeniably skeletons, the elder insisted. I was so terrified, I didn't dare go inside, but I could clearly hear the clanging of their tools. Ethan processed this. How strange. The only thing of value in an abandoned mine is ore, the Duke considered. He knew this mine contained Ethan. It wasn't as potent as mithril, but it was far harder than steel. Its properties resonated strongly with mana, making Ethan a prized material for crafting magic tools. But according to his knowledge, this metal wasn't supposed to be discovered for another couple of years. Someone else knows about it. What could they possibly be looking for in a forgotten mine, judging by the elder's reaction? The villagers are still unaware of the mineral's existence. So, I must first confirm if Ethan is their true objective. But there's a bigger problem. The Duke realized only one kind of being has the power to summon and control dozens of skeletons. A dark magician. And if a lich is involved, Ethan knew, then this situation is far more dangerous than he imagined.
A lich is a creature served by high-ranking undead, an entire army of them.
With my current power, he admitted, I stand no chance against a lich's forces. I might have to abandon the Ephon after all. First, I need to see this for myself, Ethan announced. He turned to the elder. Where is this mine? This way, Your Grace. Following the directions, the main character went to investigate. And finally, he found it. He could hear it now, the faint, but unmistakable, sound of tools striking rock. He was shocked. There wasn't even a barrier. This mage must be overconfident in their power. Ethan surmised. The elder claimed he reported the undead to the Baron, but I never saw any such documents. If the elder is telling the truth, then Helmut broke our contract and buried the report. Did he knowingly allow a lich to appear in his own territory? Ethan's mind raced. No, there has to be something else at play here. His attention snapped back to the sounds of pickaxes. From his vantage point, he could see the entire horde of skeletons. And the ore they were mining? I knew it. It's Ethan, he thought. He couldn't believe his luck. This was his true target. Then his gaze locked onto a cloaked figure. From the sinister aura pulsing from it, that must be the dark mage controlling them. A wave of relief washed over him. It's no lich, just a simple dark mage. I can easily take the Ethan for myself. Who are you? The mage demanded. Does a man about to die really need to know? Ethan replied coolly. I don't know who you are, but you're certainly not afraid to run your mouth. Cease this insolence, the magician shrieked. I'll turn you into one of my skeletons. Duke Ethan was in utter shock, his eyes unable to process what he was seeing. The air grew heavy with tension. Answer me, he demanded. Where did you learn the dragon? Breath technique. At Ethan's words, the mage let out a crazed laugh. The Duke narrowed his eyes. What's so funny? You even know its name, the mage sneered. In that case, I absolutely cannot let you live. With a roar, he shouted, Die!
A torrent of dark magic shot forward, but Ethan dodged it with ease. The Duke was surprised to see chains forged from pure mana. He was astounded by the sheer amount of magic poured into this.
Technique. How do you like it? My dark magic chain crushed even a rank 5 knight, the mage boasted. He assumed the Duke was just another mercenary sent by the villagers. How truly unlucky for you. To give up your life for a mere pittance, the magician sneered. I'll kill you, drain every last drop of your mana, and turn you into my loyal skeleton. Subordinate. What a strange fellow, the Duke mused. He could sense the mage's mana was at the 5th level, but his technique was clumsy, unrefined. Besides, he thought, he doesn't even know how to conceal its flow. And just like that, Ethan spotted the magic chain's fatal flaw. Gotcha, the mage roared, thinking victory was his as the chains ensnared Ethan. The Duke was taken aback as his own weapon was destroyed. I told you, I defeated a 5th-ranked knight with this, the mage gloated. You're no fun to fight at all, he whined. Ethan simply replied, You talk too much. The mage froze in shock as Ethan cut through. His chains. No. Wait, did you just break my chains? The mage shrieked. He knew Ethan hadn't just used his sword. He had cut
off the very flow of mana fueling the spell. As Ethan advanced, the mage started to panic.
This is no time to gape in surprise, he thought frantically, reciting a new incantation.
Pitch black, he screamed. Darkness erupted, but Ethan strode right toward him. I can handle these little tricks easily, the Duke
declared. With a flash of his sword, Ethan tore through the mage's defenses. The sorcerer couldn't understand what was happening. My subordinates, help me, he commanded. Skeletons clawed their way from the earth, charging Ethan. You can't attack me and fight them. Off at the same time, the mage cackled with glee. Now, but Ethan simply focused his mana. Blinding flames erupted around the Duke, sending the skeletons flying in every direction. The mage was paralyzed with fear. Ethan's technique struck true, piercing the mage's heart. The Duke slammed him into the wall with overwhelming force. He had finally confirmed it. The mage's mana pool was located right next to his heart. The mage let out a blood-curdling scream. Ethan recognized it instantly. This method of mana control was the same as the dragon races. I learned this information in my previous life. While researching dragons to fight them, the Duke recalled, instead of using the mana
pool in the lower abdomen, they control it with their heart, a technique they called the dragon's heart.
He was surprised the mage had combined a breathing technique with it. I ask you again, where did you learn this technique? Ethan's voice was like ice. Judging by this crude mix of human and dragon methods, you couldn't have invented this alone. The main character deduced that a dragon must have taught the mage. Your reaction says it all. Ethan continued coldly. He ordered him, "Tell me everything you know about this breathing technique." The Duke pointed out that if the mage remained silent, his suffering would only intensify. "I don't know where you came from." "But you're quite strong." "Yes," the mage coughed. "However, the order will exist forever." "Stop it," he shrieked, as a violent explosion erupted from within him. The entire mine began to shake violently. Ethan's mana flared to life, creating a protective barrier. "This is dangerous," the Duke noted. "If I hadn't left the mana of the 8 rings, there would be nothing left of me," Ethan added. He finally understood. The breathing technique he mentioned. It belonged to the Order, a pseudo-religion from his past life. The Duke remembered them clearly. Groups of fanatics, obsessed with the overwhelming power of the dragon race, who eventually began to worship and serve them. A dark wizard, following the teachings of the Order. The Baron's lost records.
A breathing technique that combines human and dragon arts? The pieces of the puzzle were slowly clicking into place for Ethan.
This is all very complicated, he thought, but I doubt he's the only one of them in this vast duchy. A chilling thought struck him. Members of the dragon race might have already infiltrated his lands. A cold fury burned within Ethan. How dare they hide in the territory of Arden? The main character knew that after creating his sword, he would have a lot of work to do. The story shifts focus, telling us about the dwarves, a race living deep underground in the mountains, masters of metal, precious stones, and intricate tools. The skill of even the most outstanding human craftsman is just child's play compared to their legendary abilities. Humans have always been amazed by these skills, and many have tried to use them for their own selfish purposes, to capture them and force them into servitude. Because of this, the dwarves began to hide from the world, living in remote places no one knew existed. Before the Great War with the dragons and the formation of the Grand Alliance, the dwarves were never seen again. Their techniques nearly lost to history. This connection proved invaluable during the war, the Duke recalled. Thinking of the friendships he'd forged, he had discovered their settlement right here. So what in the world happened, Ethan wondered. The main character scanned the area, not seeing a single warrior. It was as if this place had been deserted for ages. My greatest challenge was supposed to be convincing them to craft a sword for me, but now I can't find a single dwarf. They're the only ones who can handle Ephron, Ethan thought. There was no one else. The dwarf finally turned to him. He demanded to know why the Duke had come. Ethan replied he was here to place an order. Then he asked where all the other dwarves had gone. The dwarf looked at him, completely baffled. "What are you talking about?" "I'm sure there are plenty of master craftsmen in your own city," the dwarf added dismissively. But Ethan didn't understand. "The dwarves left this place to find work long ago," he explained. The dwarf then asked, "You truly didn't know?"
Are there still people so out of touch? The Duke pressed him, asking where they all went. Try looking in the north, the dwarf grumbled.
The city of Creston should be swarming with them. Dwarves who despised humans had gone to a human city. The Duke was shocked. Ethan thanked him, offering a bottle of fine liquor. The dwarf's eyes lit up. "You're a sharp one," he grinned. "May the hammer's blessing be with you," the dwarf added. Elsewhere, Madney was in disbelief. "You broke it again?" "What is this? You're a duke." "You can do anything, can't you?" Madney asked skeptically. He questioned if Ethan even knew how to handle a blade. He had never seen someone wear out a sword so quickly. When the topic of money came up, Madney grew stern.
Don't do anything reckless, kid. Just who do you think you are? Madney scoffed. Better to buy me some wine and wait a month.
He gave his word as a blacksmith he would forge a superior weapon. As far as I know, dwarves care little for human status.
Their passion is for crafting weapons, not chasing coin. But now, he says they left for work. The Duke pondered this mystery. Someone was trying to get his attention. Athan finally turned. His knight was there. "Your Grace, are you all right?" the knight asked with concern. The Duke reassured him. "My apologies for making you worry," Athan added. The knight seemed overwhelmed. "It's a great honor that you came to see me personally." Your Grace Athan was amused by his reaction. The main character noticed the bustling street. "Is it always this noisy here?" he asked. The knight began explaining the local dwarves' prowess. Fall for a clever merchant's trick, and you'll be left penniless, he warned. But the knight quickly added that Athan had nothing to fear. "I will guide you to a trustworthy place. Your Grace." The knight was confident Athan would be more than satisfied. The Duke thanked him. He led him to a remarkable establishment. "This blacksmith shop is famous for its unmatched quality," the knight announced. "It is called Steel and Fire." The Duke was stunned by the massive queue snaking out of the shop. "I wonder if we'll even get inside today," he murmured.
The knight told him to wait right there. I will try to speak with them. A dwarf was shouting at the crowd to get in line. Hey, you... That bag of yours feels important. He grunted, eyeing Ethan.
You've got precious Ephron in there, but this forge can't handle it, not without ruining its unique properties, the dwarf declared.
Ethan was astonished that the dwarf identified the ore instantly. His eyes were incredibly sharp.
How much do you know of Ephraim, the Duke asked. You're asking me how much I know, the dwarf bellowed in disbelief.
He let out a booming laugh that echoed down the entire street. Ephraim enhances the properties of mana by converting it. That means it must be smelted at an impossibly high temperature, making it a nightmare to work with, the dwarf proclaimed. However, the more intense the heat, the higher its quality and potential for magic items becomes.
And the widow's hot pressing method can perfect its accuracy right before the metal crystallizes, the dwarf finished with a flourish.
He then added, You're asking the wrong question. You should have asked if there's any dwarf who knows Ephraim so better than I do. The dwarf's answer was a resounding no. He declared that no such master exists. I guarantee there isn't a single dwarf in this world who knows more about Ephraim than me, the master boasted. The knight returned, telling Athen he could now enter, having informed them of his important status. The knight then froze. Master, what are you doing here? So the knight knew him. Atheon spoke the dwarf's name, Master Porin. The dwarf gasped in shock. You're the Duke of Arden, the one who was in a coma. Porin continued, his eyes wide. The hero who captured Kargas the moment he awoke. Atheon noted how Porin's attitude shifted instantly upon learning his identity. The dwarves he knew were never like this.
I much preferred your insolent attitude from before, the Duke stated calmly. The angry knight turned on Porin. How dare you treat the master with such disrespect, he yelled. Atheon simply said, I wish to entrust my order to this master.
The knight was completely bewildered. The main character just smiled. Don't worry, and if you would, please deliver this letter, model, to the P.O. Castle, and make it swift. The knight vowed to obey, but turned to his duke with a warning. Be wary of this dwarf, my lord. He has a criminal past. Ethan's eyes narrowed. The dwarf then began his tale.
It all began about 10 years ago. I had a rival, a man named William. We were both renowned craftsmen in the capital.
The kingdom issued a royal decree, seeking blacksmiths to serve the palace directly.
I was certain of my skills. In fact, William knew as well as I did that my artistry was on another level.
I poured my soul into my work, spending sleepless nights forging a true masterpiece. But in the end, it was a crushing defeat. The dwarf's voice grew bitter. William had bribed the judges, but that alone wasn't enough to satisfy his greed. He framed me for cheating. And just like that, my life was ruined. Paperin then looked the Duke in the eye. As you can see, this old forge is on its last legs. But I will craft a weapon for you, completely free of charge. The dwarf shouted with passion. All I ask is this. If the weapon pleases you, my clan will sign an exclusive contract with your house. I'm betting the last shred of my future. On you, Ethan considered the desperate proposal. And what if I don't like it? Then you can take my head right here and now, Paperin declared. The Duke smirked. In that case, I have no reason to refuse. Show me what you can do. A deal was struck, and a fire lit up in the dwarf's eyes. Just give me 3 days. That is all I need to forge the greatest sword you have ever seen. The Duke was taken aback. Only 3 days, no matter how skilled. Dwarves are known for working alone. Can you truly accomplish this by yourself? Paperin grinned. That's where you're mistaken. Do you know the one thing I learned? From that snake, William, he asked, as other dwarves emerged from the shadows. True pride isn't just in your own skill, it's in the strength of the allies you trust, the dwarf declared. So, go ahead and prepare that contract. The Flame Hammer Forge, a confident Paperin announced, is about to create its finest masterpiece, just for you. Model. The Dwarven Forge roared to life as they began crafting a blade for Ethan. Perrin barked an order to feed all the coal into the machine. When asked about Orba, the dwarf master announced that the sacred metal was beginning to melt. He wondered if everything would be all right using so much solvent. He feared the ancient furnace wouldn't withstand the immense pressure. It doesn't matter. Pour in everything you have, Perrin roared. We'll use every last material and shatter the furnace if we must. But this job will be finished, he vowed. The master artisan announced that molten iron was flowing from the furnace.
Perrin demanded they keep the temperature blazing hot. He stressed that it must be cooled as slowly as possible. Duke Ethan's strength.
Depends on it. With that, the forging began. 3 master craftsmen worked in unison on Ethan's new sword. One dwarf meticulously shaped a component for the Duke's weapon. Another master polished the piece to perfection. Perrin himself continued to forge the blade. Countless hours passed in the creation of the sword. The sun had nearly vanished from the sky.
We did it, the dwarves shouted in triumph. Perrin praised his assistants for their incredible work, a feat they accomplished in just
3 days. The master turned to Ethan, saying he was right on time. Only the final touch remains, he added. You said it was ready. The Duke replied.
That applies to normal swords, but this one is special, Perrin countered. He explained to Ethan that the finishing touch was
a mana spell. The Duke was intrigued. He'd never heard of such a thing. The dwarf master explained the ritual. It's the process of pouring your mana into the sword, he said. My mana, the main character asked. Yes, try to infuse the blade with your power. If the sword can withstand your spell, Perrin added, then it is truly ready. Ethan was amazed at the weapon's properties. It was impossibly light for its size. It felt smooth yet unbelievably strong at the same time. A perfect fusion of power and grace.
The moment I channel my mana, it drinks it in eagerly, he thought. The Duke then asked the dwarves to step aside.
I'll handle this now, he declared. He unleashed the Ardon clan's #1 secret technique, Fire Sword. The dwarf master stared in absolute shock. He watched the flames erupting from Ethan. Is that the Ardon fire mana? He mused. It's far hotter than I imagined.
Perrin ordered all the dwarves to fall back to avoid being incinerated. Ethan felt a surge of satisfaction at the sword's reaction.
This was a weapon that could finally keep up with him. With this, the Duke wondered, can I ascend to the highest level? Brilliant flames engulfed the entire forge, followed by a blinding flash. The dwarves could only watch the inferno in awe. When the light faded, Ethan inspected his blade, completely satisfied. The Duke was ecstatic with his new weapon.
When I return, I will send you the materials, the people, and the contract, Ethan promised. The Duke officially welcomed the master into the Ardon clan.
The scene then shifts to a dark dungeon. So, the undead on the estate were dealt with, Manhwa mused. I never realized the Baron was that powerful. Lawrence, the advisor, clarified the situation. The Duke asked us to investigate a dark magician, one who can control the undead.
Perhaps that person knows more than they're letting on, the advisor added. The Baron may be gone.
But someone served him for many long years. Lawrence's piercing gaze landed on the Baron's former butler. We have some questions for a certain subordinate, he said coldly. Are you addressing me? The butler stammered. You know of Fell Village, Lawrence stated. His voice was sharp. And you know of the plea made by its residents, don't you? The butler admitted he knew of the village. Then why did the Baron ignore their request and hide the truth? Lawrence pressed. You see, I don't know the details. The butler trembled. But sometimes, when I worked in the Baron's office, a man in a black robe would suddenly appear, without any warning, in the middle of the room. The butler continued, saying that whenever the robed man appeared, he was immediately ordered to leave the room. He was certain the Baron followed every single one of the robed man's orders. It seems his choice to hide the truth about Fell Village was not his own, the butler finished. He then recalled a time he had walked back into the room unexpectedly. He called for the Baron, but was ignored. Instead, he heard his master ask the robed figure, "How many mages are there?" Those were the exact words I heard. Mages! Lawrence's mind raced. If the door never opened, then it couldn't have been invisibility magic. The Duke's advisor thought deeply. The butler insisted that he heard nothing else. There are techniques that use shadows. And spells, Lawrence reasoned. In that moment, both he and the butler understood what was happening. Lawrence's theory became clear. He informed Manhwa the interrogation was over. You seem to have caught a new lead, the knight observed. The Duke's advisor told Manhwa to search the entire county. Gather any knights who can help you, he ordered. Lawrence knew they had to complete this investigation before the Duke's return. Suddenly, a watchman's cry echoed from the walls. The knight announced Ethan's arrival and demanded the gates be opened. The army greeted their lord with reverence. Lawrence approached Ethan immediately. How was your journey? He asked. Fine, nothing happened. What is the situation? Were there any issues while I was gone? Ethan inquired. On the contrary, my lord. Your relatives were surprisingly quiet, his advisor replied. Ethan was relieved. He then turned to Lawrence. And what of the request I sent in my letter? The advisor confirmed they were already investigating the matter. Excellent. I will review it immediately, the Duke declared. Lawrence informed him that all the relevant documents were waiting on his desk. Ethan wasted no time, diving into the reports. Spatial magic, he murmured, his eyes scanning the first page. The number of mages in the county capable of this is approximately 50. The full details were contained in the attached files as the Duke read on. He looked up at his counselor. Lawrence, are you absolutely certain about this data? Ethan pressed. The advisor stood firm.
I personally verified these findings with the knights. The Duke considered this. The investigation's contents seemed perfectly logical.
There were no mistakes. Yet, the final conclusion was simply staggering. Spatial magic and teleportation. Ethan thought to himself. An incredibly convenient power, to be sure. But the mana consumption is astronomical. That's why most mages avoided using it. The Duke recalled that it was once a primary method of travel for aristocrats in the great cities. They would purchase incredibly expensive crystals to create permanent teleportation gates. But for 50 individuals to be using spatial magic freely, Ethan's mind raced. Then, a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Could this be related to the dark magician from the abandoned mine? He remembered that mage's mana signature was unusually high. A practitioner of dark magic, combined with the Dragon Man's breathing technique, an ability that could amplify one's mana in a short burst. If a method like this could be learned so easily, then every mage would possess an immense pool of mana. The Duke knew this was the heart of the issue, though it was only a guess. The real problem was now clear. He mused. Among these 50 people, there must be someone connected to the Order. Later, a knight's eyes went wide upon seeing the Duke's new weapon. Is that the new sword? You ordered... What is it? He asked, captivated. Ethan explained that it was a masterwork, forged by the greatest dwarven blacksmith. It's so exceptional I brought it straight to Arden Manor, the Duke added. Incredibly light, yet expertly crafted. You can't underestimate dwarven skill, he continued. Then Ethan made a surprising offer. I could ask him to make a sword for you, as well. The knight was completely taken aback. The Duke simply stated, You are guarding my sister. Consider it a small reward for your efforts. The knight, however, protested. It is my duty, my lord. In fact, sometimes it feels as though I have too much free time. Changing the subject, the Duke asked, And how is my sister? The knight reported that the Archduchess has been handling administrative affairs alongside Flexen lately. He noted that despite her inexperience, she is proving to be very capable. Even Mr. Flexen has acknowledged her ability, the knight added. He says she's a remarkably fast learner. Ethan was overjoyed to hear this news, and he thanked the knight sincerely. The man then remembered his other duty. Marcus Bloon sent this gift for you, the knight explained. The Duke opened the box to find a special pill designed to dramatically increase the user's mana. He thought. It seems he's decided my mana reserves are still insufficient.
So a pill like this would be the most effective gift for me. The Duke had to admit, the Marquis was remarkably observant.
During his last journey, he had successfully infused the essence of flame into his mana fragments, which then spread to
all the vital points in his body. The Duke knew that if his mana pool increased after taking this pill, he would be
ready for the third stage of the Black Flame Breath, without a second's hesitation. He swallowed it. The main character had begun, the absorption phase of the Black Flame. And now, I will face a pain beyond all imagination, the Duke resolved. He was certain that with his current mana, he could withstand it. First, I must activate the Black Flame. To its absolute maximum, he thought. Once my mana is heated enough to melt iron, my body will absorb the superheated steam. And I will experience an agony as if my very blood and organs are on fire. The Duke steeled himself for the process. He knew that the negative emotions born from that pain would begin to mix and merge with his fire mana. Just as he anticipated, the flames began to burn black. Every mana stream in his body tensed. He prepared himself for the surge. Bright flames erupted, engulfing the entire room. But Ethan felt nothing. Why? Why is there no pain? I should be in agony, as if I'm being burned alive. Did it fail? He wondered. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the flames.
That is not the case at all. Ethan was shocked. Rosha, he called out. How has life been, fire child? She teased. What are you doing here?
Rosha simply smiled. I came to praise you. This wasn't a failure. Far from it. You've ascended a level, and in return, I received pure fire mana, she continued. The fire spirit explained that she was able to revive because of his unique aura. Unlike the others, Rosha added ominously, you were able to avoid the tainted fire. Ethan was utterly confused. Do you mean the Black Flame Breath? The Duke asked. Rosha replied. The black flame you've been using. The one mixed with pain.
Losing its true fire essence. Roroa noted this imperfection would forever limit its growth. The Black Flame Breath was flawed.
Limits, he thought to himself. The Ardon family rose to the top through the sword arts of the Black Flame. Ethan's breathing technique. The Black Flame. It was the very soul of the Ardon clan made manifest, and no one dared question its unstoppable destructive power. Yet, a chilling thought entered his mind. This technique, the essence of my bloodline, is flawed The Duke's thoughts raced. He knew he could never surpass Roroa. In his past life, Ethan believed he had reached the pinnacle of power, only to hit an unbreakable wall. Could it be that the source of that limit was the black flame breath itself? As his mind reeled, Roroa's voice cut through the silence. You seem lost in thought, but I've seen an aura as pure as yours once before, she revealed cryptically. She told Ethan it belonged to the founder of the Ardon family. What did you say? The Duke asked, stunned. The very first head of the Ardon family was Geron Ardon, a genius who not only founded their clan, but became the progenitor of countless others. So much time had passed that nearly all records of him had vanished. Only 2 legends remained. Geron's power transcended reality, and the flames he wielded burned with a pure white light. The white flame, a forgotten memory ignited within Ethan. How could I only remember this now? The Duke wondered. Roroa sensed he'd had a major breakthrough. I will wait, she said, for the day you summon a truly clear flame. Until then, fire child. Though her words were vague, something clicked for the main character. He recalled the founder,
who transcended the clan's limits to summon the white flame. The imperfection of the black flame.
His limitation in his past life. The Duke realized, I couldn't summon the black flame this time, but I completed. The circulation process? Ethan knew with certainty that his moment was coming soon. The scene shifts to the manor of Baron Rayron in the city of Aldrin. A subordinate rushes toward the Baron's office. Urgent news, he cried. He informed the Baron that Duke Arden was preparing an attack on his estate. What? The Baron roared. Wasn't he supposed to be taking revenge on Shaman? A knight urged him to calm down. My lord, I have recently reached the 5-star level, the knight boasted with confidence. I look forward to meeting this Duke. Tell him to come quickly, he added with a contemptuous smirk. Outside, a war horn sounded. The Duke's army was marching on Raren's manor. To Aldrin, Ethan commanded. A fierce duel erupted between the knight and Ethan. The knight could barely parry the Duke's relentless storm of attacks. He couldn't comprehend how Ethan was landing more than 2 hits with a single swing. Impossible. His mana has grown, but for a new technique. To appear as well, the knight panicked. The narrative explains the red flame technique, a skill usable only by Arden members who have mastered the cycle stage. If I mix this with my basic technique, the Duke thought, the knight couldn't believe what he was seeing. A mere sword wouldn't be enough to stop Ethan now. He gathered his power and struck back, but the Duke merely parried the attack, much to the knight's surprise. Ethan's counterattack was instant. The knight was shocked that the Duke's blade sliced right through his sword's aura. But I poured a massive amount of mana into that strike, to force him to dodge, he thought in disbelief. Ethan calmly noted that his opponent's move wasn't a bad call. It did manage to stop my technique, the Duke admitted. This Duke, how has he grown so much in so little time, the knight wondered. He declared, I will have to fight you with everything I have. As if this were a real battle, not a spar. Naturally, Ethan replied coolly, if you think you can handle it. Later, Lawrence presented a strategic plan against Baron Rayron. Ethan was impressed. With this, the Duke stated, not even the king himself could object. Everything is already in motion, my lord, Lawrence confirmed. You need only give the word. Only, the Duke prompted. Lawrence hesitated. The captain of his knight order has reached the 5-star level. Perhaps we should gather more forces, just in case, the advisor asked. The Duke dismissed the concern. There's no need to worry.
Once you are finished here, retreat to a safe place and wait, Ethan ordered. He then informed him that all the battle knights would be accompanying him personally. The Duke's army marched toward Aldrin. The city's residents watched in confusion. What is happening? Is it for tax collection? Some wondered aloud. Then, their eyes fell upon Lawrence and Ethan. A ruler like Kargas squeezes his people dry, Ethan mused grimly. The Duke surveyed the desolate state of the common folk, their faces hollowed out by despair and hardship. With voices laced with fear and suffering, Ethan's voice boomed. Listen, people of Polaris. You have surely heard the news about Baron Kargas, he continued, his voice ringing with authority. Under the royal decree, I have come to personally investigate the state of these lands. The Duke's declaration was clear. If Baron Rayron was found guilty of any wrongdoing, he would face the full extent of the duchy's laws. He then turned to the village elder. Tell me, how has the Baron performed his duties? The old man hesitated. Well, you see, the thing is, the villagers were stunned by the revelation that the Baron could actually be punished. A spark of hope ignited. My Lord Duke, we demand justice for the Baron's crimes, one of them cried out. In an instant, the crowd roared in agreement.
A wave of voices demanded punishment for the man who had tormented them. "He has made our lives a living hell," another man shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "We have nothing left for ourselves," a young man screamed. "Please, put an end to this." They begged the Duke for salvation. "Glory to the Duke," they chanted. "Glory to the House of Arden."
Ethan let their cries wash over him, then raised his hand for silence. "I am Ethan Arden, and I swear on the name of my family that I will punish the Baron."
The Duke then commanded the people to gather every piece of evidence of the Baron's evil deeds and deliver it to him. Lawrence watched, impressed. "My lord, you were exceptionally well prepared. This is the work of that secret organization, isn't it?" Ethan asked quietly. "Yes, it's proving quite effective. Visit 2 or 3 more villages like this, and I believe you'll have more than enough evidence," Hans added. Shimon listened to the report, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Is that so?" The subordinate confirmed he heard it directly from a spy. Hans then revealed, "The Duke has attacked Baron Raron's estate today, and Count Lugan knows absolutely nothing about it." Shimon's lips curled into a smirk. He praised Hans for his work and ordered him to send a man to ensure Lugan remained in the dark. "Let's see what you do now." "Lugan a melon," the Count mused. "Will you still act so brazenly?" When the Duke begins to steal your subordinates right from under your nose, Shimon's mind raced with possibilities. Even if the Duke lost this fight, he would still have enough justification to remove Lugan from his post, forcing him to answer for the actions of his vassals. "I never imagined everything would fall into place so perfectly," the Count thought, a dark smile playing on his lips. The scene shifts to the Reron estate in the city of Aldrin. Before us stands the Grand Manor. Inside, Ethan stood face to face with the Baron himself, who waited to see what the Duke would do next. "Lord Duke," Zifrin began, "to what do I owe this sudden visit? You could have at least sent word you were coming." "Silence," Ethan commanded coldly. He held up a ledger. "Do you know what this is? I want to hear your explanation, now." The Book of Crimes fell at the Baron's feet. Zifrin sneered. "I see. You got this from that village before you came here, didn't you?" he threatened. "Don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll be paying that village a little visit myself." The Baron then gestured to his guard. "Merlin, deal with the Duke. Duke, you are either a fool or far too bold to come here alone," the headman snarled. "Did you truly think we would tremble in fear before you?" He continued with a mocking tone. "Out of respect for your status, perhaps I won't use my full strength." Ethan let out a short, sharp laugh. "You're even more pathetic than Baron Kargas. Is that all you have to say to me?" he asked, his voice dripping with annoyance. Merlin was visibly taken aback by his sheer confidence. "You may be proud of your bloodline, but that pride will shatter when you witness my power firsthand in a flash." Merlin lunged, his blade aimed at the Duke. Ethan barely flinched. The headman smirked. "What's wrong? How do you like my greeting?" Merlin taunted him further. "Tell me, Duke, have you ever even seen a real fight?" Ethan was shocked, not by the attack, but by his opponent's audacity. He moved far too quickly. Just as the blade was about to connect, Zifrin called out, "Merlin, wait, Duke, forgive my man's rudeness, but I knew you wouldn't listen." "Any other way," he said smoothly. "I believe we've just demonstrated the difference in our abilities." The Baron continued, his tone shifting. "Now, will you hear my proposal?" Zifrin was confident, adding, "Once you hear what I have to say, you'll surely change your mind." "There's no point in us fighting," the Baron insisted. "Your real enemy is Count Shimon, more specifically." "It was his warlord, Kargas, who hunted you down while you were in a coma." He revealed. The Baron admitted he was a member of Lugan's faction, and therefore a sworn enemy of the Count. "I have a proposal that I believe will greatly please you, Duke." Ethan was utterly amazed. One moment they point a sword at his throat, and the next they're trying to cut a deal. The main character asked coolly, "And what is this proposal?" Zifrin urged him. "Join our faction. If you take our side, no one will be able to stand in our way," he declared. The Baron promised that together, they would crush Count Shimon, the man who had tormented the Duke for so long. He even had the gall to guarantee Ethan's safety. The Duke suddenly burst into laughter, a cold and hollow sound. The Baron was confused. "Why are you laughing? You seem to have lost not only your fear, but your shame as well," Ethan said, his eyes blazing. "That's your specialty, isn't it, you pathetic worms? Zifran Ririn!" The Duke roared, his voice shaking the room. The Baron flinched. Ethan continued, his voice dripping with contempt. "How dare you speak of guaranteeing my safety? You are nothing but a mere vassal," he cried. "I have not the slightest interest in the filthy squabbles between your factions." Ethan's final judgment was delivered like a hammer blow. "The nobles who betrayed me are all my enemies. You will all stand trial in the Arden court. Zephyrin's face twisted in fury as he tried to object, but it was too late. Merlin charged again, shouting, "I see no point in talking anymore." As the Duke deflected the head's assault, Merlin smirked, believing he'd found the key to victory. He mused that Ethan must have bribed Menhart to capture Helmont. Perhaps he'd come here with the very same goal. The head sneered. "You wake from a coma and think the old laws of the duchy still matter here." Zephyrin had always thought Kargas was a simpleton. He'd assumed the old man had lost his grip and couldn't control his own men. But to see a specimen like this, the Baron reasoned he was cut from a different cloth entirely. "My order is fiercely loyal to me," Zephyrin thought with pride. The Baron was certain his faction would never crumble. Ethan noted that Lawrence had done his job well. He was impressed by how much Zifran knew. If the neighboring territories were faking their reports like this, the rest were utterly useless, Ethan thought to himself. "You seem to have sensed your own power," Rulin remarked, admitting the Duke's confident smile was getting on his nerves. "Enough games," the head roared. Merlin activated his signature technique. Meanwhile, the Archduchess sipped her tea calmly. "I wonder if I should be so relaxed." When Ethan could be in grave danger, she mused, but the professor insisted there was no need to worry. He reminded her how easily the Duke had crushed Kargas. "Count Raron may be stronger, but this time he brought his knights." He continued, "Ethan's sister knew his nature. He would never stand aside while his people fought for him. After hearing you, it seems he could fight them all alone," the professor added. The knight was certain the Duke wouldn't suffer a single scratch. He added that Ethan had grown far stronger, beyond anything the Baron's men could handle. "I faced him myself. I swear it on my honor as a knight." The Archduchess's subordinate, Merlin, was reeling in shock. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. "I was right behind him. Victory was in my grasp," he thought. Merlin rationalized that he must have been hit by a stray attack. Zephyrin tried to call out to his champion, to be humiliated like this, in front of my own subordinates. "What an absolute disgrace," the Baron ordered his men to help the head to his feet. "Everyone, stand down," he shouted. The head of state insisted he was perfectly fine. "However, Count, I ask for your understanding," Merlin added. "I can't fully control my power," he declared, "so I might just kill the Duke by accident." Whoa, that wasn't part of the plan, Zephyrin thought. The head prepared for his final assault. Merlin unleashed his swift sword summon technique, Die. "Stop," someone screamed. The head's technique erupted in a blinding flash of light. The Baron grimaced. He could see Merlin's temper was getting the better of him. He knew the repair bills would be astronomical. "Looks like I'll have to raise taxes again." Zephyrin sighed. Merlin realized his attack had missed. "I can't feel his presence," he thought frantically. "Where are you hiding, you little rat?" The head roared. He whipped his head around and saw a shadow. A brutal kick connected squarely with his face. Merlin was sent flying. He couldn't understand how this was even possible. "Let me tell you one thing," Ethan began. The head was paralyzed by the Duke's overwhelming power. He knew he was completely immobilized. "What do you think happened to the men from Kargas?" "Who dared to raise their swords against me?" Ethan asked. Sheer terror washed over Merlin. Zephyrin heard the deafening crash from the battlefield. He had no idea what was happening. "Sir Merlin, answer me," the Baron screamed. "Have you dealt with the—" "Duke," Zephyrin demanded. His men guessed that the head wasn't able to respond. Just then, Merlin's body came flying towards them. They stared in disbelief. "Merlin, stop!" the terrified Baron shrieked. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Deputy, what is going on?" Zephyrin demanded. "Say something. Now stop him," he roared. "Weren't there 13 knights here?" the Count asked frantically. The Baron ordered them to stop the Duke at once. The deputy commanded the knights not to let their guard down. She ordered them to prepare for a full-scale assault. "Unleash the techniques we've practiced." "Stop him," the deputy cried. She instructed the knights to encircle the Duke. "We will avenge our head," she declared. But Ethan merely observed their formation. Their power level was pitifully low. He knew he wouldn't even need to use his red flame. The deputy gave the command for the knights to attack the Duke. "Against weaklings like these, I'll have to hold back." The main character reasoned. Ethan braced for the charge. A blazing inferno erupted around the manor. The knights were blown away in every direction. The Duke knew there was no reason to kill mere soldiers. Not a single one of them exudes a truly evil aura. He thought, "There's only one person here who truly wants me dead." Ethan's gaze locked onto Zephyrin. The deputy froze, her body trembling with fear. She was stunned as Ethan walked right past her. "Not only did you levy crushing taxes and bleed your people dry, but you drew your sword against me to hide your crimes. And that is a grave offense. Under the laws of this duchy, from this moment, you are stripped of your title and all your wealth. Zephyrin Riron, Ethan said. The Baron was paralyzed with terror. He screamed at his soldiers. Why are you just standing there? There are 2 guards here.
Attack the Duke, now! Zephyrin roared, his voice cracking. You pathetic worms!
The Count's face twisted with rage. What am I even paying you for? I am your lord. Not the Duke, you will obey me. But instead of drawing their blades, the knights laid down their weapons. We cannot obey such a command. How could we raise our swords against the hero who saved us? One knight asked. Moreover, our salary comes from the very taxes you steal from our families. Zephyrin was utterly stunned. So, all his strange mutterings weren't for me, the Duke realized with a cold clarity. But for them, the Baron's mind raced in panic. He possesses military might, and has captured the hearts of the people. The Count was horrified that no one else saw the Duke's true power. This is the end, he whispered. No, Ethan corrected him. This is your end. In a flash, Ethan's blade pierced the Baron's heart. Zephyrin cried out in agony as the Count was defeated. Ethan then addressed the army. I want to express my gratitude, he began, his voice ringing with authority, for refusing to raise your swords against me and my family. As you have already heard, I visited the other cities before coming here. The Duke continued, and I made them all a promise.
A promise to end the Baron's tyranny. From this very moment, I, Ethan Arden, strip all power from the Baron. From now on, this land will be under the direct control of the Duchy. You have gained your freedom, Ethan shouted.
The knights knelt as one. We await your command, my lord. Glory to the Duke, they roared. Glory to Arden. Their domain was now under the Duke's protection. Later, Ethan commended Lawrence for finding the second piece of the puzzle. The counselor asked him, Did the Baron tell you everything? Yes, we have the king's seal. And considering the helmet case, it wasn't difficult to connect the dots, Lawrence said. He then reported, The Baron is begging for mercy. He's offering any information in exchange for his life. Mercy, Ethan scoffed. That depends entirely on what he says about this book. The advisor was confused. Book, my lord? The one I found in Zephyrin's office, Ethan clarified. It was called The Sacred Book of Dragons. He ordered Lawrence to question the Count again. The Duke had to know how this book fell into his hands. The book spoke of forbidden power. Praise the dragon god, it read, and he shall grant you strength. Study these scriptures, and may the dragon god's protection be with you. Ethan's eyes narrowed. I knew it. This is a book of mana breathing techniques, the main character reasoned. It reminded him of the dark magician from the abandoned mine. According to the description, this version is weaker than his, but it details the same fundamental breathing techniques. As Ethan read further, he discovered a horrifying truth. The method described in the book had a fatal side effect. It mixed human techniques with a dragonkin breathing method, but instead of a proper mana vessel, it collected all the power directly in the heart. The technique allowed for a rapid ascent to the 4-star level, but the price was absolute. The user's heart would inevitably shatter. Just then, a knock came at his office door. Enter, the Duke commanded. He looked to Lawrence. Did you find anything? Yes, my lord. I gathered information not just from the Baron, the advisor said, but from the ordinary residents as well. The Duke learned that the book was tied to a shadowy order. It appears they were using it to lure people in, Lawrence explained. Using the book as bait, Ethan mused. Exactly. The people were desperate and unaware of the deadly side effects. Mad with the desire for power, they were easily swayed. So long as they held no particular hatred for the dragon race, Ethan finished. He asked Lawrence what the common sentiment towards dragons was. He couldn't believe people would fall for such an obvious trap. The advisor explained that wars always harm commoners the most. Even with a non-aggression pact, the dragon race has become an object of deep-seated hatred. Therefore, when this book was first discovered, the people begged for action. The residents demanded that this order be destroyed, Lawrence added. But the aristocrats simply ignored their pleas. Worse, those who protested too loudly began to disappear, he said grimly. Through their silence, they allowed this lawlessness to fester.
All the while, the people could only whisper in the corners, completely powerless.
Ethan concluded there was a toxic mix of fear and interest on both sides. He had assumed Zephyrin had acted alone, especially after what happened to Kargas. On the contrary, Zephyrin claimed he was against it, Lawrence replied. The Duke recalled the Count's pathetic pleading. I have nothing to do with it. Believe me, those pitiful worms. I have nothing to do with that worthless Neris order. The Duke's interest was piqued. Neris. Yes, my lord, that's what he said, Neris. The advisor asked if there was a problem. No, Ethan replied calmly. No problem at all. But inside, his mind was racing. Naris, the one who can change his appearance. He is the very embodiment of lies. The plot of the original story was coming back to him. Not all members of the dragon race possessed the same abilities. Some used their special skills for deception. Among them lurked a terrifying foe. The shapeshifters, beings that could mimic any form, be it human, plant, or beast. Ethan knew their treacherous nature all too well. To pierce their disguise, one needed the sharp perception of a 7-star knight or higher. The Duke recalled a painful memory. How it took him an entire year just to hunt down and kill a single one, even with a non-aggression pact, and there was no telling how many years this creature had been hiding in his domain. If a dragon had assumed the form of a high-ranking aristocrat, the danger was infinitely greater than in his past life. The Duke's expression hardened. He informed Lawrence of the urgent crisis. He speculated that the blasphemous book hadn't just spread on its own. Someone had to be the carrier. Ethan was determined to find the source himself.
As night fell, their investigation led them to a closed shop. The owner shouted, "We're closed for the day. Come back later."
"I said we're closed. Get lost," the man yelled with finality. But in the next instant, the door exploded into 1,000 splinters. The man's eyes widened in shock. As the dust settled, Ethan stepped through the ruined doorway. "What do you think you're doing?" the man stammered. A young man accompanying Ethan calmly said, "I'll explain the situation." But Ethan had already strode into the back room. "Who the hell are you?" they demanded. "Business is over for today? Are you looking for a death wish?" A cold voice cut through the tension. "Vile merchants who have forgotten their history and now sell the power of dragons, and the fools who line up to buy it. What a pathetic sight." The Duke's words dripped with contempt, and the merchants' faces twisted in anger. "You break down our door and then start spouting nonsense. What's your deal?" one of them sneered. "Are you that desperate for us to put you in the ground?" an angry thug threatened. "If you want to die, we'll gladly grant your wish," another growled. The Duke's response was ice. "Get out of my way! Listen to this buffoon." "We have business with you," the man taunted, stepping forward. He had crossed a line. With blinding speed, Ethan's hand struck true. The sharp crack echoed through the room. "I will not," the Duke said, his voice deadly calm. "Tell you twice. Get out." The thug scrambled away from his chilling aura. The merchant, now pale with fear, finally asked, Who are you? Why have you come here to interfere?"
Trying to regain some authority, the merchant blustered.
"If you don't leave, I'm calling security." "Are you aware that rioting is a serious crime?" he continued. Ethan let out a dry laugh. "Don't make me laugh. A mere merchant thinks he can lecture me." His eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you sell a book praising dragons within the territory of the Arden Duchy?" the Duke roared. "An act like this is nothing short of blasphemy." The merchant's world came crashing down. His words confirmed the man's worst fear. He's really Duke Ethan. "If you wish to live," Ethan commanded, "you will tell me where these books were made." The merchant trembled. I only sell them. They were sent from the Order." "I don't know any of the details." The Duke knew this was merely one piece of a larger network. There had to be other distribution points. "Do you know of any other locations?" Ethan pressed. "The Order. They're very careful. I don't know if it's accurate, but I heard a rumor that there's another point of operation in Viscount Dion's estate." With that confession, Ethan had his next target locked in. The main character immediately headed for the Viscount's domain. No warning spells. Not even a single. "Sentry," the Duke observed. "They've been doing business here for a long time, drunk on their sense of safety." The thought of their arrogance fueled his rage. Inside, a man boasted to his comrade about his recent crime. "I just threatened him a little, and the fool immediately coughed up all his money. I took it, of course, and sent him to the afterlife." He bragged. "Even with the priest's protection, we shouldn't act so recklessly." The man scoffed. "And who's going to tell on us? The Order already rules this world from the shadows. What kind of oddball would dare to challenge us?" he continued. Ethan had heard enough. "I'm sick of listening to this filth." The Duke's voice cut in. The members of the Order turned, startled. "Who are you?" "It's pointless to ask," the Duke stated coldly, "since you're all about to die here." The sheer malice in the room was palpable to Ethan.
"How can you speak of taking lives so casually? Do you possess not even a single ounce of guilt?" he demanded. "I don't recall scheduling any visitors today," the leader sneered.
"Gazer, can't you see what's happened?" the man said. "He assumed someone had snitched, and they sent some lowly mercenary after us." The other man looked surprised. "Is that so good?" "I was just getting bored." Seeing Ethan's posture, the man's eyes narrowed. "No, he moves like a knight. Well, it doesn't matter. You asked for this," he shouted, lunging forward. The Duke instantly identified the man's technique. It was the forbidden mixed breathing style. The main character's gaze hardened. Do any of you remember the Great War between humans and dragons? The man paused, a confused look on his face. Not only did you master the dragon breath technique that slaughtered countless people, but you now use that same power to murder innocents. The Duke's voice thundered with righteous fury. After committing such atrocities, you don't even have the right to call yourselves human. As the main character faced a member of the Order, the man noted the Duke's speed, yet found his attack, style utterly predictable. He was confident he could handle this intruder. But as Ethan descended upon him, the Duke broke his sword with contemptuous ease. The man stared in disbelief. He lunged wildly at Ethan, who countered in an instant. The boy was stunned at how easily the Duke evaded his punch. In the next moment, Ethan struck from above, his hand seizing the boy's throat. The guard could only choke out pleas for mercy. I can't even describe my disgust, the Duke seethed. He reminded the man that his own father, his entire family, sacrificed everything for parasites like him. You will pay for your treachery, and for the lives of my people. Ethan vowed. He promised that not a single one of them would escape judgment. Meanwhile, other members of the Order pinpointed the enemy's location. A scout urged that this information must reach. The priest immediately, he commanded his men to arm themselves to the teeth and prepare for the invaders' arrival.
A report came in the intruder had already shattered their second blockade. They had no idea who they were facing. Then, Ethan appeared before
them. Every man prepared to fire at their leader's command. They ordered the Duke to freeze the Knights of the Order, warned that at the slightest strange movement, they would unleash a volley. What a warm welcome, the main character said with a cold smile. I'm surprised anyone is still left here. I suggest you don't wish for a painful death, the priest sneered. He told Ethan that if he answered every question, he might show him mercy. Mercy for me? How absurd. The Duke replied. The protagonist then asked the priest if he was the one distributing the sacred texts of the dragon race. So, you knew this was our sacred ground, the head of the Order responded, his eyes narrowing. A fire ignited in Ethan's gaze. You worship dragons, the Duke roared. How dare you practice such heresy in Ardon territory, he thundered. Ethan swore he would crush every last one of them. The priest gave the command, open fire. The head of the Order told his soldiers to leave the invader alive. He wanted to know who sent him. But Ethan was already moving toward the priest. He activated his technique. Red flame. Mana strike, the Duke shouted. The members of the Order couldn't comprehend what was happening. He loaded the cannon with a mana arrow, a stunned young man exclaimed. The priest was shocked. Ethan possessed not only a sword technique, but also the power to control fire mana. He realized this was no ordinary knight. Wait, a minute? Fire mana, he thought. Could this be the Duke of Ardon? As the pieces clicked into place, the priest's mind raced. If this is the same Ardon, famous for his hatred of the dragon race, then everything makes sense. But how could our location have been leaked? The head of the Order wondered. A dark idea began to form in the priest's mind. This could be his chance. He knew the Duke had just awoken. If he could, kill him now. The dragon race would recognize his glorious contribution. They would reward him. Then I can finally obtain that power, the head of the Order schemed. The priest summoned a whip of pure flame, commanding it to burn. Such powerful magic from a short chant. Can he truly wield dragon magic? Ethan analyzed. The story tells us about the magic of dragons. Dragon magic, born from praising dragons, was unique. Most importantly, it could be cast without complex spells. This was possible because of the mana pool in their heads, a so-called spiritual ball of words. If he truly possesses this orb, then the Order of Neris isn't just connected to Neris himself, but to the entire dragon race. The main character's mind raced as he prepared for battle. The priest boasted that he had cornered Ethan. He ordered his soldiers to press the attack. The Duke knew this priest was leagues, stronger than the dark mage he'd faced before. This had to end in a single, decisive blow. You think I'll give you time to cast a spell? The priest mocked. He unleashed the fire shackle technique, and the main character was trapped. You're caught! The head of the Order roared with triumph. He warned Ethan that if he kept struggling, his arms and legs would be torn from his body. You're finished, Duke, the priest bellowed. What an odd fellow. The head of the Ardon family replied calmly, with a single flex of power. He shattered the priest's technique. The head of the Order stared in utter shock. The Duke informed the priest he'd been
far too slow to understand. The Ardon clan has a unique trait. We are born with the ability to control fire mana. Your pathetic tricks
have no effect on me, Ethan declared. You filthy cur, I knew you'd be trouble. But I never imagined. This much. The priest snarled. The head of the order promised the Duke that a peaceful death was no longer an option. I will show you true hell. The priest activated the cloud giant technique. A sinister aura bled into the room, thick and suffocating. Such a strong aura. If he focuses all that power into one attack, I could be in trouble. The Duke mused. Do you think I'll let you interfere? The priest shrieked. He swore that Ethan could never break through his defense. The main character knew that too many enemy warriors remained. Blood trickled from the corner of the order leader's mouth. Behold, this is the power they have granted me, he proclaimed. The priest dared Ethan, if he was so confident, to try and stop him now. Die, he screamed, unleashing a wave of power the Duke knew was too late to dodge. He never wanted to use this method until the very last moment. But now, the main character unleashed every mana stream in his body. He activated the double ring technique. The priest had no idea what was about to hit him. The head of the order screamed in agony as Ethan unleashed his black flame breath. The main character lunged, and their powers collided in a blinding explosion of mana. The Duke's aura erupted into a blazing inferno. Impossible to summon such magic with pure power alone. The head of the order thought in disbelief. The priest was utterly stunned. The building shattered around them, raining debris across the battlefield. The order's soldiers lay defeated. Ethan stalked towards the barely conscious priest. I have a few questions for you. The Duke's voice was cold as ice. The head of the order coughed violently. Do you know of a group of mages within the order? Ethan demanded. The priest suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, a chilling sound that wouldn't stop. Are you trying to show off your superiority as the victor? He sneered, recognizing Ethan's unmistakable Arden bloodline. The main character's face was grim. I'm not here to chat. Answer the question? The priest grinned. Of course such a group exists, but you will never find them.
Glory to the great master, the head of the order shouted with his last breath. I will follow you to the next world, Duke.
Ethan slammed a seal onto the priest's body. The man cried out, not in pain, but in shock. How I've seen others try this. That's why I drained all my blood magic before I planned to self-destruct. He gasped. He sneered. Even with your power, it's useless. No one from the order will ever give you an answer. We have all sworn a sacred oath to our Lord. The Duke's eyes narrowed. An oath? Like the burning magic that protects the secrets of Ifnorm. He realized this magic was a high-level curse. My skills are not enough to break this. It must have been cast by someone far higher than a mere priest. Ethan concluded. I need to learn more about him. Meanwhile, laughter echoed from the Earl's estate. Excellent work, Hans, a satisfied Shimon said, praising his subordinate. You are too kind, my lord. The subordinate replied, bowing. I'm not exaggerating at all. You've done wonderfully. The Baron insisted.
Thanks to your information, Lugan was completely cut off and couldn't send reinforcements. He'll probably find out.
Tomorrow, Shimon added with a smirk. Hans's heart swelled with pride. To be of use to you is my greatest honor. But, Hans hesitated. Capturing the castle with the Duke's forces? It shouldn't have been so easy. Did he use some kind of special method? The Count waved a dismissive hand. It's obvious, isn't it? He won over the Order of Kargas.
He must have used them to launch a surprise attack in the middle of the night, Shimon concluded confidently. Hans was stunned by the Baron's ignorance. To think the commander of an order was only a 4-star level threat.
Next, he'll be saying Lawrence has magical powers. Ethan's loyal subordinate thought to himself. Shimon then called out to Hans. You have made a tremendous contribution, the Count announced. For that, I shall reward you with a new status. I am appointing you head of county intelligence, Shimon declared. Head of intelligence, isn't that too great a responsibility for me? Hans stammered. The Count just smiled. You've earned it.
I'll even grant you knights. Your job is to find out everything the Duke is up to. Can you handle it? Shimon asked. Hans bowed deeply. I will do my best for you, my lord.
One more thing, the Count said, his eyes gleaming. Now, Lugan will have no choice but to confront the Duke. Just as planned, I'll pressure both sides at once. And his entire faction will fall right into my hands. Shimon schemed. He couldn't wait to see the look on Lugan's face at the next elders' meeting. Back at the Duke's manor, Lawrence greeted him. How did it go?
We managed a small harvest, but it's a start. Ethan replied tiredly. Were you able to find anything?
Yes, my lord, Lawrence confirmed. I uncovered some information about the Order of Neris. First, the Order of Neris operates as an official organization, primarily within the Xeno Empire. That information hit Ethan like a physical blow. What did you say? He demanded, his voice sharp. Is that intelligence accurate?
It is, according to all official records. I only discovered it recently while investigating the situation in other territories. The advisor confirmed.
The main character's mind raced. The Xeno Empire. They were also attacked by the dragon race.
A peace treaty wasn't enough. Now they're recognizing Naris as an official organization.
Rage burned within Ethan. This conspiracy went far beyond his own duchy. Lawrence summoned Fionn immediately. The Duke suspected his old acquaintance knew far more than they did. The intel revealed a terrifying truth. The Order of Naris was considered sacred land in the Xeno Empire. They had a central temple in Hyder, and branches in 6 other kingdoms. The supreme leader of the Order is known as the Holy Master, and each branch is commanded by one of the so-called Great Rulers.
A cold fury settled in Ethan's eyes. If what you say is true, Fionn, then they hold the most powerful figures in the Western mainland in the palm of their hand.
And there are likely hidden branches of them in Hyder that I have yet to uncover. The main character was almost certain, because the priest had mentioned a certain Lord. From that moment, Ethan's resolve hardened. He had a new purpose, the rebirth of my bloodline, and the complete extermination of the orders and the dragon race that have poisoned this kingdom. The Duke's voice was like steel. Fionn felt a flicker of relief that Hyder had few hidden orders, all thanks to their king's policy. You mean that incompetent king? Ethan asked, skeptical. Fionn knew it was hard to believe, but it was the truth. His Majesty was extremely active in opposing the orders. It's why Hyder has no official branch. The Duke was genuinely surprised. To think King Hydern had actually prevented the dragon race from entering his lands. I always saw him as an incompetent ruler. One who was constantly swayed by the opinions of the 7 great nations. Ethan mused. But in truth, it turned out, the king had always been defending his people. Perhaps in Ardon's case, his hands were tied by some obligation. The Duke considered. He then tasked Fionn with reporting on the king's policies. Who knows? We might need that information, Ethan added. I will obey your command. The Duke also asked him to investigate the object Fionn had seen, which looked like a breastplate. Ethan recalled the priest carrying a specific symbol. He suspected that this sigil was connected to a hidden group of magicians. And then there's Lawrence, the Duke continued. Send a letter on her 1st birthday, as soon as possible. As dawn broke, the advisor asked, You mean that blacksmith? Do you require a weapon so urgently? This is a far more important request. The Duke replied grimly. It's just my guess for now, but the order may involve not only humans, but dwarves as well. The city streets were humming with crowds, but in one particular forge, a hammer dropped to the stone floor. The dwarf stared, shocked, as he read the Duke's letter. Master, is everything all right? His apprentice asked. He simply told him to watch the forge. He had to see Ethan, immediately. His apprentice was left completely baffled by his master's sudden departure. Perhaps my chance for revenge will come sooner than I thought, the dwarf muttered. The scene shifts to a dark room with a glowing orb. Well then, let's begin.
The 33rd meeting of the elders will now commence, Shimon announced. Naturally, our first topic is the Duke's recent takeover
Of Baron Ron's estate. Another count jeered, noting that the head of the Lugan faction was the last to hear about it. Lugan's face flushed with fury. Is your leadership so incompetent that the Duke holds you in such contempt he dared to attack you? Shimon pressed him. So, Lugan, what is your move? Or will you continue to watch from the sidelines as he slaughters all of your people?
The Count's mind raced. I thought this Duke held a grudge only against Shimon, which is why he struck Kargas.
But it seems he's just starting with those who appear weakest. Still, it's too strange that I was the last to find out. Someone must be helping Shimon. Lugan's eyes widened. Wait a minute, is Shimon in league with the Duke? He thought in shock. Lugan then suggested they send a formal warning letter, taking the council by surprise.
The vast treaty prevents us from attacking the Duke directly, Lugan explained. But we can exercise our rights and send a warning.
Demanding he halt his attacks. Let's see who's pulling your strings now. Lugan schemed. He also proposed they inform the king of these events. Shimon smirched to himself. How utterly short-sighted. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation at all. He mused that an enraged Duke couldn't be stopped by a simple piece of paper. It would be perfect if they clashed. In that moment of chaos, the Baron schemed, I will seize the opportunity and destroy them all with my knights. The Baron signaled for his subordinate, Hans. Is the meeting concluded, my lord? Yes, I've backed that fool Lugain. Into a dead end, the Count replied with a cruel smile. He thought that if the Duke targeted Viscount Lydon next, it would be perfect for him. Hans, Shimon asked, have you found out the Duke's next target? So far, I have been unable to. However, according to my observations, the Duke attacks regions where taxes are oppressively high, the subordinate reported, suggesting Shimon lower his own taxes. Shimon's face turned to ice. Hans was taken aback. Aren't you taking it a bit too far? The Count asked coldly. The subordinate didn't understand. Your job is to keep an eye on the Duke. How dare you? Tell me to cower before him so as not to attract his attention, the Baron snarled. Hans immediately fell to his knees in apology. Do not forget your basic duties, the Count hissed. You know exactly what will happen to you if you fail me. If the State Tax Service discovers our activities, Shimon added, then everything is over. The subordinate apologized again. But the Baron knew it wasn't so simple. It seems Lugan already guesses that someone is helping me. The best way to deal with both the Duke and Lugan at once is to make the third Duke the head of the family. Shimon reasoned. The plot moves forward a few days, to the training fields of Ruran Castle. The Duke read the letter in his hands. A warning letter. So, it has begun. It seems my plan was a flawless success, Ethan declared. Both factions are convinced I'm about to strike the West, but Lawrence interjected. Are you truly attacking Shim's faction? On the contrary, a different strategy was brewing in Ethan's mind.
Lugo is hiding behind the king's authority. A perfect pawn for our own designs, the Duke added, turning to his advisor. Lawrence agreed it was a brilliant move. And what of Viscount Dean's sacred dragon book, he inquired.
Has the research the merchant spoke of been concluded? The Duke asked. His advisor replied, I have already cut off all its distribution channels.
Excellent. Our priority now is to uphold the king's policy, which means protecting the dragon race.
And delivering justice to the Council of Elders, he finished. As expected, I offered Shimon a deal on taxes, but his greed was too great. He ignored you, Lawrence confirmed. Ethan was disgusted by their avarice. They know the Council's judgment is coming. And yet they refuse to yield an inch. The Duke continued. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Bold words from a little thief who stole everything from me. Ethan stiffened, instantly blocking a vicious surprise attack. The entire area erupted in a torrent of brilliant flames. The Duke's mind raced. Who could this be? This fortress was supposed to be impenetrable. How hot, the stranger remarked. So this is the infamous Arden Flame? She seemed entirely unfazed by the heat. Lawrence was stunned that the Duke's power had no effect. This was no ordinary warrior. Who are you? Ethan demanded.
You're far too brazen for a common thief, she retorted. The woman claimed she was the creator of the potion the Duke had stolen.
A thief, you say? Ethan shot back. A harsh accusation, coming from an intruder who broke into my castle. The Duke pressed again. Who are you? The woman merely laughed. Who are you calling rude? Little thief, she sneered. At that moment, realization dawned on the Duke's face. Let's see you talk your way out of this, the woman shouted. The main character remembered it clearly now, the very potion he'd described to Geron. A legendary elixir from the pages of history. Life force essences, a lightning stone, a metal mana charger. Thanks to these 4 incredibly potent items, humanity once stood against the dragons in his past life. And their creator was none other than the craft mage, Ilya Fistcraft. Fistcraft, Ethan reasoned. Ilya shattered the potion flask. I poured 5 years of my life into inventing this potion. I haven't stepped outside in 10 years. Yet you, without a single mistake, managed to replicate it instantly. Fistcraft's voice was laced with disbelief. There's no other explanation, Ilya declared. How did you manage to steal my recipe? To be honest, even your analysis was perfect, she added. Ethan still wasn't sure what to make of her sudden appearance. He suspected she was the legendary Ilya, but he couldn't be certain. Perhaps history had already been altered, just as it had with Lawrence. The Duke decided to test her. What are these absurd accusations? The main character demanded. If you intend to accuse me, at least show your true form, he challenged. The Duke knew from his past life this was the surest way to provoke her. Do not underestimate the House of Arden, he warned. Ethan looked right at Ilya. I saw through your trickery immediately. Fistcraft paused, impressed. You have sharp eyes. I'll admit, you're an unusual one, Ilya added, finally dropping her illusion. In her true form, she appeared before them. It's been a while since I've shown my true self, Fistcraft said. Lawrence asked the Duke in a hushed tone if this was real. Consider it an honor, pup, she added, her tone hardening. Now, you'd better answer my question. My patience is at its limit. So this really is Ilya, the Duke thought. He was shocked to see her face for the first time, something that never happened. In his previous life, this was the legendary hermit mage, who never revealed her identity to anyone. He knew he couldn't let this chance slip away. All right, Ethan schemed internally. Let's see if I can reel her in. Ilya broke the silence. Why so quiet? Are you plotting something? Before she could continue, Ethan spoke. A potion that allows one to use a monster's ability. Fistcraft froze. A metamorphosis stone with mana properties, Ethan continued. He then described a bead that reduces the entire size of the wearer, an invisibility cloak that hides even sound. The Duke listed calmly. A crystal ball. That shows up to 1,000 years into the future, he finished. Ilya reeled back. Stop? What is the meaning of this? These were all her research projects. Even ideas that were still just concepts in her mind. There was no possible way Ethan could have stolen them. Ilya couldn't understand it. How do you know these things? The hermit mage demanded. Nothing special. It's a vision granted by my Arden bloodline, the Duke replied smoothly. And there are many others.
But I cannot reveal such details to an outsider. Ilya's temper flared. I can't listen to this anymore. Do you expect me to believe such lies?
She shouted. You aren't mages or alchemists. You dare speak to me of a swordsman's vision. Fistcraft was seething. You may choose not to believe me, Ethan told her, unfazed. Her shock quickly turned back to rage. You trespass in someone else's castle.
You trespassed into my territory and accused me of theft. The Duke's voice was cold. Yet, instead of punishment, I offered you the truth.
The knights were stunned that someone had dared to invade their land. You never even thanked me, Ethan continued. And now you expect me to care whether you believe me or not. Ilya was seething with rage. She was convinced they were mocking her. Since this was your request, the Duke declared, you are free to leave. I destroyed the training field myself, so I won't ask for compensation.
What a pathetic worm, Ilya thought to herself. But as Ethan turned, he felt a sinister presence behind him.
The mana around Ilya began to warp violently. You insolent puppy! Stop right there, she shrieked. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Lawrence stared in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. This power, a domain the Duke realized. Legends told of those who reached the highest levels of mana control. A power that could rewrite the very world around them. In the world of mages, it was known as the caster's domain. Ethan cursed himself for forgetting such a crucial technique. He remembered it now. In her past life, Ilya was an 8th level grand mage. He had to act, and he had to act now.
Can't you move, you pathetic worms? Visgrath screamed. The Duke knew this pressure could crush them all. He had to intervene. A torrent of fire mana erupted around Ethan's body. Ilya's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't do anything reckless. Stop, she bellowed. But Ilya was stunned by the Duke's impossible speed. She instantly threw up a shield to block his devastating attack. The main character had shattered her domain. Just who is he? She wondered, her mind reeling. Ilya immediately launched a counter. A perfect blend of offense and defense. But he couldn't break through her barrier. Ilya's technique struck him hard, sending him flying.
The Duke staggered back, knowing the damage was significant. It's still incomplete, but, he thought, a new plan forming. Ethan unleashed a mysterious and ancient technique. Visgrath gasped as she felt the Duke's energy suddenly skyrocket. Could it be him? The hermit mage wondered. The Duke unleashed his ultimate move, the sultry spear technique.
A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the training ground. Knights, fall back! Don't get caught in the blast, Manhwa ordered.
The remnants of Ilya's shield scattered like dust. In a flash, Ethan's sword was at her throat. Move, he warned, and this blade will pierce you. Visgrath was completely baffled, her mind unable to process what just happened. He just used the dragon-breathing technique. Is he truly allied with the dragon race? Ilya questioned herself. No, that couldn't be it. The Duke may have stolen their treasures, but he would never work with them. How did you know? She demanded. How did you know I was a doppelganger? Ilya assumed the fight was over now that her identity was exposed. Just because we are a renowned clan of swordsmen, the main character began, doesn't mean we only know how to swing a blade. He explained that they were well-versed in potions, and other techniques that could turn the tide of battle. Your true identity was exposed by one of our special abilities, he added, hoping this explanation would satisfy her. There's no need for any more destruction here, Ethan declared.
Lawrence stepped forward.
But what about her attack on the manor? It was all a misunderstanding, the Duke announced calmly. We will forgive her. He then turned to Ilya. Please, restore everything to how it was. Suddenly, Ethan clutched his chest, a sharp pain searing through him. He knew using that power was incredibly dangerous, a technique that harnessed the breath of the dragon race. Without it, I would have been helpless against her domain, he thought. He was just relieved he had mastered it without any permanent side effects. Enough of this, Ilya shouted. You're at war with your own family, aren't you? Visgrath offered. I can help you with that, but in return, you will tell me everything. There's no need, Ethan replied flatly. Ilya was taken aback by his immediate refusal. I said, I don't need your help, the Duke repeated. He was confident he could win on his own. I am a rank 8 archmage, Visgrath screamed in frustration. And you're just some 4-star knight. And yet, the Duke pointed out calmly, I defeated you. Ilya fumed with anger. Those items you want, I can make them. Not just those, but countless other legendary artifacts. How about that? Visgrath taunted, freezing as she awaited his answer. Surely he'll accept, she reasoned. There is no greater master craftsman in the entire world.
I'll just pretend to help him, she schemed. And then I'll crush that vision of Arden, or whatever his name is.
Ethan finally gave his answer. If that is what you wish. Then I will test whether your abilities are truly useful to me. He then ordered Lawrence to prepare a room. Prepare a guest room for Ilya. Ilya smirked. The Duke had fallen right into her trap, just as she planned. The counselor led Ilya to her new quarters. It's not exactly to my taste, the hermit mage commented. But it will do. Lawrence informed her that if she needed anything, but Ilya simply activated her interdimensional pocket. In an instant, her room was filled with all the potions and tools she could ever need. Don't worry, Visgrath said smugly. I have everything. The Duke defeated her so easily, the advisor thought. I almost forgot she's a legendary archmage. Ilya finished arranging her new room. There, now it's habitable.
The hermit mage declared. Lawrence, meanwhile, was stunned, her belongings somehow fully restored. Wait, you're not Ilya? He stammered.
Visgrath continued. You must know a great deal about the Duke. She wanted to ask the advisor about Ethan. I've only just met him myself, so I know very little. Lawrence replied cautiously. He realized that if she truly wanted information about the Duke, she needed to meet the lady. You mean his sister? She asked. Her interest piqued. Lawrence confirmed her suspicions. All right then. Can I return to my old woman form now? Ilya demanded. She ordered Lawrence to take her to Ethan's sister. He advised her to wait a moment. I've heard doppelgangers can take many forms. But you usually appear as an elderly woman, Lawrence questioned. Precisely. That form commands respect for my age, she explained. Even though I'm only a half doppelganger, Visgrath added. Lawrence then revealed a critical piece of intel. A silent war was being waged against the Duke's relatives.
We're using misinformation to confuse our enemies, the advisor explained. He insisted that if Ilya remained as a
young girl, no one would ever suspect her true power. How about we maintain this appearance for now, he proposed. Visgrath had to admit, his words had merit. And you? You're dressed as a man for the same reason, aren't you? Ilya countered. Lawrence was stunned she saw right through him. Fine, then I will meet the Archduchess, Visgrath declared. She demanded Lawrence take her there immediately. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Ilya, the Archduchess said warmly. You're so young to be traveling all by yourself, Ethan's sister remarked. The Archduchess assured her that Ilya would be well cared for. Do you have any idea how old I truly am? Visgrath internally seethed. It was all a setup. The advisor had tricked her, you cunning fox. I'll deal with you later. The hermit mage fumed. Meanwhile, the Duke was pleased to see his visitor. You're here even faster than I expected, Ethan noted. How could I be late? When summoned by the Duke himself, the dwarf replied. Besides, I couldn't rest after seeing this mark. Pence continued. He asked for permission to examine it immediately. There are bloodstains on it. Do you recognize this? Ethan asked. The dwarf's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the intricate pattern etched into the weapon. It's the exact same pattern, Pence gasped. I am certain of it. This is his work. The work of the royal blacksmith, Williams. The dwarf reeled in shock. For Williams to be in league with the dragon race, this is high treason, even among dwarves. Paperin cried out. The war against the dragons had brought his people to ruin. He explained that without laws or a unified system, they were easy prey for the dragon race. When the invasion began, their small villages couldn't hope to fight back. One by one, the dwarven settlements began to vanish. Countless lives were lost, their homes reduced to ash and rubble. If it wasn't for the Arden clan and King Murat, who founded our nation. The dwarf trailed off. Ethan was stunned by his words. His mind reeled from the revelation. It's astonishing. The dwarves founded their own state, but wasn't Morny their ruler, the main character wondered. The story then shifts to a painful memory. A city engulfed in brilliant, deadly flames. A dwarf desperately tried to awaken his child, before gently closing the lifeless eyes of the one who had departed from this world. My kin, hear my words, he had cried. We have survived this peril thanks to Duke Arden's aid. But I cannot guarantee such a threat won't return, the dwarf proclaimed. He declared that they must face this disaster together, that all dwarves must become one, and so, under a single banner, they forged a kingdom. And Morny, Perrin said, who met with each of the 12 clans and made a great contribution to their unity, became the first dwarven king. Piperin explained that this all transpired while Ethan was unconscious. It was a shocking twist of fate, but it also meant that his friend was safe. Piperin continued, explaining that some dwarves still trade in the human world, using their income to rebuild their kingdom. Let them say we care only for gold, but for the sake of my people, I will endure any scorn, he declared. Ethan recalled that Marat had also aided his family long ago. I'm not sure if this will be enough, but the Ardon clan will also lend its strength to restore the dwarven kingdom, the Duke promised. Piperin assured him that his help would always be welcome. We already owe an immense debt to the former Duke of Ardane, he said with gratitude. But what will you do about Williams? Pence asked. The Duke's expression hardened. William's actions defy the laws of both the Dwarven Kingdom and Hyder. He may be the court blacksmith, but his behavior is unacceptable, Ethan added gravely. Do you mean there's someone more powerful pulling the strings? Pence asked. The Duke implied that there was a power the king himself couldn't control. Ethan knew this would be a true test. A thoughtless charge would only invite a counterattack. The Duke fumed at their recklessness. While the dwarves bled for the kingdom, Williams was conspiring with their worst enemy. Ethan approached the dwarf. Pence, he had a proposition. Don't you want to dream bigger? He asked. Pence was confused by the Duke's sudden words. I'm talking about revenge. About reclaiming your lost glory, Ethan declared. A sacrifice for the future of your people. Ethan believed there was a way to achieve it all. I will make you the royal court blacksmith, he announced. The dwarf's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom what he was hearing. All I need is your word, Ethan added. Pence thanked him, but his confusion remained. He didn't understand the reason for this trust. No one has ever believed in me, so why do you, the dwarf asked, bewildered. Is it so strange to trust someone who shares my enemy? The Duke replied simply. Ethan saw Pence not as a tool, but as his own. You are my person, the main character continued. Do I need any other reason to trust you? Pence was shaken to his core. He swore an oath to the Duke, pledging his absolute loyalty. I will give you everything I swear it on this hammer, he declared. With those words, the dwarf dedicated his hammer and his soul to the Duke. Excellent. I accept your vow, Ethan said gratefully. Later, the Duke met with Marquis Blon. The Marquis greeted him warmly. I believe this is the first time we've spoken like this, he said. Blon invited the Duke to speak freely. Very well. Then I shall call you Marquis, Ethan replied. The main character then realized he had never properly thanked Blon for the elixir, a truly priceless gift. I am simply happy my gift proved useful, the Marquis said smoothly. He wanted Ethan to see it as a token of friendship. But I doubt you sought me out just to discuss a gift, the Marquis added, his eyes sharp. Has something of importance occurred? Yes, this may come as a shock, Ethan began. But the court blacksmith of Herne is connected to the Dragon Clan. Ethan revealed his suspicion that a powerful figure was pulling the strings from the shadows. Blonde's expression turned grave. This was an unexpected and incredibly serious problem. Do you have a plan? The Marquis asked. I know a dwarf whose skills far surpass the current one, Ethan finished. He asked Blonde for his help in installing him as the new court blacksmith. Just then, Ilya burst into the room. Finally, a chance for my talents to shine, she declared. The last week had been strange for her. She had learned the Duke's secret and was put under the princess's watch. Ilya was itching for a real challenge, a chance to prove her true power. Now that everyone is here, let's begin, the Duke announced, revealing Blonde's gift. He informed them of his plan to forge this legendary armor into powerful artifacts. He asked if it was even possible. Duke, if you're talking about true artifacts, Pence began. We're discussing the pinnacle of magical alchemy, a high technology that embeds magic circuits into equipment, allowing even an ordinary knight to wield powerful magic. This was equipment forged from the purest mithril. The dwarf knew that creating such a thing would be an immense challenge. My skill is enough to forge the magic channels, he explained. But it requires a skilled mage as an assistant. He glanced at Ilya. Why are you giving me that cheeky look? She snapped indignantly. I am a top-class magician. An assistant, she fumed. If anything, he will be the one assisting me. Duke, must I really work with this girl? The dwarf groaned. But Ethan vouched for her abilities. Do not be fooled by her appearance. She is an 8th rank archmage, he stated plainly. Ethan knew this was a perfect opportunity. A chance for you both to prove your skills, to get results. You must cooperate, the Duke commanded. He told them he expected great things from this armor. Pence sighed, but relented. If it is your order, despite her attitude, I will pour my soul into forging the finest artifact, Pence declared. Don't listen to him, Ilya interrupted. I will imbue it with fantastic magic beyond his comprehension, she boasted. And once you're stunned by my power, I'll reveal Arden's muse's secret. The scene shifts to Pence's workshop, where the dwarf toiled over the Duke's new armor. Ethan arrived to observe their progress. Ilya greeted him smugly. I don't even need to test it, the Duke said, his voice filled with confidence. Of course not. Even Ilya had to admit Pence was an incredible craftsman. He makes no wasted movements, she remarked, cutting away only what is needed. With a flourish, she finished her work. Ethan examined his new weapon. A brilliant crimson flame licked the edge of the blade. Pence awaited his judgment. The Duke swung the sword. A smile touched his lips. It was impossibly light. His old weapon was never heavy, but this felt like a feather in his hand. Ilya beamed, asking how he liked the results. When you channeled your mana, you must have felt it, the proud mage began. More than one spell has been woven into that steel. She explained that besides the weight reduction magic, she had also enchanted the blade with legendary sharpness. I also added magical self-repair and cleaning functions, she boasted. And I wasn't finished there. The gloves and knee guards increase your mana compatibility, just like Ephrian. The Duke was utterly astounded by the final masterpiece. Even a single one of its functions would make this a true masterpiece.
Ethan was stunned. How could she cram so many spells into one item? The Duke continued his thought. If only.
This dwarf were more capable. I could have made something legendary. Ilya scoffed, in raging pain. The main character understood that if he let her ego run wild, she would become impossible to manage. Is that all? The Duke asked coolly. The hermit mage was insulted. This is merely the beginning. Now I will show you real magic, Ilya instructed Ethan. Pour your mana into all the items, simultaneously. At the same time, he questioned. Ilya insisted. Do it with your fire mana. It might be too much for the weapon. But that is the only way to test its true limits, the hermit mage declared. The Duke decided to try. A powerful aura of his mana flooded the workshop. Payan was in awe, witnessing a level of power he'd only dreamed of. His skill has grown so much, the dwarf reflected. The Duke noted that nothing seemed to be happening. Ilya urged him on. Use your other mana, she demanded. The power you used when you fought me. Visgraf pressed. Don't worry about the weapon, unleash all of your mana. The Duke understood, and so he began. He invoked the 8-ring technique. The workshop was instantly engulfed by a raging, fiery aura. The surge of mana was so intense the windows shattered. Furniture was blasted in every direction as they watched in shock. A blazing aura erupted from the weapon. As Ethan concluded the process, his artifacts began to glow a furious red. The Duke was speechless at the result. This, Ilya announced with a smirk, is my high thermal conductivity technique. You can disperse the gear's heat, or focus it all into a single, devastating point. Visgraf explained. She noted that he was withstanding twice the normal heat. So, Ilya asked, how would you rate my abilities? Hurry up and share your impressions, the pleased hermit magician added. The Duke was beyond pleased with the result. It's nothing special, Payan muttered, feigning indifference. What did you say? Visgraf screamed. Ilya's magic was undeniably incredible. But I can't let her take charge, he thought, turning to address her. The result is not bad, the Duke stated plainly. The hermit magician was shocked. And that's all, cried an indignant Ilya. Ethan then praised Payan for his excellent work. Ilya exploded with indignation. This dwarf is a mediocrity because of him. The effect is far weaker than it should be, she shouted. The dwarf was furious. You just praised me, he countered. Enough, the Duke ordered. I accept your assistance. Ilya, I will tell you of Arden's vision. Will you continue to help me? The Duke asked. Visgraf was overjoyed, reminding him to keep his promise. The Duke then summoned Lawrence.
Payan has departed for the capital with the letter. In 3 days, he will arrive and meet Marquis Villon. He explained.
The Duke asked about the situation with the king. His subordinate reported that all preparations were complete. We've handled everything anonymously. The review will begin before your meeting with the ruler, Lawrence added. The Duke nodded in approval. He felt that everything was finally ready. Before him, his army was assembled. 40 knights from the Order of Arden.
We are ready to depart, Sir Menharn reported. A war horn blared, and the massive gate began to rise.
We move out, Ethan commanded, his face a mask of determination. Meanwhile, the knights of a foreign kingdom. They received a report of an approaching army. What other army? The commander raged, unable to comprehend the situation.
Where did they come from? He demanded to know. The scout's reply sent a chill down his spine. It's Arden? It's Arden.
Arden, the knight screamed in warning. The Duke's army now stood at the city's threshold. Sir Manhwa addressed the guards. Duke Arden is here to see you. Viscount Lythan will answer for levying excessive taxes and exceeding his authority.
As well as for distributing forbidden books of the dragon race in the lands of Arden, the head knight declared.
He ordered the guards to open the gate. There are more than 30 knights there, the commander reasoned, pleading for them to wait. But the head knight was firm. A certain protocol must be followed. Have you contacted the Viscount? The commander asked. The guard informed him it hadn't happened yet. Then hurry, he yelled, but it was too late. The Duke launched his attack on the kingdom. A thunderous explosion ripped through the area, scattering the guards. They fled in every direction. The Viscount had no idea what was happening. His knights choking in the dust. A guard finally reached the Viscount, panicked. They're in trouble. The Grand Duke is here. He is here, he stammered. With a booming voice, he gave the order for the assault to begin. Everyone, to your positions immediately. Attack, he shouted, ordering the soldiers to unsheathe their swords. If we unite, we can overwhelm him. The commander-in-chief stood ready, but the Duke sensed no ominous aura from his knights. Ethan realized their swords were drawn merely on orders. The fastest path to victory is to shatter their morale. The main character strategized. The Duke unleashed the 8 rings technique as Ethan focused his sphere of power. The commander couldn't comprehend what was happening.
A wave of shock rippled through the soldiers. Is that it? Did he truly cast a sphere spell? He gasped.
As the Duke advanced, his technique washed over them. Their weapons clattered to the ground, slipping from nerveless hands. Ethan walked calmly towards the commander-in-chief, leaving the knights utterly bewildered by the scene. From the tower, the commander couldn't believe his eyes. How could I, a 5-star knight, crumble under the pressure of a mere sphere? Unwilling to yield, the head of the knights charged the Duke. The main character met him with a powerful flow of mana, and Ethan easily blocked the strike. The Duke smirked, pleased with the outcome, while the commander stood frozen in shock. In a flash, Ethan seized his face. With a brutal display of power, the Duke slammed him into the unforgiving stone. The main character then paused, awaiting their response. He then addressed the stunned knights. I do not fight those who bear no hostility towards me, announced the Duke. Ethan declared he had come to punish the Count, not them. He then proclaimed to the army that he was the true master of these lands, and with that, he ordered the gates thrown open. A flag bearing his crest billowed against the blazing sun.
Shimon was baffled by the Count's frantic report. Lugan explained that the Duke had bypassed all defenses and was heading for the kingdom.
Didn't you claim his abilities were only at the level of 2 or 3 stars? The Count demanded. He frantically told Shimon that the Duke had defeated his commander, a 5-star knight. The Baron pressed him for more details. Lugan recalled seeing Ethan swoop down from above through the crystal ball, just before the connection was lost. Since when could a 2-star knight make such a jump in midair? Lugan added desperately. Shimon asked him to repeat what he'd said, his mind racing. The Baron tried to process this new, impossible information. He urged Lugan to calm down, insisting his intelligence on the low mana level was solid. Shimon then asked if he knew why the Duke had invaded.
The Count revealed the invasion was sparked by tax issues and something called a dragon book.
Shimon ordered him to hold out for as long as possible, promising that help was on the way. But Lugan cried out that he didn't know how long they could last, begging Shimon to hurry. The Baron was stunned. The Duke's power was completely different from what he'd been told. Something was terribly wrong. Everything was spiraling out of his control. Or has something happened that I couldn't even begin to imagine? The Baron wondered. He knew he needed to buy time. He recalled Lugan's words about taxes and a book. Shimon realized his initial goal was to use Lugan as bait to distract the Duke. Even if I have to sacrifice a few pieces, he reasoned coldly. Just then, Commander Len entered his chambers. The commander-in-chief asked if the Count had made contact. Shimon informed him that the Duke had attacked the Knights of Laka. He commanded Len to dispatch reinforcements immediately. The commander acknowledged the order without question. However, the Baron added a single, crucial condition. Shimon instructed the army to march slowly, to deliberately avoid a direct clash with the Duke. Len promised to follow his orders to the letter. Once more, we see the banner fluttering beneath the scorching sun.
Lawrence praised the Duke for a job well done. He was astonished at how quickly Ethan had seized control.
Ethan dismissed the praise. It was nothing difficult. I simply opened the outer gate, the Duke added. Ethan assumed the main forces were holed up inside the castle with the Viscount. He turned to his advisor, asking if everything was proceeding as planned. Lawrence confirmed that everything was in motion. You can begin the withdrawal, the advisor added. Ethan then turned to Manhwa. The Duke ordered him to leave a few soldiers behind to watch the guards and reorganize the surrendered forces. Then follow me with the rest, Ethan commanded. Heron immediately obeyed his orders. The Duke mounted his horse. He gave the order for the army to advance. Everyone, a man shouted to the townsfolk. Did you hear the news? The man announced that Archduke Arden had arrived to end Lugan's reign of terror. The time has come for a great hero to draw his sword and protect us. He rallied. The residents erupted in support. A young man declared he could no longer endure the starvation. Me too, another screamed. He urged everyone to join the Archduke. A massive crowd surged forward. To the Archduke, the people chanted. Ethan was surprised by how many people had gathered so quickly. We merely fanned the flames, his advisor added with a knowing smile. Lawrence explained that the townspeople's grievances had been simmering for a long time. The Duke's advisor noted that news of his arrival spread like wildfire without any effort on their part. Rumors flew that Kargas and Lon had been living in luxury, just like in the old days. Lawrence continued.
A man from the crowd turned his hopeful eyes to the Duke. He was overjoyed that the Archduke was finally here. He and the villagers were ready to fight.
You are? The Archduke, a stranger called out to Ethan, who now stood before the people of Diorian City. This city, which once resembled paradise, had fallen into ruin, the Duke proclaimed. After the war, the vassals betrayed the will of their masters,
plunging the people into suffering. For this reason, Ethan declared, Viscount Loca would face judgment. From this day forward, I myself will govern this city. He commanded his knights to draw their swords, and the citizens erupted in cheers. Long live Arden.
The crowd roared. Hooray for Archduke Ethan, as the sun began to set. Elsewhere, a knight shared the latest news. Did you hear Archduke Arden has already captured the outer castle? He whispered urgently. From what I've heard, the knight continued, he's already taken 2 entire territories. Another soldier questioned the situation. Is that why we're on high alert? The young man wondered aloud. How could the Duke do all this, having just woken from a coma? But suddenly, the first knight froze. What is it? What do you see? The young man asked. The knight pointed with a trembling finger. Those people. He was staring at the town's own citizens. The commander yelled for the soldiers to hold their positions and not to panic. Messenger report everything to the Viscount, now, he ordered. The Viscount was in disbelief. The Archduke and his own people
were attacking him. He couldn't comprehend it. How could the civilians suddenly turn against him?
Don't panic, they're just rebels, the commander shouted to his men. Ready the flaming arrows, he commanded. One of the knights tried to protest. But sir, are you defying a direct order? The commander-in-chief roared.
Fire, he screamed. The knight couldn't move. I can't. My family is out there.
Follow the order, or I'll kill you myself, the commander snarled. In that moment, Ethan's fury exploded. I said, stop! The sheer power in his voice, amplified by his technique, forced the soldiers to cover their ears in pain.
What is that? Thunder, the Viscount stammered in alarm. Stop tormenting these innocent people. Ethan's voice boomed across the wall. The time has come to open these gates and answer for your sins.
The Viscount raged. You have no right to do this. What do you think you're doing? He turned to his men. Fire on them all. Captain, the Viscount shrieked. Kill every last one of those rebels. The captain turned to his knights. Annihilate anyone who disobeys. Do you hear me? He yelled. Archers, fire! But still, the knight hesitated. I cannot attack my own family, he cried out. You still defy, the commander began, but was cut short by a flash of light. The knights stared in utter confusion. In an instant, the Duke was standing right before them, his hand glowing. He had activated the fiery mana finger technique. The captain's eyes widened, shocked by its impossible speed. The soldiers barely had time to register what had happened. How could the Duke strike the commander with perfect accuracy? From such an incredible distance. Then, the Duke took a step forward. Into the air, he activated his air jump technique. As Ethan hovered weightlessly, the Viscount finally understood. So that's how he breached the outer castle walls. The Duke landed silently on the fortress wall. For a brief moment, everything was still. Then, he pointed his blade directly at Loken. Fear gripped the Viscount's heart. Viscount Loken! The Duke's voice was cold as steel. You refuse to surrender. Don't expect any mercy. With those words, the Duke raised his sword high. The captain analyzed the situation. The flame of Arden is red, not black, he thought. If it were black, we would have died the moment we laid eyes on it. This gave him a surge of confidence. As long as the flame isn't black, his victory isn't guaranteed. He sized Ethan up, thinking he could be beaten. Knights, he commanded. Surround him. Attack from all sides. Let's take down the Archduke, the captain bellowed as the knights charged. Ethan faced the assault from 4 directions. He calmly focused mana into his leg. With a single sweeping blow, all the knights were sent flying. The captain watched in disbelief. The Duke was using the sheer range of his sword to fight back. But as Ethan prepared his next move, he noticed something strange.
There was something wrong with the knights' stances. You dare teach my knights the techniques of the Dragon Clan. Ethan's voice dripped with rage.
The captain was baffled. What are you talking about? That's nonsense. You may have combined it with human swordsmanship to fool others, the Duke retorted. But you can't fool me. That is the stance of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon of Destruction taught you this. Didn't he? Even knowing the devastating side effects of dragon breathing techniques? The knights were horrified by the revelation. One of them turned to the captain. Is it true, tell us? Did you really teach us forbidden dragon techniques? A young knight demanded. Ignore his lies, the Viscount screamed from a distance. He's just trying to deceive you all. How cruel, the Duke said with a pitying look. It seems only the four of you and the Viscount knew the terrible truth. Shut your mouth, the captain roared, desperate. Soldiers, don't listen to a word he says.
Forcing your knights to learn tainted techniques for your own gain. Count Loken, you're even more despicable than I imagined.
The Duke's voice thundered as he unleashed the solar prominence sword explosion. A prominence, a colossal fountain of fiery gas erupting from the sun's surface, held in place by magnetic fury. Ethan charged the knight, their blades screaming as they met. The Duke's blow sent the man flying into the wall like a rag doll. The soldiers stared in disbelief. Their swords had barely crossed, yet an explosion had ripped through the air. Seeing this desperate display, Ethan declared, I can only assume you and the Viscount are colluding with the dragons. The captain was stunned. How could he even dream of standing against such overwhelming power? He saw the Duke standing alone and ordered his men to close in. Surround him, Ethan just grinned. Surround me. The knights froze. A new wave of panic set in. He's going for the gate, the captain roared. Stop him at all costs. Go, the Duke commanded. In that same instant, an enemy attack was launched, but a shockwave sent them scattering.
An attack from the rear, Ethan mocked. He looked down on the captain. You're all still a far cry from being true knights. With a single slice, the Duke shattered the chains holding the city gate.
The path was clear. Menhaden roared to the army. The Archduke has opened the gate's advance. His cry rallied the people to aid their true lord. The Viscount, however, was paralyzed with fear.
Stop them, the captain yelled to the knights. The rest of you, hold back the townsfolk. Hold the line, no matter what.
The captain vowed he would stop the Archduke himself and charged. But Ethan's counterattack was devastating. The captain was thrown aside, his mind reeling in shock. He defeated 5 level knights with a single blow. Even I, at the 6th level, can't resist him. In that moment, the Viscount finally understood the terror Cargus and Lon must have felt. To think the Archduke had handled them all by himself. Loken realized the Duke had been hiding his true power all along. Menhaden's army surged forward, pushing the enemy back, all while the Duke and the captain continued their fierce duel. The army and the citizens stormed straight towards the Viscount's estate. Night began to fall. We now see the Botan estate. Father, this is the man the Archduke recommended, a young man said. Perrin bowed and greeted the Count. Bloon smiled warmly. I'm honored to meet the finest blacksmith alive. He beckoned the dwarf to follow. There is much to prepare.
We have a council meeting with the Emperor soon, Bloon explained, warning Perrin he might feel a little disoriented.
They stepped through a shimmering portal. A powerful glow erupted, and Perrin and Botan emerged on the other side. The dwarf gasped. Before him stretched the magnificent capital of the Higher Empire. Welcome to Pantium, Count Bloon announced. He then informed Perrin that he would be recommending him as a blacksmith for the imperial family itself. Meanwhile, a bright flame of war hung over the city. Wounded soldiers lay everywhere as fierce battles raged on. The Viscount trembled, completely terrified. The captain, in a desperate gambit, rushed toward the Duke. He unleashed his 10th form technique. A crimson aura flared around the Duke's body. His sword pulsed with an overwhelming amount of mana. As Ethan met the attack, he spoke calmly. You seem confident in your speed. Allow me to show you a true Ardon attack. The Duke unlocked his 8th ring. He activated the solar prominence. The captain's eyes widened in horror at the sheer scale of Ethan's technique. A massive explosion consumed everything. The townsfolk and knights could only stare, dumbfounded. When the dust settled, the wounded captain lay defeated before them.
Do you intend to send your subordinates to die in your place? Loken, the Duke shouted. If you are a true knight.
You will end this yourself. Loken stammered that he'd done nothing wrong. Why should I? He whined. You coward, Ethan spat. You don't deserve the title of aristocrat. The Duke activated his air jump technique. He soared directly towards Loken. You should be ashamed. Ethan's foot slammed into Loken's chest. He screamed in agony as he fell. He crumpled to the floor in a heap. The Duke turned to the knights. Loken has fallen. Lay down your weapons. Menhaden's voice boomed. The battle is over, surrender now. He added a final warning.
We will cut down anyone who does not lower their sword. One by one, the knights dropped their weapons.
The Duke announced that from this moment on, the Viscounty was under the control of Ardon. The city residents erupted in cheers. Long live the Duke! The people's joyous cries continued. Elsewhere, a subordinate rushed to report the important news. Vice Captain Greg, you should be on your mission. The Count, Shim, looked concerned. Did something happen? Greg delivered the shocking news Viscount Loken has fallen. The Count was in utter disbelief. The castle was captured in just 2 days. He assumed Loken must have surrendered. No, sir, Greg clarified. We interrogated escaped soldiers. The Archduke's knights opened the inner gates and won the battle with the help of the townspeople. Lord Shimon waved it off, demanding a full report later. But the Count was stunned when Shimon revealed that Loken's forces included a 6th-level captain and 4 5th-level knights. If the Archduke broke through despite that, it could only mean he was nearing the 6th level himself. The Count absorbed this grim possibility. Not even 6 months had passed since the Duke's awakening, a growth rate that was almost impossible to comprehend. Shimon then turned to his captain. Could the 1st Division handle the Archduke? The 1st Division, the absolute elite of his 100 knights. They were Count Shimon's hidden trump card, for they had mastered the forbidden techniques of the dragon family, a power so great it forced them to live in the shadows. The captain speculated the Archduke had just barely reached level 6. A fresh 6th level was nothing compared to a true veteran. He scoffed at the idea. They were professionals, on the verge of reaching level 7. There are 12 of us, including myself and the vice captain. Victory will be effortless. In fact, the captain boasted that just 2 of his knights could crush the Archduke. Good, Shimon mused. Then I'll play with the Archduke a little longer. He commanded his butler to lower taxes and halt distribution of the new dragon scripture. His subordinate bowed, promising to relay the orders to the other families within their faction. Make sure this remains an absolute secret, Shimon warned. It was crucial that Logan never discovered his true plans. The captain acknowledged the command and departed. Meanwhile, the Duke, Ethan, finished his paperwork, praising his advisor, Lawrence, for his excellent work. With our territories expanding, we have more manpower and supplies. There are no issues to report, the advisor confirmed. Lawrence then noted that Ethan had already reclaimed a huge portion of the duchy's southern region. If he captured just one more territory, he could enact the grand plan to split the duchy into 3 parts, igniting a war for influence. Lawrence warned Ethan that Shimon would soon make his move. When he does, we can use him as a shield against Viscount Loken's faction.
Loken might believe we're cooperating with Shimon, forcing him to hesitate, Lawrence added.
But the Duke disagreed. No, they think I'm just acting out of blind rage. He knew the Counts couldn't see the full scope of his ambitions. They were too blinded by their petty faction wars. Ethan gave Lawrence a new mission. Make them believe it. Keep them deceived until the Enlightenment ceremony, the Duke ordered. His advisor simply bowed, accepting the heavy task. Night fell. Viscount Loken scanned a document. Tomorrow's tax collection area, he murmured to himself. His captain stood guard, but was suddenly jolted. The very air ripped open as a portal materialized before them. They watched in shock as a cloaked figure emerged. Who are you? The captain demanded. The stranger simply extended a hand. I arrived a bit early, just so you'd know I was coming. His voice was laced with mockery. Surprised, what is your business here in the dead of night? A mage that a 5th-level knight couldn't even sense. The Viscount's mind raced. This was bad. He signaled his captain to stand down. But the captain charged forward. I'll handle this. In an instant, the magician's eyes blazed crimson. An overwhelming, ominous aura flooded the room. Is this a domain technique? The Viscount thought in terror. Faster than sight. The magician held a blade to the captain's throat. The captain froze. What do you want? Calm yourselves, the mage hissed. I'm merely here to negotiate. I came to learn the Duke's secrets. You look like you've extorted plenty yourself, the Viscount shot back. Are you an assassin from the Loken faction? Driven mad by greed, he accused. The magician ignored the insult, his crimson eyes locking onto Loken. Tell me, Viscount, do you wish to become stronger? This power, it's even more overwhelming than your domain. Loken gasped. The Viscount knew he was trapped. If he refused this offer, they would both die right here. We cut back to the present. Loken confessing to the Duke. He admitted they accepted the Dragon Clan's teachings, and through them, his knights gained immense power. But the Duke already knew. Those techniques have side effects. He stared Loken down. Do you feel any guilt for deceiving your own men? Archduke, Loken pleaded. Even in this duchy, where dragons are despised, many have secretly learned their techniques. What do you think is happening in other regions? The Viscount argued they were just following the trend. Ethan's fury reached its peak. I see it all now. That magician who appeared before you that night, Ethan's voice was ice. Tell me about the organization. That he belongs to... Loken hesitated, and in a flash, Ethan's hand was around his throat. You coward! The moment your life is on the line, your loyalties crumble. Do you really think this is the right time? To test my patience, Ethan snarled. The Viscount choked out that if he spoke, not only his life, but his entire family would be in danger. The Duke sneered. You pitiful worm. Why do you think I care about them? Ethan's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. The main character pressed the Viscount, his voice like ice. Tell me everything, and I might make this easier for you. In that case, the Lean family will be safe. After the Viscount agreed, the Duke slammed him to the floor. He confessed that the magician who visited that night was merely an intermediary. The mage had instructed the Viscount to travel to Delorne and find a person carrying a particular badge. We cut to the royal meeting room, where the nobles murmured, baffled by the dwarf's presence. The king called for order, his eyes landing on the newcomer. He commanded the stranger to introduce himself. The dwarf's voice rang with authority. I am here in place of Archduke Ethan Arden. He revealed the Duke sent him personally, much to the council's surprise. A hushed whisper reached the king's ear.
Is this true? The king demanded, his attention shifting to a document before him.
His eyes widened as he read. How interesting. It seems the royal blacksmith is collaborating with the dragon tribe. Shockwaves rippled through the council members. The king himself seemed deeply troubled. Botan observed the monarch's unease. Was it because a subordinate was tied to the dragons? Or because he was involved as well? Miles away? Ethan allowed himself a small smile. The first part of his plan was unfolding perfectly. Now, it was time to deal with the matter of the dragon flame. Just then, Aya was heading to his office. She announced her success, having finally created the item he had commissioned from her. She presented a perfectly rounded whetstone. With its power, the Duke could sharpen his sword anywhere. Ethan, lost in thought, barely registered her words. Are you even listening to me? She screamed. The Duke then asked if she knew of a man named Melisses, a strange, reclusive magician.
That old eccentric, Aya scoffed. I'm incredibly busy, but if you beg me, I suppose I can help.
The Duke was blunt. Pack your things. We are leaving right now. As they journeyed, the Duke and Aya set off. Ethan questioned her about Melisse's abilities. Aya explained he specialized in enhancing the properties of materials. It's a craft similar to alchemy, she noted. Even a normal piece of metal can become a legendary sword in his hands. The hermit mage's true talent lay there. Aya added that his actual magic skills were nothing special. At best, he's a level 4, she guessed. So why do you ask? It doesn't look like we're going to a tea party, since you brought swords with you, Aya observed dryly. I need to confirm something, Ethan stated grimly. And depending on his answer, these swords might be necessary. The coachman stopped the carriage. Aya sensed Melisse's mana nearby, but she also detected traps and magic safety circles everywhere. It would be a disaster to just walk in, she warned. Ethan simply asked her if there was a better way. Aya puffed her chest out with pride. Trust me, I am an 8th level mage. I can dispose of these weak magic circles with ease. So quietly, he won't even realize what happened, the hermit magician added. A moment later, massive explosions rocked the area. The traps kept detonating one after another. Aya was furious as she deactivated the next one. That paranoid old man, the indignant Aya raged. How many did he create? Is he trying to compete with me?
I will destroy every single one of your traps. Just you wait, old man, the hermit mage shouted.
The Duke calmly reminded her she had promised to do everything quietly. They disguise their true nature, Ethan reasoned. They must be close.
Aya stormed toward the next seal, triggering an even stronger explosion. Smelly old man, how dare you make me do all this work?
The dissatisfied Aya shouted his name, demanding he come out.
You destroy all my magic circles like a bandit every time you come here, a voice called out. Melisses, why not just ask where the traps are? Melisses grumbled. Or did you forget what happened last time?
Aya shot back. Why would I ask permission from someone like you? You should have known I was coming and removed them yourself. Ethan suspected she had simply forgotten. Melisses sighed. Don't be so stubborn. Canceling and recreating these circles takes far too much time. He deemed it a waste of breath, as she wasn't listening anyway. It will be faster to speak to the Archduke, he decided. So, you know who I am? Ethan asked. Melisses confirmed that even in his isolation, news still reached him. I knew who you were the moment the first magic circle was destroyed, the magician added. Knowing why they had come. Please, come in, Melisses invited them. Opposite the entrance to his home, torches burned ominously. But Aya was shocked by what she saw inside. She learned that Melisses was collaborating with the Dragon Clan. You've gone too far, she gasped. The magician has lost his mind. The old magician spoke, his voice heavy. Times have changed. As a mage, one must be open to new things. So you didn't come here just to kill me? Melis asked. The Duke's reply was cold. I am not a mere murderer. I came to listen. You may not know, having just woken from a coma, but in the last 10 years, the world has been transformed. Far beyond this duchy, the techniques of the Dragon Clan have spread like wildfire, the magician revealed. From what I've seen, the Duke countered, those without a dragon heart who mimic their breathing only shorten their own lives. Ethan wondered why anyone would chase such a dangerous path. Melis scoffed at his ignorance. Mages may seem obsessed with knowledge, but we are not fools, he declared. We disassembled their arts. By studying them piece by piece, most of us gained their power, while avoiding the fatal consequences. Melis then confessed, I, too, am one of those people. The Duke admitted the logic was sound. Even Ethan had considered a similar approach. The magician smiled. It is thanks to the dragon techniques. That new realms of power have been unlocked. New realms, the Duke asked, his interest piqued. Melis explained the 10 stars for knights and the 10th circle for mages. That was once the absolute limit for mortals, he said. But now, everything has changed. There are now humans who have reached 11, even 12 stars. Aya was in shock. Beyond the 10th rank, Ethan repeated. The Duke deduced that the dragon breathing must shatter a user's mana threshold. But in the process, they have neglected their fundamental training. Now, the Duke's voice turned sharp. Answer me this. Honestly, Ethan revealed his hunt for the Nearest Brotherhood. A cult worshipping the Dragon Clan was what led him here. Give me one reason why I should let you live, the Duke demanded. The magician knew there were not many.
We mages crave knowledge above all. The key to that knowledge lay within the Dragon Clan's texts, which the Brotherhood offered.
That is why we made a deal, Melis confessed. He insisted he had no interest in the Brotherhood or their faith. And I never joined the Order, he added. The Order? The Duke questioned. Are they connected to this? Melis explained it was a symbol for a grand magical association, but Aya had never heard of it. I've never heard of such an organization, she stated. Melis told them it was a secret society, an elite group comprised of only the most powerful mages, handpicked by the Empire itself. A group representing all of magic, he added with a hint of pride, revealing he'd received an invitation. Aya roared with laughter.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The Order of the Nation's representatives contacted you.
Aya was baffled they hadn't contacted her. Melis sneered. You little brute, you always underestimate me. The moment I get the chance, the magician cried, his pride wounded. He claimed he was superior to a doppelganger living in a cave. Fizgraf's fury exploded. I told you never to call me that, she screamed. The magician simply whined that she started it. The Duke's mind raced. Mages using dragon techniques to grow stronger? A secret order of the elite.
Melis threatened to show her the power of a great magician.
Melis, Fizgraf bellowed. Enough!
Ethan's voice cut through the chaos.
So, these mages, they hold high positions in the palace, the Duke asked. The magician confirmed his fears. They are either important members of the Brotherhood or connected to them. Just as I was, Melis admitted. The Duke realized the mages were already lost. The palace blacksmith himself could be connected to the 7th Kingdom.
A chilling thought emerged. If that were true, the entire palace could be sold out to the Dragon Clan.
Perhaps, he reasoned with dread. It already had been. Ela spoke up, saying she'd destroyed one of the magic circles, a circle far beyond the old man's ability to create. The Duke immediately understood the implication. She cut him off. It means someone else knows we are here. Fizgraf declared that Melis's fate was now sealed. He would either die by the Duke's hand or be silenced by the Order. The hermit magician then made a proposal. Take him with you, she said. He could be a useful assistant. The main character saw no reason to refuse. Melis wasn't a member of the Order, nor did he work for the Dragon Clan.
Aya smiled cruelly. Yes, I'll keep him on a leash like a dog, and use him until he breaks.
The Duke was certain Melis would have preferred death, but the magician knew he had no choice. If I become your subordinate, I will at least be protected, he reasoned. It wasn't so different from his previous work.
Aya turned her attention back to the Duke. Ethan asked, Did you bring the communication crystal?
Take it, Fizgraf said. Lawrence should be trying to contact you. The Duke did not recognize the name. Lawrence delivered a grave report to the Duke. Count Shim had sent an urgent message, just as his advisor had foreseen. The Duke commanded Lawrence to take Manhwa and the knights to invade the Viscounty of Ethan.
Ethan announced his immediate departure, with Aya and Melise joining him. The time had come to advance their plans.
The scene shifts to the Plan region, where the Viscounty's people were in open revolt. Manhwa drew his blade, a cold fury in his eyes. He ordered his soldiers to hold the line. The knight captain noted his formidable presence. But Manhwa knew they couldn't fail, not against a single man. Suddenly, a new challenger appeared, the captain of the Viscount's knights. Nan Portical? Manhwa was stunned. The Viscount's envoy was right here. He couldn't fathom how one man had halted their entire advance. Nan rushed forward.
As the knights moved to intercept, their leader roared for them to hold their positions.
But it was too late. With a single devastating strike, Nan defeated them all. Menhaden watched in disbelief as Nan mocked their incompetence. With a cold farewell, the captain turned his attention to Menhaden, who stood frozen, unsure of his next move. But before Nan could strike, a crimson aura blazed into view Ethan's technique, aimed directly at him. The main character was surprised. A knight of such caliber in this small viscounty. He was even more shocked that Nan dodged the attack just in time. The Duke questioned Nan's mercy, suggesting it was born from arrogance. Nan denied it, stating it wasn't arrogance at all. He simply believed he could surpass them without resorting to lethal force. At that moment, the Duke apologized to Menhaden for his late arrival. The main character replied that he had already handled Nan, but Ethan simply said he was leaving the Viscount in his hands. Menhaden obeyed without question. "I am Nan Portical, captain of the Ventre Knights," he declared, apologizing for aiming his sword at the great Archduke Arden. The Duke's eyes narrowed as Nan lunged. Ethan immediately sensed it. This man was even faster than before. He had been hiding his true strength. His power was easily at the level of a 6-star knight, much like Peyton. No, closer to 7 stars, the Duke corrected himself. He felt the weight of Nan's sword. It was unlike any mana-infused blade he had ever faced. The captain struck with incredible force, but the Duke managed to parry the blow. Ethan could see it clearly now. Nan had mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship, but his blade was filled with hesitation and doubt. From Nan's perspective, the Archduke's mana felt no stronger than a 4-star level. He couldn't understand why he couldn't find a single opening. They broke apart, creating distance. Ethan had a question for him, and Nan braced himself for it. The Duke asked if all knights from the collateral branches used techniques similar to the Dragon Clan and Arden's own secret arts. If so, why did Nan, a captain, refuse to use them? The captain paused. He answered that the foundation of a knight is a sound mind and body. He spoke of his refusal to destroy his own body just for a taste of greater power. A smile touched the Duke's lips. That was the right answer. In that instant, Ethan unleashed the Ether Ring technique, shocking Nan to his core. The main character declared he would face him with true strength. Like a real knight, he activated his explosive sword technique, and the captain prepared for the devastating impact. A thunderous explosion echoed across the land. Nan was in awe, finding himself surrounded by the ruins of his own kingdom. "You must understand the meaning behind me and my knights storming this place alongside civilians." Ethan's voice boomed. The Duke warned Nan that there was still time to correct his path. Ethan challenged him, saying that if he truly considered himself a knight, he must remember what he was fighting for. Nan's gaze locked onto the Duke.
"Is there truly a chance for someone like me?" the captain asked, "who has already forsaken the truth?" The Duke replied that his future actions would decide that.
Ethan promised he would personally shatter the chains that bound Nan. Portical simply said he would be waiting. The Arden flag whipped in the wind. The collateral branches had fallen one by one Arcadios, Dean, Lion, and now Ethan. 4 territories and 120 knights. Conquered. 136 days had passed since the Duke awakened from his long slumber. As Ethan amassed his power to fight the remaining branches, news of his decree that all within his domain must live spread across the Hearst Empire. A man strode through a grand hall and knocked on a heavy door. Given permission, he entered. It was Wellington, arriving with a new report. The king inquired if Wellington had finished his investigation into Archduke Arden. Fielski confirmed he had, though complications arose during the Archduke's visit to the royal blacksmith. Duke Rajan? The king's interest was piqued. He asked how the investigation into their relationship was proceeding. Fielski reported they had proof of secret weapon supplies, but the operation's secrecy prevented him from learning more. The king mused that Duke John Rajan had always opposed the Dragon Clan's politics when given the chance. As a representative from one of the 7 kingdoms, he knew Jiran was the true leader of the noble faction. Meanwhile, the king continued to brood on his throne. "He is not a man I can easily move, even with the power of an emperor." Wellington delivered his report. "We succeeded in demoting Williams, but we could not remove him from the imperial court. So you have failed," the king stated. "But it was inevitable, with the count and the aristocrats aligned against me. Still, you have done well," he said. Telling the man to raise his head, he knew the investigation was bound to move slowly. The king's true priority was clear. "Wellington, you have one duty: ensure the identities of our spies are never compromised."
"They must not be revealed," the king insisted. "The spy organization, Red Moon, is my final weapon."
"My last resort against the Dragon Clan." Elsewhere, Lawrence felt a sense of satisfaction. Everything was going smoothly. The advisor reported, "William, the imperial court's blacksmith, has been fired. Penzo was hired in his place, but only for a year. A temporary position, then," the Duke inquired. Ethan knew it would become permanent if their plans went wrong.
Our main character understood the Emperor's sincerity when it came to the politics of the Dragon Clan. He asked Lawrence,
"What was the reaction to the infighting within the duchy?" The advisor replied, It seems they've decided to simply wait and watch. The Duke sensed their hesitation. As long as they don't interfere, Ethan added coolly. Everything will be fine. He remarked that the balance in the imperial court was as fragile as a slowly setting sun. The Duke added, Soon we will be able to test the true strength of each side. His eyes drifted to the knights training below. Nuon, Ethan called out. How is the training progressing? The captain was startled by his lord's sudden appearance. The Duke knew it was a huge advantage. Having a knight so close to the 7-star level join his new knightly order, he could trust him to handle the management and discipline of the knights. Nuon, you've only just joined, yet you're already working so hard, Ethan remarked. You are very reliable, the Duke praised. Thanks to Nuon, the knight's skills had improved dramatically.
Captain, gather all the knights, Ethan commanded. All of them, my lord, Nuon asked, surprised. A new knightly order requires a new fighting technique.
The army assembled, their ranks perfectly formed. Right now, more than 100 of you stand here, the Duke announced.
Knights gathered from 4 different families. Ethan's voice was sharp. Your sword skills and command systems are all different.
From this moment on, the Duke declared, you will all fight as one, like the Knights of Arden. Ethan explained that they would all learn the techniques he was about to demonstrate. Knights and representatives, take your positions. Let the lesson begin. Without using a single drop of mana, the knights charged. Ethan began to weave through their attacks. They swarmed him, one after another. The Duke took his stance, effortlessly parrying their furious assault. The sheer force of his block sent one knight flying sideways with a scream of pain. Another man rushed in to take his place. Ethan blocked his blow. The man thought he could overwhelm the Duke with brute force. Suddenly, Ethan's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. He was thrown to the ground, crying out in agony. 2 more knights rushed in, attacking him with incredible speed, but he dodged their assault with impossible grace. They watched in confusion. Just before Ethan struck them both down, Menaran prepared to attack. Their swords clashed with a deafening ring. He was stunned by the Archduke's immense power.
A power that wasn't supported by his fire mana. This was pure swordsmanship. In the next instant, the Duke was already behind him.
Menharen's eyes widened in shock. The Duke struck the head of the knights down, and he crumpled to the ground. Now, only Ethan and Nuon were left. Silence fell upon the battlefield. Nuon thought he understood. The Duke was teaching them his family's sword skills in order to restore Arden's honor. But this sword style was unlike anything he had ever seen. The captain charged the Duke. Our main character was taken by surprise for a moment. Nuon continued his relentless attack, but then suddenly froze. He saw it, the aura of an enraged dragon. Standing right behind the Duke, Ethan attacked. Nuon dodged, but Ethan's hand moved like a dragon's claw. The Duke seized the captain's hand. Nuon swung his sword in a desperate defense, fear gripping him. The Duke dodged the blow and closed the distance. The captain was utterly bewildered. He was amazed that the Duke was using a technique with such a low, unconventional stance. Nuon tried to parry the Duke's next strike, but Ethan's attack wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at his sword. The captain's blade shattered. Ethan held his sword to Nuon's throat. I've lost, the captain conceded. The knights couldn't believe the Duke had defeated 6 of them with swordsmanship alone. They gathered around Ethan, awestruck. The captain opened his mouth to speak, but the Archduke interrupted him. Most of you, our main character declared, gathered here because of your love for Arden, but you had no choice but to swear allegiance to the Senate, forced by their tyranny. As for the collateral branches, the Duke pressed on. How did they come to revere the name Arden? Ethan knew it was because of their skill.
He proclaimed that the Arden family were the undisputed masters of the Western continent. He then challenged the knights.
Did they know how the Arden family achieved such legendary status? The Duke revealed his family was never bound by the chains of aristocracy. Instead, they studied the raw techniques of the barbarians and perfected them. Nan was stunned. The barbarians, the same ones who waged war against the Habsburg Empire 100 years ago, the captain asked. The Duke declared that techniques themselves possess no good or evil. Ethan explained that everything depends on the heart of the one who wields the power. Then, the main character revealed a stunning truth. The sword skill he'd demonstrated was a fusion of his family's arts and the Dragon Clan's techniques. Ethan announced the name of this new, terrifying sword style he created. It was called the Sword and Dragon Slaying Technique. Heron froze, shocked by the sheer audacity of its name. The captain realized Ardon's blade was forged to kill dragons. Moran pieced it together. Was that why the Duke was willing to accept the techniques of the Dragon Clan? The Duke confirmed it was true. The protagonist promised them they would master the Duke's new family technique and become the greatest order of knights on the continent. Ethan's voice boomed, Who here will stand with Ardon in an instant? Nan pledged his undying allegiance to the House of Archduke Arden. The other knights followed, their voices echoing as one, swearing their sacred oath to the Duke. Ethan gazed at the mana swirling in his hand. He could feel it. This army would become that even more powerful than he had ever imagined. Lawrence asked if the Duke planned to restore the legendary Black Flame Legion. Ethan's answer was firm. No. The Legion of today had been corrupted beyond recognition. The story explains that the Black Flame Legion was the official knightly order of the Ardon family. They were once the family's pride, an elite force unmatched across the entire continent. With the motto, do or die, they drove the Dragon Clan to extinction, forming Arden's detachment. But under the mismanagement of the side branches, their glory faded, and their numbers dwindled to almost nothing. The main character's voice was grim. The war against the dragons is not over. He declared that it was about to enter a terrifying new phase. Ethan proclaimed that this new order would take the place of the Black Flame Legion. The Duke added that they would become the most elite unit on the continent, forged for the sole purpose of exterminating dragons. Just then, laughter echoed from a nearby window. Shimon celebrated the news that the Viscounty of Etan had also fallen. He smugly believed that he and the Archduke were allies in this endeavor. The foolish Baron had no idea of the Archduke's true goal. He mused that at this rate, the Archduke would take care of Lugon for him. Shimon wondered when the
perfect moment would arrive. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room. He screamed that he had an urgent message. Shimon was furious.
"Have you forgotten all your manners?" he roared. His subject blurted out that the Archduke was about to attend a meeting of the Senate. The Baron's world shattered. He was stunned. This was happening far sooner than he ever anticipated. Shimon realized. The Duke's rage would not be limited to Lugon. It would now fall upon him as well. The Baron yelled that he would call an urgent meeting of the Senate immediately. He commanded his subordinate to inform everyone at once. The man scrambled to obey his order. Shimon knew he was out of options. He had to accelerate his own plans. As the Ardon flag snapped fiercely in the wind, Ethan declared that the time had finally come. It was time to reclaim the duchy and purge the parasites that had sucked the lifeblood from the Arden family. The Duke added that this corruption had festered for over 10 years, all under the Senate's watch. The main character announced their mission. The squad of dragon slayers, will overthrow the Senate and forge a
new duchy. The knights roared, chanting for the glory and honor of Ardon. The Duke knew. This was the true beginning.
The story shifts to the city of Center, the territory of Viscount Round, one of the 10 branch families. A knight screamed that the Archduke was approaching. The captain ordered them to bring the crystal ball at once, to warn the Viscount of what was coming. The knight rushed to carry out the command. The townspeople stared in disbelief. The legendary Archduke Arden was here in person. Ethan rode calmly through the city's streets. A stranger gasped in awe that the Duke had already liberated the 4 fortresses. The residents began to cry out, begging for their own freedom. The main character was ready. Meanwhile, the Viscount declared that while many seats were empty, the matter was urgent, so they would begin the meeting immediately. But just then, he heard frantic footsteps outside the door. The Viscount's subordinate burst in, reporting that the Archduke had just entered the city. Shimon was utterly speechless. The enraged Viscount screamed, "Why are you only telling me this now?" Ramon demanded to know what the guards at the walls were even doing. The Viscount turned on his subordinate, asking if he wanted to be punished for his dereliction of duty. The man was completely stunned. Shimon felt a chill run down his spine. This was strange. He had deliberately rushed to start this meeting because he knew the Archduke had expressed a
desire to attend. The Baron couldn't understand. How did the Duke know they were holding the meeting right now?
But Ethan was told he couldn't just walk in. The Duke was asked to wait. But our protagonist was already striding towards the meeting room.
A wave of shock rippled through the Senate members at his sudden appearance. The Duke announced he was glad to see them all.
He then declared he would be joining their meeting. "This is against the law," the Count roared, challenging Ethan directly. Did he not know that only branch families could attend this meeting? Lugan insisted that even an Archduke had no right to be here. He had no place in a Senate meeting, but our protagonist calmly revealed he held letters of authority from 4 absent elders. He made it clear this had all been personally approved by His Majesty, the King. If the Count had any objections, he could take them up with the King himself. "Now, let me be blunt," Ethan stated coldly. He commanded him to cut taxes by half, and to ban the circulation of written prophecies. Lugan's face burned with outrage. The Duke warned him that if he refused to submit, he would declare war on his house. "You dare!" the enraged Lugain seethed. "How incredibly insolent! The Count sneered. Let's see if you have the right to treat me this way. He called for his knight captain, Zerit. As the captain stepped forward, a crushing torrent of mana washed over the room. The Senate members gasped in shock. Even Shimon was stunned by the power of a 7-star knight. He realized the Count wasn't just posturing. This was a clear attempt to intimidate the Duke. Ethan recognized him instantly. Before him stood
the captain of the Amelon family's Red Lion Knights, the 7-star knight, Zark Clement. Our protagonist simply asked, "Do I have the right?"
Then, the Duke unleashed his own power. Mana blazed through his veins as a crimson aura exploded around him. Lugan stared in utter disbelief. The Count was incandescent with fury. What do you think you're doing? That's what I wanted to ask you, the Duke replied, his voice dripping with ice.
Was Lugan truly using his knight's domain to threaten him? Did he wish to add the crime of treason to his list?
The man was horrified. Ethan had shattered his captain's pressure so easily, he realized not even a year had passed
since the Duke had awakened from his coma. Ethan waited for Lugan's answer. The Count deflected, asking why Ethan hadn't told Shimon.
But our protagonist simply stated he had no reason to. After all, Shimon had already accepted all his demands. Lugan could only tremble with fury. Outside, on the streets, the knights stood watch. A man was surprised when he spotted a figure. It was the knight captain, Nan. He apologized for his belated greeting. The man noted Nan was hard to spot in his dark attire. Nan asked his vice captain, Leal, what was happening? Leal claimed everything was fine. Dragon troops, he sneered. What an ironic name for a group that just copies the dragon tribe's techniques. Nan coolly pointed out that the vice captain laughs at him, while he himself grovels to learn those very same skills. What did you just say? Leal demanded, his face flushed with anger. How dare Nan insult the Order of the Red Lion? Portical watched in surprise. Leal was the vice captain of the Red Lions. He thought they had all been demoted. Leal spat that Nan had a big mouth for a traitor. He added that the Archduke must be insane to hire someone like Nan as his captain. Leal drew his sword. Are you finished? Nan asked calmly. If you want to fight, then stop your yapping and draw your weapon. Leal smirked. Nan had fallen right into his trap. What are you doing? He taunted. The captain stated they wouldn't use lethal techniques. Nan added that he didn't want to cause trouble for the Archduke by killing a nobody like Leela. The vice captain feigned gratitude for his concern, but said there was no need. He shouldn't worry about his own death. Leal swore he'd make them spend the next 10 years in chains, just like their master. The captain retorted. He'd make sure Leal spent his life licking dragon boots. Shut your mouth, the vice captain roared. In a flash, a fierce battle erupted. Leal was instantly shocked by the swordsmanship before him. The sword style of the dragon tribe, the vice captain realized Nan was fully committed to using their techniques. What a complete hypocrite. He thought he knew all of their sword arts, but Nan's aura. It was like a true dragon. Leal desperately tried to block the attack. He couldn't comprehend the technique. This was completely different from any technique he had ever seen. Nan's hand shot out towards Leal. The vice captain couldn't process what was happening. He screamed, demanding to be released. You will pay for your insults, Nan declared. The vice captain realized Nan was out for blood. He begged him to stop, but Nan's attack landed true. A devastating blow right to the vice captain's face. Meanwhile, the commander reported to Shimon. The coverage area had been analyzed. He confirmed the Archduke's mana had reached level 6. The captain also noted there was no trace of the Black Flame's energy. Shimon was pleased. He guessed that at Ethan's current skill level, he was incapable of using the Black Flames. Shimon couldn't accept it. He believed the Duke was simply unworthy of that power. The Count reasoned it must have been a simple mana spell, Shimon thought to himself. The energy radiating from Ethan. It feels weaker than he expected. A 7-star warrior at that. The main character couldn't read their minds, but he could guess what they were plotting. They were convinced they held the overwhelming advantage. Enjoy this fleeting confidence, he thought to himself. As Ethan turned to Lugan, the Count tried to stall, pleading for more time to discuss the matter. He begged for just 1 week, but our main character's patience was thin. Enough of this nonsense. You want another week to continue fleecing. These residents, as you have for 10 long years, the enraged Duke roared. Or shall we start a war right now? Shimon was stunned by Ethan's sheer intensity. He knew the Duke was arrogant, but he never imagined that he would move with such ferocious speed. Lugan was convinced Ethan was just acting on a whim. The Count realized that even if he won a war, he could never kill an Archduke. But if he submitted now, his entire faction would collapse, utterly cornered. The Count finally relented, announcing he would obey. The Senate members were shocked it ended so easily. One complained their income would be cut in half. The Duke declared, "This takes effect today," and with his business concluded. Ethan turned and left the chamber. Shimon stated that if all was said, the meeting was adjourned. The other Senate members quickly followed, muttering that they would leave as well. A subordinate turned to Lugan, who was seething with uncontrollable rage. He spat that Ethan's arrogance was born purely from his title. Lugan snarled, "Prepare our forces for an attack. We strike the moment we return," he commanded. His subordinate bowed, but as the Count turned, he froze at the sight. Nan stood victorious over the defeated Leal. "What is the meaning of this?" Lugan bellowed, ordering his vice-captain up. A subordinate begged for a moment's patience, asking the Count to let him figure out what had happened. He rushed to Leal's side, assuming it was an ambush. He declared he would immediately raise the entire knightly order. But the vice-captain croaked the truth he had lost to Nan in a formal duel. The man was utterly speechless.
He believed the Dragonslayer troops were just a band of vagabonds, gathered from the corners of the world.
To think one of them had defeated the vice-captain of the Red Lion Knights' fury burned in his eyes as he ordered him to stand. They all returned to the main castle in disgrace. The main character scoffed, thinking the Count's knightly order was just a pathetic joke. They call themselves Red Lions. What a pity, the Duke added, as the Count's face burned with shame. As Ethan entered his carriage, Lawrence noted the meeting went well. The Duke agreed everything went smoothly. But now, he mused, we just have to see how Lugan will react. Ethan then ordered his advisor to increase their spies in the territory. The Duke declared with a grim smile, "We're setting a trap." Meanwhile, Lugan fumed in his study. Khan hadn't responded. He was certain the man had betrayed him. The Count demanded to know how the commoners were reacting. A subordinate reported that complaints had decreased since the taxes were halved, but he warned of a dark rumor spreading. He said the people were whispering that taxes were only reduced because Count Lugan had lost to the Archduke. The Count roared, ordering him to bring in everyone who spread these lies. He was enraged that his subordinate simply listened, and then dared to report it so calmly. He threatened the butler. "If you fail to bring them to me, I will kill you myself." The terrified butler scrambled to obey. As the Count seethed, a mysterious voice spoke. It remarked that the Count appeared to be in a difficult situation. Lugan whipped his head around, thinking it was the butler. But the stranger continued, introducing himself as an associate of the Arcana Magical Association, and also the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood. Pure terror gripped the Count's heart. He knew that name. This was the Brotherhood of Nexus. The stranger noted that the Count's troubles all stemmed from the Duke. "We can help you with that," he offered. The Count was confused, wondering why the Brotherhood would ever help him. The stranger explained that they, too, disliked the Archduke. Once he was eliminated, they could easily avoid suspicion. With that, the stranger handed him a small object. In his palm, Lugan saw the emblem of the Kingdom of Ar. He recalled the constant border conflicts they had with that kingdom. The Count's mind raced with possibilities. Lugan declared that if this was their plan, he would dispatch a knight captain, a vice captain, and a dozen of his best knights. The stranger smiled. "Excellent. We will contact you when we are ready." And just like that, he was gone. Lugan erupted into wild laughter. With an assassin from the Brotherhood and his 10 elite knights, he was certain they could crush the Duke elsewhere. Ethan asked his advisor if they had found a Brotherhood spy. Lawrence reported finding only 6 of Lugan's spies, but he confirmed one of them was indeed connected to the Brotherhood. The Duke deduced the spy was working with them. "And what is the purpose of this assassination attempt?" our main character asked. Lawrence replied, "All of them are trying to discover your next move." A smirk grew on Ethan's face as he ordered his advisor to leak some. Upon learning of his plan for a secret inspection of the territory, Lawrence asked if the Duke truly meant to go, imagine, alone. The advisor didn't doubt Ethan's skill, but it was a reckless gamble with the Brotherhood involved. But the main character knew that if he brought guards, his true enemies would never reveal themselves. He believed it would be far more effective to lure them out personally. As Lawrence began to question him, a new voice interrupted. Ilya had made her way to the Duke's office, stating she heard he needed her help and had come to offer it. Ethan looked at her, explaining this mission was about combat. While he knew Ilya was a great magician, he believed her talents were more suited for invention. He asked if she was truly certain she could handle a fight. Ilya just smiled, warning that he would regret his doubts the moment he witnessed her combat mode. She explained it was the pinnacle a great magician could achieve, telling Ethan he had much to look forward to. With the sun high in the sky, the Duke remarked on the enemy's caution. Ilya agreed.
For an entire month, they had circled every city, yet not a single hostile presence was detected.
She asked if Ethan was sure someone was planning an ambush. The main character was resolute. This was their only chance. He knew their caution was precisely because of that. Suddenly, Ilya's senses tingled. A mysterious voice whispered, telling the Duke to listen. Even as they continued walking, Ethan was shocked by the monofrequency whispering technique. Ilya warned him that 50 meters ahead, a powerful magic circle lay in wait. The effort poured into it must have been immense. But that wasn't all. She added that this was the magic of spatial prohibition. The hermit mage explained that the moment they stepped inside that circle, they would be trapped. She asked the Duke for his plan. Ethan's lips curved into a smirk. They had waited for this moment. "We're walking in," he declared. As the Duke approached the boundary, a chilling aura seeped from the ground. A portal tore open the air before them, and from it, knights began to emerge. In seconds, the Duke and Ilya were completely surrounded. "You've fallen right into our trap," the leader announced. "Archduke Arden." He introduced himself as Eric, the 8th leader of the Nearest Brotherhood. Certain the Duke already knew their purpose. The main character noted that the Brotherhood were, after all, professionals when it came to assassination. Ethan even recognized one of the knights, who spat that the 10 years the Duke was in a coma were the most peaceful. "This is the end of your tyranny, Archduke!" he roared, as streams of mana erupted from the knights.
Eric boasted that their impenetrable wall was the Brotherhood's finest magic circle, telling Ethan not even to dream of escaping.
The Duke simply sighed. He was talking too much. Ethan coolly told them to get on with it. The young man found the Duke's casual demeanor fascinating. Unlike the others he had faced, this one had killed countless foes. This would be much, much more entertaining. "Unfortunately for the child behind you," Eric stated, "we don't spare even the very young." The 8th head of Nearest sneered, telling the Duke to consider this his bad luck. But then, Ilya spoke.
"You're the stupid one," she said. The hermit mage activated her power, and torrents of mana flooded her entire body. "Now, taste the power of a great magician."
Ilya declared that now, none of them could leave without her permission. With a flick of her wrist, she activated her technique. The knight stared in shock. "Ilya! You're the inventor!" the young man cried out, but it was too late. He was being dragged into the magic circle by an unseen force. The other knights watched in utter confusion. The spiritual leader found himself in a strange, empty dimension. He realized he was in a spatial pocket, completely separate from the main battlefield. He understood instantly this world was created by the magician herself. An idea sparked in his mind. He would create his own domain right here, slowly. His own menacing aura began to spread across the spatial pocket.
But he was stopped short. Ilya's voice echoed. "If you couldn't even manage that, the whole month we waited would have been a waste." "Wait a second," he stammered. The spiritual leader informed Ilya they had been searching for her across the entire continent. He was thrilled to finally meet her. He then invited her to join the Brotherhood, promising to meet any and all of her conditions.
Ilya just stared at him. "Your organization is pure evil." The hermit mage scoffed. "Did you really think I would ever work with you?" The spiritual leader's face fell. "In that case," he said, his voice cold, "you will have to die." Ilya found his threat amusing. "Then try it," she challenged. Back on the battlefield, the knights closed in on the Duke. Ethan calmly assessed his opponent's 1 7-star and 9 6-star knights. He realized this was the first time since his return that he had faced so many powerful enemies at once. And yet, the Duke felt no fear. He knew that if he were a coward, he would never have had the courage to raise his sword in the first place.
With a sharp command, the main character unleashed her forces. A volley of fire spears soared toward the spiritual leader, but he evaded Aya's attack with ease.
FGFT scoffed, noting he was scurrying around like a cornered rat. The spiritual leader acknowledged Aya's talent as a mage, but how could she possibly handle what was to come? He then called upon the ancient dragons, beseeching them to grant him their strength.
A torrent of mana flooded his being. The spiritual leader invoked the forbidden art of dragon possession. The hermit mage watched in absolute horror. Visric couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before her. The leader's very form began to twist and warp, until he was reborn in the terrifying image of a dragon. His voice, now a guttural roar, commanded her to flee. His crushing aura dominated the entire space. Aya was stunned by this unbelievable power. Efgra realized he had amplified his mana and was now wielding dragon tongue magic. The spiritual leader sneered, promising to wipe that arrogant smirk off her face. He vowed she would perish inside the very prison she had created. The hermit mage conceded that the spiritual leader had just made this game far more interesting. "Perish!" the draconic figure bellowed. In response, Efgra unleashed her lightning wave technique. Meanwhile, the knight was utterly dumbfounded by the Archduke's sudden surge of mana. He was in disbelief. Ethan had managed to fool them all. The knight had to admit, though he hated to, that the Duke was undeniably strong. With a unified war cry, the knights charged forward. The main character activated his ultimate skill. Solar prominence. The Duke's entire body erupted into a living inferno. Ethan prepared for the onslaught. With a single cleave of his flame, the Duke shattered their formation. The knights were thrown back, utterly broken. The lead knight ordered a full retreat.
He had never seen a skill that transformed a man's body into pure fire. The knight had no idea how they could possibly kill the Duke now. He commanded everyone to regain their composure. Even if he's using a secret art of the Ardens, he can't be invincible, the knight declared. He urged them to focus on the wound on his chest and on Ethan's neck. The knight insisted that if they pressed the attack, they could wound him deeply, even through his fire technique. The knight remembered the gash he himself had.
Carved into the Duke's neck. The seven-star knight declared they wouldn't be able to block the Duke's strongest attack head-on.
He ordered them to follow his lead precisely. The knight commanded them to concentrate every last drop of mana into their swords. A great knight at the 7th level, the main character reasoned. No wonder he's so sharp. Ethan knew his bluff wouldn't work a second time. The Duke recalled that the body of fire was a secret Arden art, a technique that turns one's body into flame, reflecting all physical blows. Ethan knew that in another dimension, their attacks would be useless. However, he noted, the technique had a critical weakness. Ethan understood that this art consumed an astronomical amount of mana. The Duke was already down to 50%. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Ethan unleashed solar prominence once more, taking advantage of the
dance of the fire fist. The knights collapsed, blood streaming from their mouths. The main character knew.
He only had 40% of his mana left. The 7-star knight realized their plan was working. He ordered his men to swarms. The Duke all at once. To give him no time to recover, the main character again activated solar prominence. As Ethan unleashed a split.
Kai attack. The force of the blow sent knights scattering in every direction. The 7-star knight and
another warrior broke through, striking the Duke with their blades, but they quickly realized they had barely scratched him. Ethan leaped back, creating distance. The Duke knew he was down to just 30% of his mana. The main character unleashed solar prominence, using its third technique. Ethan executed a high explosive sword strike. One of his opponents was instantly defeated. The knight realized he couldn't even get close enough to Ethan to land a blow. The main character continued his relentless assault. He invoked the second technique of solar prominence. The Duke used his detonator sword technique, and a massive explosion rocked the magic cube. Fire spread everywhere. The 7-star knight desperately ordered his men not to lose sight of the Duke in the smoke. He was completely shocked. The Duke had taken down another knight. The 7-star knight stood there, aghast. The main character noted that now. Only 3 of them remained. But the Duke had a mere 10% of his mana left. Model Eti.
Ilia's portal ripped through the air. She emerged, dragging the defeated spiritual leader, the hermit mage, behind her.
Her gaze fell upon the Duke, surprised that Ethan hadn't dealt with these pests yet. To her, this so-called leader was pathetic. The knights stared in disbelief. It couldn't be. One of them lunged at Fizgraft, shouting, "What are you saying?" The hermit mage barely glanced at him. With a single dismissive move, she obliterated his weapon. The 7-star knight was stunned. Ilia demanded to know how much longer Ethan would keep her waiting. The Duke simply replied, "Don't rush me, I'll be done soon." The knight couldn't process it. Fizgraft had single-handedly slain their spiritual leader. He realized Ethan would be a nightmare to handle, let alone both of them together. The hermit mage turned to the remaining knights. "Am I interrupting something?" she mused. "Don't be afraid," she cooed. "I'm leaving you for the Duke," Fizgraft chimed in, promising not to interfere in their fight. Her condescending tone ignited the knight's fury. How dare she underestimate them? He called out to his comrades. The 7-star knight declared he would take on the Duke himself. He ordered fawns to find any opening in the Duke's defense and strike without hesitation. The 7-star knight spoke grimly. "Fawns, if this is my end, I leave the Order of the Red Lion in your hands." Fawns was shaken by his captain's solemn words. With a final war cry, the 7-star knight charged straight at Ethan. He unleashed the secret sword technique of the Red Lion Order. The main character instantly recognized the move he'd been waiting for. The knight noted Ethan's calm demeanor. A man having interesting conversations, even in the face of an enemy. The 7-star knight swore he wouldn't waste the opportunity his men had given him. He thought, even an archduke's mana can't be infinite. His strategy was simple, even if it cost him everything. He would drain the Duke's power. He unleashed the devastating fierce lion's roar, but the Duke knew the truth. The knight had 0% mana left. The knight's desperate gamble was revealed as a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Blood began to spatter on the ground. But it wasn't the Duke's. Our main character had struck the 7-star knight down with a single blow. He grabbed the Duke's arm for support. The wounded knight screamed, "Fawns, attack now!" Fawns lunged, aiming for Ethan's opening. The main character simply activated the addition of 9 rings. The Duke countered with a terrifying wyvern's breath. The 7-star knight watched in horror as Ethan absorbed the incoming energy. The Duke then unleashed an explosive wave of pure fire. Both knights were thrown back. A violent red aura flared to life around our main character. Even Ilya was startled by this display of power. The forest blazed. The defeated spiritual leader, leaning against a tree, seethed with rage as the Duke and Fisgraft approached him. His eyes darted to the fallen knights. He couldn't believe they had all been annihilated. Ethan grabbed the spiritual leader by the throat. "I have a lot of questions for you," the Duke said coldly. "Starting with, where is the great spiritual leader?" The spiritual leader sneered, thinking Ethan was feeling triumphant. "You'll get nothing from me." Fisgraft looked on, terrified. Suddenly, Ilya warned Ethan that the leader had activated a phase shift. She couldn't believe he would use such a late-stage technique. The main character deduced it was a last resort technique, saved for the moment of capture. But he didn't understand why the spiritual leader began to scream as he vanished right before their eyes. Fisgraft demanded to know what just happened. Our main character explained that phase shift is an advanced technique, exclusive to the Wyvern tribe.
Ethan added that the powerful technique has a critical vulnerability. Fisgraft asked, "Are you talking about brain damage?"
The main character confirmed it. Phase shift grants incredible healing and regeneration, even if a person's head is severed. However, the Duke noted with a smirk, their memories do not return. Our hero explained his master plan.
"That's why I focused the flame on his head and burned away his memories." The Duke declared the spiritual leader was no longer a threat.
The leader had completely lost his mind. Elsewhere, a man heard the report about the 8th spiritual leader's fate.
After using phase shift, he was left a mindless husk. The great leader demanded an explanation. His subordinate reported they were still investigating. They promised an answer as soon as possible. Before them stood the great spiritual leader, the master of the Western land sect.
The plot shifted, showing us a status update. Garen, a priest of the dark arts in charge of the mines, was killed by Archduke Ethan Ardan. The mines were now closed. High Priest Bran, who ran a publishing house, was also assassinated by Archduke Ethan Ardan, and the publishing house was shut down. The Wyvern tribe's Book of Magic was now forbidden throughout the Arden lands. The great spiritual leader discussed how the 8th leader's region had recently collapsed. He asked if the Archduke was responsible for his current vegetative state. A subordinate confirmed it.
The conflict is undoubtedly related to the Archduke, but according to our report, at the time of the attack,
the Archduke was scouting with only a woman. No one else was with him. The subordinate added a chilling detail. While the 8th leader had a squad with him, we've learned that Archduke Ethan also possesses the dragon infestation. The technique. The Grand Master suspected it could only be the work of King Delon. He confirmed their worst fears, adding that the Order of the Shadow Knights was now under official suspicion. And he believed the government would also blame King Delry. The Order of Shadow Knights. These were his own men, weren't they? The very same ones? He then issued a chilling command: unleash an elite squad against the Order of Shadow Knights and the Arden forces. Whoever did this to my disciples, he vowed, will pay a heavy price. The scene then shifts to Toledo. The city under Count Lugon's rule. A man inside a darkened room sensed a presence. So, it has finally begun. They've come. He opened the door, inviting the stranger inside. Manhwa got straight to the point. Are you the operative known as the male second spirit? Just call me Marcus, the man replied, gesturing for Manhwa to sit. As he did, the Knight Commander's mind raced. So this was the intelligence officer handpicked by Counselor Lawrence. Manhwa realized Marcus was also a member of Baron Karras' organization. The coincidence was too great to be ignored. Marcus announced that everything was ready for the operation to begin. He warned the Knight Commander to avoid any unnecessary casualties among their men. Manhwa simply scoffed, telling him there was no need to worry. He declared the mission would be completed with absolute perfection, swearing on his honor as a soldier of the Archduke. In the city streets, whispers filled the air about Count Lugon's staged assassination attempt on the Archduke's life. A woman asked if the Archduke was all right. The man beside her confirmed that he was safe. He revealed the attackers were a knight captain and his own deputy. The woman gasped, realizing she hadn't seen either of them for days. Just then, a guard confronted them. How dare you spread such slanderous lies, he boomed. You should be grateful Count Lugon lowered your taxes, the man retorted. We know the truth. The Count only did that. On the Archduke's orders, don't take us for fools. Enraged, the knight viciously kicked the man.
You're under arrest for treason, he snarled, ordering his subordinates to seize the man and throw him in the dungeon.
As the guards obeyed, a powerful voice cut through the air. Stop right there. It was a liberator warrior, the knight sneered. So, it's you, the leader of these reactionary traitors. The man stood firm. Release these people, he commanded. They are not the criminals here. Capture him too, the knight ordered. But before they could move, the stranger attacked. In a single flash, they were all sent flying. Who are you? One of them stammered. It was Manhwa. Why do you need to know? He replied coldly, as if that will change anything. The enemy captain was floored. To think there was a true knight among the revolutionaries. And from his powerful aura, Manhwa was clearly a high-ranking one. The captain roared to his men, "Formation! We attack together!" Engage the Red Lion joint hunt technique. But Manhwa was more than ready for their assault. He unleashed the dragon sword art, meeting their charge with a single, smashing blow. The captain was mystified. What was this technique? He had never seen such a style in the Wyvern tribe's arts. Manhwa seamlessly flowed into his next attack. He unleashed the dragon's destructive strike. One of the knights was instantly killed. The captain charged in to counter. Manhwa dodged with ease. He then executed another form of the dragon sword art, the devastating single flash. The captain's sword was knocked from his hand. Manhwa marveled at the sword art the Archduke had created. The enemy leader reeled in shock. They were both level 6 knights, yet the power gap between them was immense. Of course I'm stronger than I was when I served the Karis family. Manhwa thought to himself. The man he saved spoke up. He warned that the Order of the Red Lion Knights wasn't their true enemy. The real foe was the Count, and his exploitation of the people. The townsfolk erupted in cheers at Manhwa's victory. "A liberator warrior is among us," they shouted. Meanwhile, Count Lugon was seething with rage, learning that his men had failed to arrest the warrior. A subordinate explained. "My lord, he is no ordinary troublemaker. He has support." The Count scoffed. "What kind of support?" "We have intelligence," the butler interjected. "That an entire knighthood is behind him." He added that the guards from the Order of the Red Lion were defeated and disgraced. Lugon was shocked to his core.
"The Knights of Ardon are already here?" he stammered, frantically asking about his other agents, Zarf and Fen.
The butler delivered the grim report. "It has been a full week, my lord. They have been out of touch."
Lucan was furious. He believed their army was larger than the Archduke's, so they should have the upper hand.
He ordered the butler to immediately appoint an interim captain for the order and to dispatch a detachment at once.
Now being assembled to crush the rebellion, a subordinate burst in, his face grim with bad news. The Count demanded to know what was
happening. He reported that Archduke Arden had already captured the fortress of Toledo. The news struck Lugan like a physical blow. To make matters worse, the Archduke himself was leading the knights into battle. Pure fury erupted from the Count. He roared at the butler to relay the order for every soldier to gather at the palace. Lugan declared they would fight to the death. A wave of knights was already advancing on the Count's office. The man watched in disbelief, amazed that almost all the towns, people were already locked down. At the front, Mirian gave the command for the Toledo Palace guards to surrender. He
proclaimed that the true lord of these lands had come for the soul of a traitor. The townspeople erupted in cheers.
One of the palace guards trembled in fear. The captain ordered him not to waver, reminding him they were not as weak as the others. The captain noted with pride that they had a 4th-rank mage squad ready for battle. He believed that despite the Duke's legendary skills, he would not be able to survive the storming of their castle. The captain rallied his guards, ordering them to take courage and open fire. The attacking knights were shocked. The guards were firing into the civilian crowds. Our main character and his knights
charged towards the castle. Ethan braced for the counterattack, unleashing his monoshrapnel technique. The Duke ordered his
forces to begin the all-out offensive. The knights surged forward, aiming their techniques directly at the castle walls. The defending captain
watched in horror as knights descended upon them from above. "Wyvern soldiers," Nan shouted, telling the knights to follow
their master's orders. The captain commanded his guards to fight back desperately. He knew they simply had to hold on, until reinforcements from the Count finally arrived. The Duke informed Nan that as soon as the gate was breached, he would lead a small group to find and capture the Count. Nan immediately moved to obey. Frantic footsteps echoed through the castle. A young nobleman urged his subordinates to run faster, his own face pale with terror. Lugan snarled, "Do you want us to leave? Him here." The Count ordered his attendant to move faster. To fight to the death, he had said. The subordinate asked if the butler's warning meant nothing, that if the rebels broke through, they would swarm in by the tens of thousands. The man pointed out that the Archduke himself was leading the assault, suggesting it would be far better to surrender. "You pathetic worm," Lugan spat. The Count turned on his butler. "Have you already forgotten what happens to the cities that are taken by the Archduke?" Lugan's plan was for his soldiers to die holding Ethan back, while he slipped away and hid with the Marquis of Alterning. He declared that the butler would accompany him, ordering him to take a few subordinates and all his treasures, ensuring no one else knew of their escape. "Are they chasing us?" Lugan whispered. His subordinate insisted no one was there, as he had been watching their backs. But suddenly, the Lugan family froze in shock. The Count was furious. The castle had fallen already. He was stunned. His soldiers had lasted this long. "Hurry!" the Count hissed to his family. They were almost at the exit, but two strangers were standing right in front of him. "Count Lugan, I presume?" one of them asked. The Count's knight assumed they were Arden's subordinates. The stranger activated his technique, and in a flash, a knight fell. The stranger continued his assault, killing the second knight with his deadly art. Lugan was frozen in shock. Are you from the Brotherhood?" he stammered, not knowing what it meant. The other man asked what they should
do with the Count's family. The stranger replied that only Lugan would be allowed to live. He explained that the Count needed to be
interrogated. His partner seemed pleased with this outcome. The Count was paralyzed with fear as screams echoed everywhere. Menharten couldn't understand what had happened. Lawrence reported that these were the remnants of the Count and his men. The knight commander was shocked. Lugan ordered his own soldiers to fight to the death. And then, he tried to flee through a secret tunnel with his belongings. He thought it was utterly pathetic. The advisor pointed out that no one had
touched the Count's treasures. Lawrence theorized that these people simply wanted to kill Lugan. Menharten considered this.
The commander of the knights analyzed the traces of mana, realizing the Count was being guarded by 6th rank knights. Menharten knew that anyone who could kill 3 such knights at once was terrifyingly strong. The advisor asked Menhart if he thought one person had done it. The head of the knights confirmed all 3 were killed in the exact same way. Menharten noted they were definitely not killed with a blade, otherwise there would have been characteristic wounds. He assumed it was magic mixed with the techniques of the Wyvern tribe. "There were 2 killers," Elias said.
Fafit added that the only one who did not die instantly, but under torture, was the Count himself. She thought
As they interrogated Lugan, Ethan declared the attack was the work of the Brotherhood. The Archduke stood before them, his advisor agreeing completely. Lawrence knew they were being provoked to unmask the culprits behind the spiritual leader's death. The main character pieced together the clues. Based on their terrifying proficiency with magic, the attackers could only be spiritual leaders themselves. Elion agreed, seeing the cold logic in his deduction. For the main character, this was the only answer that made sense. Lawrence revealed the Brotherhood had sent assassins to the palace, believing the king was being turned against them. "They're trying to isolate you," the advisor suggested. The Duke was pleased. This was part of his plan. Ethan's goal was to keep the Brotherhood guessing, sending them down the wrong path. Lawrence then proposed a masterstroke use this chaos to drive a wedge between the Brotherhood and the kingdom. The advisor laid out his plan to arrange events so the king would be forced to move against them. His first move contacted the Marquis of Bloon and Sir Poyne, 2 crucial pieces on the board.
In the Bloon estate, the Duke revealed the truth about the fallen county and the Brotherhood's involvement.
He laid out the grim facts the Brotherhood had murdered the Count, proving they would stop at nothing. But the main character knew their confidence wasn't empty arrogance. 7 noble houses secretly backed them. The Marquis was hesitant, unable to see how he could possibly stand against such power. The Duke explained his strategy to create a situation where the king had no choice but to intervene. Ethan tasked the Marquis with digging up everything on the former royal blacksmith, Williams. Bloon realized the Duke's true aim to purge the Brotherhood's spies from the king's inner circle. "Exactly," Ethan confirmed. If they found proof linking the 7 families to the Wyvern tribe, their influence would be shattered. The Marquis knew the Wyvern tribe was a dangerous foe, but a gamble alongside the Duke was worth taking. He promised Ethan he would not fail, swearing to deliver irrefutable proof of their treason. Elsewhere, Myers' sword blazed with fire mana as Ethan's younger brother launched a ferocious attack. His opponent, a knight, deflected the blow, his shield glowing with a protective blue mana before striking back. Myers was thrown back by the sheer force. The knight warned, "The next one will be stronger." The young master challenged him. "Are you sure of that, Hans?" His subordinate updated him. 5 lands had already been reclaimed. "And that's not all," Hans added, before asking with concern if Myers was all right. "I'm fine," the 3rd young master grumbled, frustrated that he'd just mastered the Black Flame while Ethan was already conquering the Count's capital and defeating his core knights. The knight seized the moment of distraction. "Your focus is wavering," he yelled, unleashing the pure diamond roundup technique. As Myers dodged, a bitter thought crossed his mind. Compared to his brother, he was nothing. But that despair ignited his will. Mana streams erupted across his body as his sword pulsed with fiery power. The knight was stunned. Myers charged forward, his strike kicking up a storm of dust across the training ground. He followed with a decisive victory kick. He had to keep up with Ethan, and he was ready for more. But the knight stopped him. Their swords had clashed in a brilliant duel. A man named Shimon praised Myers' skill. The Count noted that the 3rd young master's control over the Black Flame art was improving dramatically. "It's a disgrace," Myers said humbly. "I still have so much to learn." Shimon waved it off. Don't be modest, the Count insisted. Your flame grows purer by the day. He offered Myers a powerful elixir. Myers accepted gratefully. Shimon then shifted the conversation, asking how the Archduke was faring. When Myers revealed the Duke had deposed Count Lugan, Shimon shared what his spies had uncovered.
Throughout the entire battle, even when striking the final blow, the Archduke never once summoned the Black Flame.
Myers was stunned by the revelation. As he tried to process it, Shimon cut him off. The Count declared he was already preparing for the Black Flame ceremony, the ritual to choose the Arden family patriarch.
But would they even allow it? Myers wondered aloud. If he can't even summon the flame.
I will handle the matter, Shimon assured him. But the main character challenged him directly. Do you intend to defy the late king's will? The Count feigned ignorance. Ethan reminded him he wasn't even 20 years old yet.
Ah, the ban on performing the opening fire rite until the applicants come of age, the Count mused.
I am well aware, Shimon said dismissively. But the Duke will be 20 soon enough. A minor detail the Senate can overlook. Shimon then asked the Duke if he would appear by his birthday. The Count issued a clear ultimatum. They would await him in Rinia, the capital, for 1 month. Shimon's warning was clear. If Ethan failed to attend the ceremony, they would see it as a full rejection of his claim to the patriarchy. Later, the Duke and his sister met. The Archduchess asked what their next move was. She reminded him of the trial. The opening fire ceremony required him to summon the legendary Black Flame. A follower admitted they had never seen the Duke wield it. He apologized, confessing his deep worry for his master. The main character then asked Lawrence if he saw any hope. His advisor was stunned into silence. Lawrence had no words of comfort to offer. But the Duke's resolve was absolute. He had spent ages preparing for this very moment, and he commanded them to stand strong. The main character vowed they would soon shatter the rule of the unworthy heirs. It was time, his sister agreed, to return to their father's house. Lawrence took charge of the preparations, delegating tasks to his subordinates. As he commanded the knights, the Duke approached him, asking if his counselor was truly all right. Lawrence was confused, but Ethan revealed he'd heard about his struggles with sleepy. How he drank himself into oblivion each night. 2 bottles of rum, at least, and that was not all.
They say you barely eat a thing, Ethan continued. The main character understood his dedication,
but warned him this path would only lead to an early grave. Lawrence admitted that was not his desire. The Duke insisted he must take care of himself. They now had countless allies, so the advisor could afford to delegate. I need you by my side, Lawrence. For a long time, Ethan said seriously, presenting him with a small box. Lawrence asked what was inside. The Duke explained it was a gift from his sister, a magical amulet, crafted to restore his dwindling strength. The Duke said his sister was worried. She insisted you never take it off, the main character added. In times like these, a good night's sleep is vital. To rest and delegate whenever possible was now in order. Lawrence was deeply touched by the Archduchess's gift. A nearby knight, urging them to finish before sunset, froze when he saw the advisor actually smiling. The knight could only assume that heart-wrenching screams would echo from the dungeons tonight. Meanwhile, flames erupted from the Duke's body. Ethan struggled to concentrate, pondering the nature of a pure flame. Roche's words haunted him. The Black Flame is born of pain, an unnatural power alien to fire itself, an unstable flame with severe limitations. The Duke cast aside all bitter feelings, focusing only on the pure breath of fire. Just then, his sister entered, announcing that all preparations were complete. A wave of relief washed over the Duke. He declared himself ready. It was time to return home. And so, the fateful day of the fire ceremony arrived. The Duke entered Rendini, capital of the Arden Duchy. The residents were stunned by his return, tears of pure joy streaming down their faces. But as their carriage passed through the city, Visgraf was horrified. The state of the capital was far worse than she had imagined. Lawrence seethed with fury, seeing how the usurpers had desecrated the Duke's home. The Archduchess gently took his hand. Startled, he asked if she was all right. But Ethan's sister was lost in thought, praying he would teach their enemies a lesson for all the suffering their people had endured. The Duke's horse came to a halt. Shimon greeted the main character with a false smile. The Duke cut straight to the point. Was the ceremony prepared? The Count confirmed it was. The ritual would be held in the arena. Begin, now, the main character commanded. Shimon was floored by his audacity. He thought to himself, surely Ethan still couldn't summon the Black Flame. The Count urged him to wait. This was a grand event. He pleaded, one not held for decades. They had even prepared a huge reception in his honor. Cancel it, Ethan ordered coldly. The main character declared he would not waste a single moment more.
With the traitors who had trampled his home and turned it into a desolate wasteland, Shimon's fury boiled just beneath the surface. The Count smirked, thinking of the trap awaiting the Duke.
He had made certain everything would proceed, exactly as planned. In the arena, a ceremonial fire blazed. Ilya watched in surprise. The main character gazed upon the crowd, but Visgraf's eyes narrowed. She leaned in, warning Ethan of the powerful magic seals placed at its center.
At the arena, the Duke acknowledged their expected dishonesty, telling Ilya not to worry for his sake.
A man, pointing at the Duke, declared this was no time for celebrations and demanded to know who would be victorious. The crowd watched as the third young master, Ethan, stepped before Myers. The Duke looked on, noticing how much his brother had grown. Shimon assumed everyone had finally gathered.
Ethan immediately asked for Turan's whereabouts. The Duke explained there were 3 candidates for the head of the Arden family.
The Count claimed he'd tried to reach Turan, but received no answer. Ethan was infuriated that his brother would sit out during the sacred opening fire ceremony. Shimon, impatient, asked if they could begin. The Count took a breath and began his speech, announcing the start of the 18th rite of opening, the Arden family's fire. The crowd roared with anticipation. The Duke stared down his brother, ready for battle. Members of the Senate watched in shock. Myers burned with the desire to show Ethan the true gap between their powers. The third young master activated the Manhwa
streams. At the same time, Shimon commanded his men to activate the magic circles. Instantly, his subordinates began the incantation.
A brilliant magic circle erupted around Myers. The third young master was stunned. He was surrounded by an overwhelming torrent of fire mana. A blazing red aura enveloped Myers' entire body. A satisfied smirk appeared on Shimon's face. Ethan's younger brother couldn't comprehend what was happening. He realized Shimon was behind it, forcibly pumping mana into the field. He began to panic, wondering what move he could possibly make next. But the Duke calmly told Myers not to be afraid. "Do everything you can," Ethan said, asking his brother to simply believe in him. With newfound resolve, Myers trusted him. The third young master unleashed his full strength. The townspeople were ecstatic. One man declared that Myers' power might even surpass the previous family head. Shimon was certain victory was already his. The Duke, however, readied himself for a true duel. Mana began to swirl around Ethan's blade. The Earl was baffled by Ethan's confidence. He couldn't possibly see the black flame. He thought the Duke had no chance of winning. But then, Ethan recalled Rosa's words. A memory of eternal pain, of the endless whirling of fire. She had told him to endure. Rosa said the black flame is born from agony. "You will always feel those flames," she had warned. In that moment, the main character unleashed his own power. A black flame erupted from him. The crowd gasped, saying the Duke had manifested a black flame too. "What is that?" one man shouted in confusion. Another cried out that the older brother should be disqualified. Shimon's face twisted in fury. The Count realized the magic seal was meant to help the younger heir display a far greater power. The Duke's presence intensified. He gave a command to the nobles of the West, demanding they listen. "Until now," the main character began, "the symbol of House Arden has been a black flame." Ethan declared that this flame was an unstable and flawed form of magic. "Now," he boomed, "I will show you the future of the Arden family." The nobles stared, completely bewildered. The Duke was about to show them everything. Ethan began creating flames, activating the pure flame. His sword was consumed by a brilliant, pure light. He raised the blade, showing this divine technique to the world. The nobles erupted in cheers. Moran stared, utterly speechless at the Duke's power. Shimon was frozen in disbelief at the sight of the white flame. That is the magic of the founding." "Father," someone cried. The Duke's allies were overcome with joy. The main character proclaimed that the black flame, once a symbol of their house, had held back their true potential, shackling their growth. The Duke revealed that he had mastered the principles of his ancestors' martial art, and realized their future lay within the white flame overwhelmed. Myers dropped to one knee. The third young master declared he would obey the laws of the Arden family. He admitted his complete defeat and vowed to serve the Duke with absolute loyalty. The people roared, celebrating Ethan's monumental victory. A man shouted for them to announce the new head of the family. Ethan thought the outcome was already decided. He ordered Shimon to announce the result. Shimon could only stare in a stupor as the Count tried to declare the result of the rite for the head of House Arden. When a voice commanded them to stop, Myers looked around, wondering who would dare interfere. "To choose the head of the family without me?" the voice echoed. The Duke was on high alert. He could feel a dark, sinister aura. The Archduchess gasped in horror. She knew who it was. Taryn. "I am the most worthy contender for the throne," Taryn declared. Ethan was stunned to see his long-lost brother. "I will be the head of the Arden family," Taryn screamed. The Duke was caught off guard as Taryn lunged at him. Ethan immediately sensed his brother's mana was corrupted and impure. He realized Taryn was completely out of his mind. As Taryn charged, A single thought consumed the main character. What had the 7 great families done to his? Brother Tehran's foul aura pulsed outwards. Ethan knew how this power worked. The black flame casts a curse of impure energy to destroy its target. But the Duke understood. The white flame was meant to purge all darkness. As darkness clouded Tehran's mind, Ethan launched his assault on his brother. He was furious. The boy dared to claim the younger heir was a prodigy, one who had already surpassed their own father at such a young age. But the young man knew the second heir was far more skilled. The spectators were completely baffled. A stranger commented that despite the odds, the second heir was actually overwhelming the eldest.
The Aaron turned to Nuon. It was clear the white flame's aura was smaller than the black flame, but it was...
Absorbing its dark energy entirely, Nuon realized the Duke always had an ace up his sleeve. Something to stun them all. Tehran desperately tried to block Ethan's relentless attacks. The Duke knew this was almost over. When a voice demanded he stop, our main character lashed out at the stranger, causing an explosion that rocked the entire territories, but even he was completely shocked. The townspeople gasped in awe. Standing before them was the commander of Count Rian's knights, a transcendent warrior. Commander Marl Shimon was floored by his sudden, commanding presence. The Count realized that with the Arden family's fate in question, the Ryans were now the strongest family of swordmasters in the land. Marl Edwin, the commander of a Ryan knight regiment. He was amazed. Marl had already reached the legendary 10th rank. Marl observed Ethan's bloodlust. "Were you trying to kill him?" he asked calmly. Our main character shot back that Marl. As a knight should know better than to interfere in another's sacred duel, Ethan was enraged that Edwin had
snuffed out his white flame, and with raw mana alone, he hadn't even used a defensive skill. "Are you lecturing me on a knight's conduct?" Edwin questioned coldly. Marl then asked if a ceremony filled with such violations
shouldn't be stopped immediately. "Look out!" a nobleman shouted. Another powerful figure had arrived. The captain of the Black Demon Squad were introduced to the leader of Duke Agus's battle mages, a great magician. Of the 8th rank, named Roger Burgle, Marl reported that the Ryans and Aegis clans only received a letter about the ritual 2 weeks ago. Edwin claimed Tehran hadn't been given enough time to prepare. The Duke was stunned at the flimsy excuse. He was shocked to be called a transcendent warrior. Ethan believed that if Marl was truly one of them, he wouldn't have been able to even draw his weapon. Our main character deduced that Edwin's real level was no higher than 9. Ethan reasoned that Marl did have immense mana, nearly as much as he himself had just before becoming a transcendent. The Duke continued his assessment. If Marl had this much mana, then the Knights of the 11th, or 12th level must possess far more. They were the true transcendent warriors. The Duke steeled himself for what came next. "Do you not understand?" Edwin asked. Marl explained that Tehran's condition was unstable, so they had no choice but to reschedule the rite. Ethan's eyes narrowed. "You twisted my brother's fortune into this state," the Duke demanded. "What did you do to Tehran?" Marl feigned ignorance. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he added. "I was merely instructing him." With that, Edwin declared the opening fire ceremony invalid. Marl announced that when they were ready for a fair fight, they would notify the Duke. But Ethan had heard enough. "To the abyss with you!" he roared, lunging forward to attack. He charged Marl, who expertly dodged the blow. Their swords clashed in a shower of sparks. The Duke's fury erupted into a fiery aura. But a similar aura blazed to life around Marl. The crowd was speechless. The Archduchess was shocked. An old man gasped. Recognizing a secret technique from the renegade family, he was astounded that a member of an outside family could wield it with such mastery. A stranger cried out, "Can Count Rian's knight commander summon black flames?" The young man couldn't comprehend what was happening, but Marl stood his ground, ready for the Duke's onslaught. Our main character rushed at him, but Edwin blocked one attack after another. Ethan then leaped high, striking from above. Edwin was amazed. For a 7th-ranked Duke, his blows were incredibly powerful. Marl analyzed his opponent's swordsmanship. His technique was flawless, lacking only in raw mana. Edwin also noted the Duke's fighting style was eerily similar to Count Geron's. Marley continued to evade his attacks. Our hero refused to give up, lunging at Edwin with his blade once more. Marley parried the attack perfectly. Shimon watched, utterly astonished. The Count couldn't believe the eldest heirs
was holding his own against Marl. A true transcendent warrior, Edwin's crimson aura flared to life once again.
Ethan blocked Marl's counterattack. And then it hit him. Edwin was just playing with him, testing him. He realized his own flame was far purer than Tehran's corrupted version. Ethan was sure of it now they were using Tehran as a test subject, to steal the secret of the black flame. He concluded that they must have brainwashed his brother in countless ways, to instill such bottomless hatred in him. How else could so much darkness fester inside an 18-year-old boy? The Duke understood. They had sacrificed Terran's very consciousness to achieve their goals. A cold, burning rage consumed him. He swore vengeance on his tormentors, vowing to kill them all. The scene shifts, pulling us into Ethan's memories, into a world ablaze. Amidst the chaos, Terran confronted the dragon. He brought his sword down with heroic force. It was Ethan's brother who dealt the final blow, urged his knights to hold on just a little longer, for the Dragon King was approaching. Suddenly, an attack from behind. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Ethan shielded his brother with his own body, crying out Terran's name. Before them stood the dragon commander. Ethan braced himself, telling his brother to get ready. This was their final opponent, the commander himself. But Terran told his brother to go on without him. Ethan was stunned. With grim determination, Terran declared this would be his final stand. He pleaded with Ethan to kill the Dragon Kings, to save humanity. "Please, brother," Terran begged. And just like that, we're pulled back to the present. Roger stood defiantly.
Across from Terran, elsewhere, the Duke and Marl's duel raged on. Ethan felt his anger growing, but with it, his mind turned ice cold.
As Edwin lunged, the Archduke's resolve echoed in his mind. "I will show these pitiful worms that they can never shake this house." The main character's thoughts burned with intensity. He unleashed the white flame body technique.
Marl sneered, thinking the Duke had finally lost his composure. Edwin, however, knew better. He had intentionally held back, leaving an opening for Ethan to dodge.
But a blazing aura erupted around Ethan's body, shocking Edwin to his core. Marl's sword closed in on the Duke's chest. Marley knew his brother's mana was running low. A look of sheer horror filled Ethan's eyes as a spray of crimson filled the air. Marl had wounded the Duke. The Archduchess screamed in terror. A wave of fury washed over our hero as he prepared to counter.
Ethan's blade was a blur, now resting against Edwin's neck. But the Duke struck back, his sword slashing across Edwin's arm.
The crowd erupted in cheers. They couldn't believe it. The heir had not only fought a transcendent warrior, but had actually drawn his blood. Marl was seething. Edwin couldn't comprehend it. He was only trying to calm the Duke down. But the boy charged at him like a rabid animal. He had no idea who he was dealing with. Marl thought the main character was ready for Edwin's attack and lunged at the Duke himself. Edwin just wanted to put the upstart in his place, once and for all. But then, a massive explosion tore through the arena. A powerful hand grabbed both the Duke and Merrick by the shoulders.
"That is enough," a knight commanded, his voice booming. He declared the feudal duel over. The knight demanded they hear a message from the king.
The Duke recognized the aura. A knight of the legendary 9th rank. The main character was stunned by the sheer number of transcendent beings present. Edwin scowled in frustration. The knight ordered everyone to heed the words of His Majesty. Merrick immediately dropped to one knee. The Senate members followed suit. But the knight's eyes blazed with anger. He was astonished that the Duke dared to remain standing for a royal decree. Still, the knight conceded that the Archduke of Arden had the right. Our hero's mind raced, thinking of the Earl of Wellington. He knew the Count's family had deep ties to the royal court. The Duke realized that if he wanted to send a message to the king,
Wellington was the key. The knight unfurled the scroll and began to read the king's proclamation.
He spoke of how Archduke Zeldis had won the opening fire rite. He noted that preparations for the sacred ritual
were made in haste, a fact acknowledged by all 7 great families. For this reason, he declared, the eldest heir is appointed as the interim patriarch of the family. The knight added a critical detail. The deadline was 1 year. After that, the ceremony would be held again to officially decide the next Archduke.
The main character seethed. How dare the king interfere in matters of family succession? The knight told the Duke to control his temper. He urged him to wait, revealing that the king was actually on Ethan's side. The knight spoke of the terrible events surrounding the Duke's brother. He advised that now was not the time for vengeance. The knight then made the king's offer clear. If the Duke yielded now, his reward would be great.
Our hero demanded to know the specifics.
The knight stated that if the Duke waited 1 year for the rite, the crown would provide immense financial aid to help rebuild his city. He asked Ethan for his decision. The main character considered the proposal. The Duke replied that they would discuss the details later. The knight thanked him for his wisdom. Ethan knew he couldn't reclaim his territories by force. Not yet. He needed time to grow stronger. In his heart, he made a promise to his brother. "Terran, wait for me. I will bring you home.
Then I shall announce it." The knight's voice boomed once more. He proclaimed that from this moment until the next opening of the fire,
Ethan Arden is appointed the official patriarch of the Arden family. The Archduchess cried out with joy. The townspeople roared with delight, but the Senate members were utterly dumbfounded by the news. Shimon's face was a mask of shock. The Count couldn't believe this was happening. He frantically ordered his captain to withdraw the soldiers. The captain reassured him, saying he would handle it immediately. Shimon demanded a pair of guards and a communication crystal. He ordered that the others should return to the castle and prepare for their departure. The captain acknowledged his command. The coachman whipped the reins. Shimon's mind reeled with fury. He was completely astonished. To think that even the king himself had intervened and recognized that boy as the duke. His claim to legitimacy was shattered, and he feared all his plans were turning to dust. That very night, inside Count Chan's castle, the knights were
stunned to witness the eldest heir suddenly ascend as the family's new head. While the young Master Myers was cast aside, they all knew Myers was a formidable warrior, but none of them could comprehend how this coup had happened. The soldiers were lost, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Their captain stood before them, his presence commanding. He called the Blue Eagle Knights to attention. The knights snapped to his command, awaiting his next words with bated breath. The captain declared that the young Master Ethan had seized control of the family through cunning schemes and treachery. One of the knights
muttered that the new duke must have powerful connections. The captain affirmed it, stating that the masses and many nobles
were now throwing their support behind Lord Ethan. He then ordered his knights to temporarily relocate to Hallam County.
From there, they would merge with Ma Pricktal's forces and launch a single, decisive counterattack. Xian reassured himself. He still had his knights. All was not lost. Not yet. The count schemed that after taking the Ardon Duchy, if Prialand,
Hal agreed. He could promise them a share of the conquered lands. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the castle walls. Shimon and his knights stared in disbelief at the chaos. Standing before them was Nuon and his elite squad. Portical roared out to the Dragon Boy members. Nuon gave a single, chilling order, attack. The Dragon Boys surged toward the count like a tidal wave.
"They're the Knights of Ardon," the captain shouted. He ordered his men to form a defensive line. Nuon's army crashed against Shimon's forces. The captain urged the count to take his family and flee to safety. He vowed to his lord that he would remain behind to defend the castle to his last breath. Shimon was shocked, but obeyed his loyal captain. He couldn't believe the Dragon Boys had breached the castle so quickly. The battle had begun. The captain braced himself, ready to defend his honor. Nuon lunged at him. The captain spat. "Portical, you pathetic worm!" Portical smirked. Noting it had been a long time since he'd seen Loveland, Nuon advised him to surrender, claiming they had no desire to spill his blood. The captain thought he had gone mad. Loveland scoffed, reminding Portical that he was a mere captain from a viscount's knightly order. His opponent couldn't believe that. Nuon truly thought he could stand against him. Nuon calmly stated that Loveland was talking about the past. Portical admitted he was once weaker, but he had been reborn since becoming a Dragon Boy infantry fighter.
Nuon declared that the captain would never seize the Ardon Duchy from its rightful heir. Loveland roared for him to be silent. Nuon braced for the impact. The captain unleashed the Blue Eagle Thunder technique, but Nuon met it. With the dragon's devastating strike, steel shrieked against steel in a blinding flash. Loveland couldn't believe it. Portical had actually grown this strong. The captain pressed his attack, but Portical prepared a counter of his own. A brilliant blue aura erupted from Loveland's body. The captain vowed he would not grant victory to this upstart. Nuon. He was a captain of the Chalits Count's knighthood. He could never surrender Portical Kais. Nuon was wounded. The captain was pleased. "Die!" Loveland bellowed, but Portical's fury only intensified as he charged the captain. Blood streamed from Loveland's mouth as Nuon struck him down. The captain fell to his knees. Nuon ordered him to surrender. He expressed regret that such a talented warrior would die a meaningless death. Portical stated that the Archduke is never stingy with those who are willing to swear an oath of loyal service. Blood dripped down the captain's arm, but Loveland declared that the Blue Eagle would not break its claws just because some boy was placed on a throne. The captain charged Nuon one last time. Portical simply thought him a fool. Blood splattered across the stone. Nuon had defeated Loveland. Portical stared down at the captain's fallen body as the remaining knights turned their terrified gazes toward Nuon. Portical called out to Count Furness's men and offered them a choice surrender. He told them the Archduke is merciful to the defeated. Nuon added that the Count's accomplices were already in their custody. He then commanded the knights to praise the one true ruler of these lands. The scene shifts to Duke Rand's estate. A man inquired about Marl's wound. Edwin apologized, ashamed for disgracing the duchy's honor. But the man stopped him, saying no one could have ever imagined the eldest heir possessed such hidden talents. The man then asked Marl for his assessment of Ethan after their brief clash. Edwin reported that he now understood the nature of the white flame and the true depth of young heir Ethan's skills. The man was pleased. Razian then ordered Edwin
to summon a council of the 7 great families, noting that Marl would also be in attendance. A knight reported that the 18th head of the House of Arden, Duke Ethan, was approaching. The main character was making his grand entrance.
Ethan appeared before the masses. The Duke addressed the citizens, vowing to support them after all they had endured. "Now," he declared, "you can rest easy. I, Ethan Arden, as rule Al, Kargas, Lemon, Alien, Gainley, Dion, Khan, Rirun, and Aton." The Duke announced that a new era of justice would be built upon their ashes. With the system restored, the townsfolk erupted in cheers, glorifying the noble line of Ardon. Our main character continued, giving his next order. He commanded his subordinates to proceed with the execution. Lawrence expressed his relief, glad to finally meet the Duke. But Ethan's mind was on another problem. There wasn't a single normal candidate left. The counselor was amazed that so many people had vanished at once, and now there weren't nearly enough stewards to manage such a huge domain. The main character turned to Lawrence, asking if he thought this was his fault. The advisor quickly clarified that he'd said no such thing. Lawrence explained they were trying to rehire those who had been removed from power during the previous corrupt regime, but found no decent candidates among them either. The counselor then asked if the Duke had anyone in mind. Ethan noticed the hall was empty. Just then, Fran informed the Duke that he would let in the next candidates. A young man greeted the Duke, declaring it an honor to meet him. He introduced himself as Kylan, of the Halim family. Another man beside him noted it was an honor for him as well. His name was Erkin Belmont. Ethan's eyes widened. He was amazed the very people he was searching for had come to him on their own. He calmly asked them to take their seats. Ethan then prompted Lawrence to begin the interview. The advisor turned to Kylan first, asking him why he had chosen the county that belonged to Furness. Kylan boldly stated his ambition to create a thriving industrial and cultural city. He explained he was looking for a way to attract more residents to the duchy. Ethan recalled Kylan Halim, a young and talented man, who had shown an extraordinary aptitude for business in the past. The Duke remembered that back then. He had seemed like an inconspicuous character, dreaming of completely transforming an entire city. The main character thought that now. Kylan had a completely different aura, though his brilliant ideas remained the same. Ethan then turned his attention to Erkin Belmont, a master of agriculture. During the devastating war between humans and dragons, Erkin had saved the duchy from certain starvation. The Duke was immensely pleased. "You are both accepted," he informed them, adding that he would immediately enter their names into the official documents and appoint them to their new posts. The main character stated that he would provide them with knights and carriages so they could depart for these lands at once. Kylan gratefully thanked the Duke. Erkin swore he would do everything in his power. The scene shifts, transporting us to the imposing Duchy of Lean and the meeting, Hall of the 7 Kingdoms. Razian called the meeting to order. The Duke was certain they were all aware of the agenda, namely, the 18th head of the Ardon family. Rattan demanded to see the report based on Count Mare's testimony. Shan voiced his disbelief, asking if the Duke was truly that capable. He was surprised Ethan had no help, yet was stronger. Marla grimly believed that only Milton could possibly handle the Duke. The Duke clarified he was talking about Milton Leshanan, the strongest and most capable heir among all the 7 families. He thought of how Milton was fed special drugs to make him the strongest heir, and trained in the secret arts of dragons and the dark magic of art. Daewon recalled how Milton, at the age of 18, had already become an 8-star master, hailed as the strongest swordsman of the future generation. Yet, Milton Lean Edwin felt that if there was a duel between LaShawn and Ethan now, he couldn't say for sure that Milton would win. A member of the Senate was stunned. The man was taken aback by his words, surprised that the Duke's abilities were already comparable to the strongest future swordmaster in the kingdom. Rattan was shocked. The Marquis then pointed out that the Count's report contained one very unclear point. Duke Ethan seemed to be already familiar with the dragon sword technique. The Marquis continued, reporting that for a 20-year-old, his abilities were simply too great. He didn't know what it all meant. Marl declared that everything stated there was true, because he had experienced it firsthand. Fighting against the Duke, Edwin added that he would guarantee the accuracy of this assessment with his life. Rattan was shocked. The Senate member was completely lost, unable to understand the reason behind the Duke's rapid growth in strength. He couldn't comprehend how a person who had been in a coma for 10 years could reach the level of 7 stars. In just 8 months, Rattan said that Marl would explain it to them. The Duke asked Edwin to elaborate, and Marl informed them that until now, they had all believed that the Ardon family fought dragons purely out of a sense of justice. Another noble pointed out that this was true, but he failed to see what it had to do with their discussion. Merrick replied that when you think about it, it's a little strange.
Edwin elaborated on how the Duke's hatred of dragons and his defense of the mainland were well known. He could list many reasons, but were they sufficient cause to continue a war that would lead to the complete collapse of his own clan? Edwin considered this. As Merrick said, it was just a guess. But what if something happened during the dragon war that gave him the knowledge and experience of another creature? Marl's expression grew grim. No, he said. The Senate was reeling in shock. But Edwin claimed the Duke's actions and his legendary white flame were quite understandable. The Marquis theorized the Duke's state wasn't simple mana depletion. An artifact, perhaps a magic circle or a
secret family art for passing down techniques. Whatever it was, their search for its source was already
underway within the Duchy of Ardan. As Marl considered this, the head of Naris expressed his surprise, hearing this for the first time. Edwin hadn't even noticed the chief's arrival, but Razian greeted him warmly, asking for his expert opinion. The head of Naxos declared that if such a magic existed, it would be of an impossibly high level. He reminded them that the Ardan bloodline has no connection to magic. He continued, explaining it would be far too inefficient, and urged them to imagine the situation
where the Duke was simply given such a technique. The Naxos chief drove his point home, stating the Ardan family had already suffered a complete
collapse. The other members of the Senate had to agree. The head of Naxos then shared his conclusion, saying that judging from the Duke's speed of cultivation, he was a true prodigy, but still far too young. The chief added that,
thanks to the Duke, their order's westward expansion had been completely halted. He noted that because of Ethan's alliance with
the king, their spies had been discovered and exiled from the royal palace. The head of Naris vowed that he was going to completely shatter the Duke of Tran's mind at the upcoming ceremony, confident that their victory was assured. He trusted that the 7 clans would not forget the generous gifts they had received from his own. Ratan urged the head to control his dark emotions, because that alone was not enough. But the head of Naris revealed his twisted plan if they broke the
Duke of Terran's mind, recreated his body, and then gave him the dragon techniques. They would
absolutely crush Ethan within a year's time. Marl was horrified by this monstrous proposal. Edwin grimly realized that in this case, Terran would surely become a raging madman, and within 5 years, his life would burn out completely. Rhaenys gave the order to proceed at once. Agonized screams echoed from the dungeons below. Terran was chained to a chair, unable to endure the torment as he screamed in agony.
We flash back into Ethan's memories. A voice explains that the Council of Elders was acting as the clan's temporary leader.
But even they weren't mad enough to touch the divine sword. Besides, he added, the blade was already broken. Our main character
pushed open a heavy door. He knew this was the place. The Duke realized this was the legendary treasure trove of the dragons.
Ethan saw that it had been completely looted. Yet, just as Kara had said, it had been left behind. The main character thought of the one heirloom he was never able to claim. The story tells us of the divine sword, Dran. Zoran Ardan, the first patriarch of the clan, had left behind these words. Its hilt is carved from the branches of the world tree, and its blade is forged from the divine metal. Airsight. I traveled to the land of fire and claimed the flame of the Lord, and the god of blacksmiths gave it form. The mage elder himself blessed the sword, engraving sacred words upon it. The Duke realized that the sword wielded by Ain the White Flame was called Anya. He reasoned that this sword had withstood the
perfect white flame. There could only be one such blade in existence. He looked at what remained only the hilt. Ethan didn't know what had
happened in the great battle against the Dragon Lord. The Duke knew it would take immense effort to restore the sword once more. Elsewhere, the young dragon apprentices were training. Nan charged forward, but his opponent dodged the punch. Realizing Nan was far more agile than him, Portical, the future second-in-command of the Blue Eagle Knights, continued his relentless assault. The deputy commander of the Blue Eagle Knights was knocked to the ground. He was amazed. Nan's skill was far sharper than it was during his duel with Lover. The deputy was stunned by the immense difference in power, considering they were using the exact same dragon technique. He wondered if Duke Ethan had invented this new form. A sharp blow from Portical struck the deputy's face, sparking his rage. The deputy prepared for a counterattack. He unleashed his technique against Nan. The deputy then asked Portical how he felt, but Nan simply announced the match was over. Ramon was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that in 30 straight fights, he had never once managed to go on the offensive. Ramon knew then that the Black Flame was overwhelmingly strong. He believed the blood of Arden was on a completely different level. Myers lunged at the Duke. Ethan dodged the attack effortlessly. With a flicker of his sword, the Duke activated a technique. His younger brother was stunned. Myers dodged. The Duke's counter? Ethan's sword nearly grazed his little brother. Myers struck back, but the main character was able to block his attack. Their blades clashed in a fierce duel. Ethan's younger brother desperately tried to concentrate mana into his sword. The Duke's voice cut through. Concentrate, and unleash more of the black flames. Myers thought back to Ethan's words before the spar. He had called it a training session to use the power of purification at the same time. But his younger brother had never expected it to be this powerful. Myers thought of justice and dishonor, of purity and corruption. He thought about purification and cursing, of white and black flames. Ethan's younger brother wondered if he could ever wield the white flame himself.
With a sharp clang, Myers deflected Ethan's strike. The overwhelming impact sent his younger brother sliding back across the dirt.
The training session was over. The main character declared that tonight he would share his personal notes. Within them lay the secret to summoning the white flame. His brother eagerly asked if Ethan would guide him personally. He wondered if the Duke was heading out. The main character explained his mission to restore the legendary divine sword. He promised that once Myers mastered the white flame, he would be granted a weapon truly worthy of his power. Hearing this, Malus was stunned. His eyes then fell upon the branches of the world tree, and his jaw dropped. Could he possibly touch them? Ilya curtly reminded him to pay for his lodgings. Malus couldn't believe she wasn't captivated. These were branches from the world tree itself. But to Ilya, they were hardly worth a second glance. They were broken, after all. She asked the Duke if this was why they were summoned. Ethan confirmed their purpose. He turned to Melis, the master of metals. The main character needed to know if there was any way to acquire more ardite. Melis's eyes widened. Ardite, the finest of all metals, also known as divine metal. He explained that it vanished 200 years ago. This sword was the last weapon ever forged from it. Ilya chimed in, saying not even the Emperor possessed such a holy material. Was it truly necessary, Ethan realized Fistcraft was suggesting, finding a replacement? Ilya then mentioned a material called Manian alloy. Fistcraft reported that it was a composite of about 30 different metals. While only half as efficient as Ardite, Ilya was confident that in the hands of Melis, it could be made to work. The Duke asked where he could obtain it. Fistcraft stated it could be purchased with enough coin. From the dwarves in the kingdom of Emeria. This was the breakthrough he needed. Ethan promised he would handle the acquisition.
Ilya proposed a plan: find a dwarf skilled enough to work the alloy, then use the branches of the world tree to complete the restoration.
But there was a problem. The elves. Before he could finish, Ilya cut him off, telling him to leave that part. To her, she knew an elf. The main character was stunned. Even Malus was astonished that Fistcraft had such connections. Just then, a knock echoed from the Duke's office door. A familiar voice asked if he had a moment. Ethan recognized it instantly. It was the Marquis he had come to personally congratulate the Duke on ascending to his new title. The main character was pleased to see Bloon. The Marquis noted this was their first face-to-face meeting. The Duke invited him to speak informally. Bloon thanked him for the courtesy. The Marquis then announced that in honor of the occasion, he wished to offer Ethan a gift, anything he desired. As fate would have it, Ethan was just about to make a request. The Duke presented a list to him. Could the Marquis possibly find the items he was looking for? The Marquis was taken aback by the complex components required. The main character made his specific plea he needed the Manian
Alloy from the Dwarven Kingdom. The Marquis questioned why the Duke required such a rare and costly metal.
Ethan explained that since controlling the white flame, his old blade could no longer contain its power. He assured the Marquis he would find the funds, but acquiring the alloy itself was the true challenge. Bloon acknowledged its rarity, but he agreed without hesitation. The future of their territories were intertwined, after all. The Marquis swore he would use his every resource to find this precious alloy. Meanwhile, in a carriage speeding across the lands, military forces were being discussed to help organize intelligence. His advisor, Lawrence, spoke of the Red Moon, an elite unit that served the king directly, protected by the infamous Shadow Knights. Through them, he had acquired solid information. The advisor warned that if they were to expand their own forces, they would need powerful protection. Ethan knew that recruiting new guards would take far too long. The Duke then asked Lawrence if he had ever heard of the Dark Brotherhood. The advisor's face grew serious. He had only heard whispers and rumors. The main character gave his orders: find out everything about the lawless city of Carmen, and then establish contact. The advisor was to stop there today on his journey and secure a meeting. Lawrence departed to fulfill his command. The Duke tried to resume his meditation, but Ilya's voice cut through the silence. She dryly asked if he'd forgotten he wasn't alone. The hermit mage pointed out that, as he might not know, when sitting in front of another person, it was customary to actually have a conversation. Fistcraft decided it was time to tell him the story of how she befriended the elves. She demanded he listen closely. Her tale began long ago, back when she saved the life of a high elf. The Duke was intrigued by her story.
We learn about the world tree, the very home of the elves. In its presence, their power grows stronger.
And the only ones who could tend to its life force were the high elves. Ethan's mind raced, processing this new information. He had assumed it was just another type of tree. He now realized the gravity of tearing off even a single branch. The character mused that crafting the handle was simpler than expected. Suddenly, an assassin lunged for the Duke. With impossible grace, Ethan dodged the assault. The elf reported that the Duke had evaded their trap. He commanded them to prepare the second wave. "You said you were friends with the elves," the Duke asked, his voice laced with surprise. Fiescarf stood bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. The elf declared that no outsider would be allowed to defile their sacred territory. He gave the order to unleash every arrow they had. Ilya pleaded with them, insisting there had been a misunderstanding. The Duke simply noted that this approach would be much faster. "Deal with that man first," the elf commanded. "Fire all at once, in perfect unison." The archers drew their bows, ready to release a storm of death. But Ethan activated his technique, becoming a blur as he weaved through the volley of arrows. He unleashed his own counter-magic bullets. A woman's voice cried out for them to stop. She declared that for daring to harm them and covet the sacred tree, they fully deserved to be punished for their greed. The Duke simply told her not to be afraid. The main character realized that Proto had shattered the weapon. The woman stared in shock at the man of fire. Fiescarf was overjoyed to see Irina. Ilya presented the handkerchief Irina had once given her, a symbol of their friendship. "So, you are the descendant of Ardan, the one who fought the dragons," Irene finished. The Duke then questioned why they were so hostile. The elf explained that intruders had recently descended upon their lands, abducting some of the elves, despite the world tree's divine protection. Irina confirmed their story. "Even we do not understand what is truly happening," she confessed. She pleaded with them to understand their fierce desire to protect their home.
Ethan asked who these mysterious people were. He realized this must be why they were mistaken for invaders.
Irina explained that roughly 6 months ago, they began constructing a castle nearby. The elf added that a sinister, corrupting
energy radiates from it, constantly expanding its foul territory. Irina lamented that even though it's technically
beyond the world tree's influence, it saps their strength, leaving them powerless to fight back. The elf warned that
their mages were incredibly powerful. The main character then asked for their forgiveness, leaving the elves completely baffled.
In a shocking move, the Duke struck the world tree itself. "What is he doing?" Ilya screamed in terror. Fiescarf couldn't comprehend what was happening.
"What are those strange appendages?" Irina whispered in horror. The Duke revealed its true nature. "This is a dragon tree."
Ethan explained that it was similar to the world tree, but it belonged solely to the dragon race. The Duke elaborated that unlike the world tree, which bestows life, the dragon tree leeches energy and strength from everything around it. The main character didn't know where it was planted, but he knew one thing. The world tree was on the verge of death. Irina could only stare in shock. The Duke then demanded more information about End.
Who was building the castle? The elf admitted they didn't know, explaining that they had appeared out of nowhere.
One day, cloaked in robes that emanated a sinister, purple glow, the Duke pressed her for more details. Irina confirmed that while their appearances varied, they all shared that same violet aura. The Duke knew exactly who they were dealing with. Ethan declared that they would help the elves. He asked them to lead the way to the castle. Meanwhile, an unknown fruit glows ominously on a tree as a boy watches it. A subordinate appears to deliver a report. He stated that the world tree's infestation had reached 80%. He added that it would begin to wither very soon, and with it, the elves would lose all their power. Diego reveled in the news. The sixth bishop was confident. "Even if the elves find out now, it will be far too late." Diego urged caution. But the sixth bishop was resolute. He declared that once the infestation was complete, they would launch their final attack. The subordinate bowed and took his leave. The sixth bishop gazed at the dragon fruit, which pulsed with the stolen life force of the world tree. He couldn't begin to imagine the sheer amount of mana it contained. Diego knew this power was meant to harm a top-level bishop who had mastered the dragon technique. But the sixth bishop knew that not even 10 of these fruits would be enough to defeat his target. Diego realized the true goal was a high elf, one who could cultivate the seeds from the
corpse of the world tree. The sixth bishop mused that with Eric's failure, he now carried an even greater
burden. He dreamed that if this all succeeded, he could finally learn a mid-rank dragon technique, after which the gap in their power would become insurmountable. The sixth bishop prayed for success. Suddenly, Diego sensed that invaders had breached their perimeter. He immediately summoned an army of silver mages. The subordinate asked if the sixth bishop had summoned him. Diego assumed the elves had returned for another futile attempt. He gave a simple order. Take them alive! Back in the forest, the Duke and his party were approaching the castle. The main character guessed they were close. Fiskarf agreed, stating it was obvious, since the dark energy was pouring from the fortress itself. Just then, Ethan sensed a presence approaching. The hermit mage was stunned. They detected us already. The members of the order couldn't believe what was happening. The stranger's eyes narrowed. These were no elves. The Duke commanded his subordinate to stand down, but the man dismissed the order, unconcerned with who stood before him. His command was simple attack, but keep them alive instantly. The order's warriors charged Ethan. The Duke unleashed his power. The second stage of the red flame erupted, taking the form of a fiery serpent. The order's soldiers pressed their attack, but their leader stared in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend the power he was facing. Retreat, he screamed. His men turned and fled, but the Duke commanded the elves to give chase. A soldier watched in awe. Was this truly the man who forced the legendary Dragon Lord himself to fall back? A massive explosion rocked the area. Ethan realized they were now deep inside the enemy's fortress, watching the chaos unfold.
A crippling area of effect spell suddenly struck the elves, bringing them to their knees. The Duke plunged his sword into the ground, pouring in his mana.
He activated his own technique. Everyone, stay close to me, he commanded. But a mysterious foe gave a new order.
Stop the wizard and the elves. At his command, a dark magic circle appeared above them, and the elves were slammed to the floor.
But Bina was unaffected. Ilya instantly recognized the spell. Gravity magic, she scoffed. These pathetic order worms. As Igra began to weave her own spell, a magic circle ignited beneath her. The hermit mage knew she had to.
Protect her kin, the Duke declared. In that case, I will handle their leader. Just then, a figure loomed before him, Diego, the sixth bishop. You look just like the picture, he sneered. Without a word, the main character attacked Diego met the blow with a defensive art.
It's not the white flame, Ethan analyzed. But it still repelled my sword. The sixth bishop's smile widened. Now I'm certain. You are Duke Arden, and this place, Diego declared, will be your grave. Ethan was suddenly trapped. Inside a sphere of dark energy, Ilya cried out in fear. But Igra told the elf not to worry. The Duke can handle this, the hermit mage insisted. Our own battle is what matters now. An order member rallied his troops. Use all your strength, he commanded. Do not let anyone interfere with the bishop. At those words, Ilya's eyes blazed with fury. The scene flashes to Diego's memory. The head of Narak had once told him that he, the sixth bishop, was worthy
of the title of clan head. This technique was a gift from the great dragon, and now I pass it to you.
The head of Narak explained. With this power, you will control all other creatures. Back in the present, the Duke dodged the bishop's relentless assault. He was shocked. Even in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a technique. Ethan quickly guessed that this was a form of submission magic, an art designed for absolute control. This was incredibly dangerous. The main character resolved to purify it with the white flame's aura. Diego watched on, his smile twisting with malice. So that is the legendary white flame, the sixth bishop sneered. It lives up to its name. But it's all just a hoax. With that, he activated his trump card. The Eye of Death. This was the forbidden magic of the dragons themselves, an art that attacks the enemy's consciousness. Even the most powerful masters were said to be helpless against it. They could not resist as their life was drained away. Now die, Diego roared, but Ethan answered by igniting his pure flame. The bishop was stunned. In that single moment, Ethan sliced off his arm. Diego staggered back in disbelief. The eye attacks the mind, and a magic thread controls the body, the Duke observed. Have the dragons really stooped to such cheap tricks? The sixth bishop gritted his teeth. Your skills are not bad. He couldn't understand how the Duke had resisted his magic.
How could he have shrugged off such a powerful spell? It seems, Diego admitted. I underestimated the rumors about you, but no matter, this place is under my control. Diego's power flared, and the Duke stood his ground, waiting.
The sixth bishop's body began to twist and transform. He was reincarnating, taking the form of a dragon. The process was complete. The main character's mind raced, recalling his battle with Eric in the parallel space. Eric had told him that their kind could assume the form of dragons. So it's true, Ethan thought. This is even better. He wasn't sure how to use the ability himself, but he was fascinated to finally witness it firsthand. Diego activated every mana flow in his new draconic body. Do you feel it, Duke? He taunted. This overwhelming aura.
Will you call this a cheap trick, too? But the main character simply ignited his own pure flame. The sixth bishop was taken aback.
Like this, Ethan asked, mirroring the mana flow. Diego's eyes widened. It took me a lifetime to master that technique, and he copied it just by looking at me. Ethan analyzed his own power. The dragon's mana is still only in one hand, but it's enough. The sixth bishop panicked. Impossible. Not even the clan head could reach such a level. How can a mere human do this? Diego roared in denial. Don't make me laugh. Eric must have told you our clan's secret. Blinded by rage, the sixth bishop attacked. Ethan dodged the assault effortlessly. Where are you looking? Diego screamed. He assumed Ethan was simply frozen by his overwhelming strength. He struck again, and the impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, our hero stood on his feet. Diego laughed. I knew it. You can only manage a pathetic imitation. A dragon technique. He was certain he could never replicate it perfectly. The sixth bishop sneered, calling it nothing more than a cheap imitation. Diego unleashed the Eye of Death strike as the Duke moved to dodge. Our hero realized he was trapped.
Caught in some kind of viscous fluid? It was a snare, laid just for him, forced to his knees. The Duke glared upwards as Diego mocked the sixth bishop.
He found the situation pathetic. This, Diego gloated, was the vast gap between humans and dragons. The sixth bishop declared with certainty that the Duke's journey ended here. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupted. Diego was thrown back, completely baffled. The sixth bishop could only stare, in utter shock. A commander from the order rallied his men. Release all of your energy! He screamed that they would crush their enemies. Like insignificant insects, Ilya simply found their noise annoying. Meanwhile, something shifted within the magic sphere. The members of the order froze in disbelief. A young elf reported that Arena, their leader, was overjoyed by the Duke's victory. Ethan approached, casually carrying Diego's defeated form. Our main character was stunned. The elf had called him Duke Ethan. The remaining order members gazed upon their fallen bishop. Visgra remarked that it ended quicker than she expected.
She mused that perhaps it was her turn to show off. But one fanatical zealot urged the others not to surrender.
He commanded them to focus their remaining energy. Just then, the hermit mage unleashed her own technique. A massive blast echoed through the entire area. The last zealot fell, utterly defeated. Visgra noted she had purposely left one breathing. She then asked the Duke if he planned to interrogate the survivor, but our hero explained that the man was under a powerful silencing spell. He suspected it was the Archbishop's handiwork. Ethan confirmed that they couldn't force a single word from his lips. This peculiar magic intrigued Ilya. Visgra sighed, saying it was the same as last time, back when she transformed into her dragon form. The hermit mage figured it was a similar situation. The Duke commented on Visgra's usefulness, so she immediately asked if she could take the defeated leader for her research. Ilya wondered if she could uncover his secrets that way. Ethan simply told her to do as she pleased, but he reminded them of their primary goal, finding the dragon tree. With a torch lit, our hero marveled at the Order's work, using magic. They had not only built a fortress, but also carved out this deep dungeon. The Duke agreed they had poured immense effort into it. Visgra looked around. Is this it? Our hero pointed out how it drained the life from everything nearby, except for the dragons. Before them stood the dragon tree, and with that, the scene shifts, deep into Ethan's memories. A branch from the great tree was aflame. He stood before the charred remains of the dragon tree, as Visgra was talking about finally putting an end to the corrupted tree. She turned to face Ethan. Ilya explained that the tree had absorbed all the life energy from the area. As a result, the surrounding land was completely tainted. Visgra called it a tree of pure evil. The hermit mage pointed out that even with restorative potions, it would be impossible to grow anything on this land for many years to come. Ilya asked the Duke if he believed people would ever return. Ethan replied that humanity possessed a powerful will to live. He believed that one day, when the dragons are gone and peace returns, people will certainly set down their roots here once more. This, the Duke declared, is the very reason he fights. After all, they understand what hope means. The children had seen the fruit. Visgra used her technique on the branch. The Duke praised her for securing it before it burned to ashes. He asked what she intended to do with the dragon tree branch. Ethan warned that the tree held an incredibly potent life force. He worried she might do something dangerous with it. Visgra scoffed, asking who he took her for. She revealed a grand plan to restore the hilt of the divine sword. Ilya added that its power would purify the fruit. Arena, the elven leader, approached the Duke. She asked how they could ever repay him. Our hero simply stated that dragons were enemies of all ardents. He had only done what was necessary. But the elf leader asked what would become of her people now. It was the question that weighed heaviest on her heart. Arena knew the Dragon Brotherhood was a powerful force, and that they would not, Leave the elves in peace while they protected the world tree. Hearing this, our hero made an offer. Come to my duchy. He promised that if the elves relocated, he would grant them his full protection. Ethan assured her that no order or brotherhood would dare to invade his lands. Arena was moved by his generosity. She began to say that humans were still... But Elia sharply interrupted her. She reminded everyone of the times humans had abducted elves and dwarves for their own cruel entertainment. Visgra told her not to worry. She was certain the Duke was a good man. The hermit mage reflected on the Duke. There was a secret to him, a profound calmness and sharp insight that seemed far beyond his years. Visgra recalled how Ethan hadn't shown an ounce of surprise, even when she transformed into a dragon. And despite his overwhelming power, she had never once seen him harm the weak. With their faith now firmly in the Duke, Arena asked how they could possibly repay him, but our main character simply stated that nothing was required. He then made a staggering offer, a small territory for the elves, adding that the choice was theirs alone, to interact with humans. He revealed the elves could grow the world tree here. Arena, her eyes wide with hope, asked if it was truly possible for them to live there. The main character explained that long ago. The elves gathered the tree's seeds and relocated them to another world. He requested just one branch be given to him, revealing this as his true objective. Dust swirled in the sky as their carriage thundered toward the manor. Wow, Ilya breathed. So this is the place Lawrence spoke of. She wondered what kind of city this was. The Duke announced their arrival in the notorious city of lawlessness. Carmen observed that for a city without laws, it looked remarkably organized. She had imagined streets stained with fresh blood. The story of this place begins on what was once an ordinary wasteland. Soon, outcasts and vagabonds began to gather, carving out their own domain. This was a true haven of chaos, a place where smuggling, theft, gambling, and even kidnappings were commonplace. Here, humans, elves, dwarves, and vampires were all considered equals. The Duke explained that from this anarchy, factions began to rise. Under pressure from the state, they were forced to create their own rules. Ethan remarked that this was the law of Carmen in action. He gave a stern warning: do nothing without his command. A man suddenly blocked their path. Halt, he yelled. Outsiders are not welcome. He demanded to know their business. The main character calmly replied, we are here to meet the leader of the Black Brotherhood. He then presented an insignia. The man's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Stuttering, he urged the Duke to enter. He ordered another to quickly report their arrival to the leader. What could you possibly want from them? Visra whispered. The Duke informed her with a chilling smile. I've come to devour them. They were led into a room deep within the Black Brotherhood's estate. The main character and Ilya sat on a couch. Their leader, Bardam, eyed the Duke. What business does a Duke have in a place like this? The Duke made his intentions clear. I have a proposal for you, Ethan then asked. Bardam, would you like to work for Arden? The man was stunned. Bardam paused, then said, allow me to ask two things. The Duke anticipated his questions. First, Bardam began, why do you need us? His second question was simple. And what do we gain if we serve you? Ethan countered with a question of his own. Have you ever heard of the Shadow Order? He revealed his ambition to create a similar organization in Arden, a secret order that would operate from the shadows, controlling everything. Ethan promised they would gain fame as the legendary Secret Order of Arden and master his clan's killing techniques. Bardam was taken aback. But Arden isn't a clan of assassins. You are a clan of swordsmen, are you not? Bardam's tone turned menacing. If you are trying to use us for your own gains, then I must warn you, not even the Duke of Arden can leave this place alive. A smirk played on Ethan's lips. Then escort me to your arena, the main character commanded. Bardam introduced the Duke to the core members of the Black Brotherhood. May I watch? He asked. The Duke shrugged. I don't care. There is nothing special about your techniques anyway. Ethan spoke of sword and foot techniques. What would you like to see? He asked Bardam. Show me anything you wish, he added confidently. Bardam was shocked by the Duke's sheer audacity. He thought to himself that the techniques of knights and assassins were fundamentally different worlds. The Black Brotherhood only worked with the previous head of Arden because they had to. But that had nothing to do with this new Duke. Who did he think he was, challenging an 8-star knight-level assassin? But Bardam noted Ethan's unwavering confidence. Fine, he declared. I choose to see your foot techniques. Bardam challenged the Duke. Try to dodge my attacks. Ethan simply grinned. Proceed, the Duke invited him. In a flash, Bardam rushed forward, but the main character was already gone. He was confused. Bardam attacked again. Ethan casually remarked, Is it wise for the leader of the Black Brotherhood to be so reckless? The other members were speechless. They couldn't comprehend what the Duke had just done. Consumed by fury, Bartum lunged at Ethan again, only for the Duke to appear seen directly behind him, like a phantom. I hope that wasn't the powerful blow you were talking about, the main character mocked. Bartum was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the Marquis asked the Duke to prepare the Book of Dragon Techniques. Blue noted that the technique had far too many side effects. He considered it too dangerous to test on himself. He apologized for the difficult request. Ethan promised to have it ready within a week and send it to Bloon. The Marquis expressed his gratitude. The main character realized he could create the Dragon Slayer sword using techniques he'd gathered from other clans. The Duke now believed he could evolve those techniques even further. Ethan contemplated the incredible collection of techniques the Marquis had assembled. The Duke was shocked. In his past life, he never even knew the man's true identity. His thoughts turned to the Shadow Worshipper technique. Back in the arena, Bartum conceded. The Duke is quite skilled.
I apologize, he said. I was distracted and not at my best. Now, I will attack for real.
Wait, Ethan interrupted. This is far too easy. He then issued a challenge. Come at me using your mana. The members of the Black Brotherhood gasped. The Brotherhood stared in disbelief as Bartum seethed. Are you underestimating the art of an assassin?
What is this trickery? The enraged Decal demanded. But the Duke was expecting his move, as Bartum unleashed the first Sura sword technique.
A triumphant sneer crossed Decal's face. He believed Ethan was finally cornered. While killing the Duke was impossible, this was the next best thing. But Bartum stared in utter disbelief. It was a flawless illusion. Not the real Duke. Ethan's voice cut through the tension, declaring that Decal had already died once before. Baum couldn't process the scene unfolding before him. He demanded to know what kind of technique this was. The Decal admitted he had never witnessed such a skill before in his life. Ethan simply claimed to have invented it himself. Bartum was completely floored. He argued that the Duke's bloodline was famous for its sword arts, not illusions. The main character then offered the Decal one final chance. He challenged Bartum to unleash his strongest technique and come at him with the intent to kill. The Decal accepted his terms. A chilling blue aura erupted around Bartum, and the members of the Brotherhood gasped. They knew what this meant. The Decal was using his ultimate technique. Bartum activated his formidable building-up technique. The Decal declared that while it might sound arrogant, his next blow would be fatal. With a roar, Bartum lunged toward Ethan. He unleashed the Sir's Black Sword technique, the doppelganger effect. The technique drew its power from the legends of the Shadowfans, a dragon race specializing in assassination. Clones of the Decal attacked the Duke from every direction. They became one with the darkness, using their hidden arts to overwhelm their target.
Countless knights had been lured into the shadows by this very technique, only to be slain. From it, they had even developed a new, deadlier art.
It was called the Shadow Mantle. But the members of the Black Brotherhood couldn't believe their eyes. They were stunned, because the Decal's ultimate attack couldn't even graze the Duke's skin. Bartum's sword clattered to the floor. He fell to his knees before his new master. He admitted his own ignorance. Compared to the Duke's power, he was nothing more than a frog trapped in a well, blind to the vast sky above. He had lost completely. He begged Ethan to teach them his ways. The main character simply noted that the world of the sword is indeed wide. He assumed the Black Brotherhood now understood this. The Duke then informed Bartum that even while serving the Ardun family, their essential duties would not change. Ethan laid out their new purpose. They would gather intelligence and eliminate anyone who became a problem. The Decal swore an oath that even from the darkness, the name of the Black Brotherhood would forever be linked to justice, just like the legendary Royal Shadow Order. The Duke simply asked, "So, will you cooperate?" Bartum declared that protecting the Ardun bloodline and serving this new vision was a glorious cause for them. He proclaimed they had no reason to refuse such an honor. A faint smile touched Ethan's lips. This was precisely the peace he needed. He formally welcomed them into the Ardun family. Moments later, Lawrence reported that he had sent the Dragon Boys to protect the elves. The Duke was pleased with this news. The main character then informed him that the Black Brotherhood now works for him. The advisor understood at once that Ethan's plan had been a success. On another note, Lawrence added, "I have been contacted by Marquis Fralstate. He requests a secret meeting with you." The Duke's thoughts drifted to the 7 great clans of the kingdom. He pondered the nature of Frel, the famed spirit summoners. Lawrence questioned why one of the kingdom's 7 most powerful families was reaching out. Ethan instructed his advisor to inform Frel that he must wait, and that he would set the date. Lawrence asked if that would truly work. The main character reasoned that since Frel made the first move, he was clearly the one in need of something. The Duke knew that Frel possessed one of the 8 ancient rings. A confrontation between them was destined to happen one day. Still, Ethan felt it was best to keep his own trump cards hidden for now. Better to let Frel's impatience fester into anger. Changing the subject, the main character asked about the lands overseen by the new managers. It was time, he said, to see some results. Lawrence noted that manager Jin, who was entrusted with the city of Hermes, is proving to be a very unusual case.
The counselor suggested it would be best for the Duke to check on him personally, calling him a most interesting specimen.
Ethan agreed he would stop there on his way. At that moment, Elia appeared, announcing her success. She showed the Duke the ripe, transformed fruit of the tree. The main character was genuinely surprised. The energy within the fruit was not only purer, but significantly more powerful. You'd better say thank you, Fistcraft huffed. I had to use all my precious supplies. The Duke thanked her. His straightforward gratitude left her speechless. The Duke repeated himself. I said thank you. He admitted he was about to throw the fruit away, but the hermit mage had created something truly worthwhile. The Duke then added that if she ever needed anything, she only needed to ask him. Fistcraft stammered that she'd think of something later, as nothing came to mind.
Ethan simply told her to take her time and think it over. With that, the Duke took a decisive bite of the powerful fruit.
Later, as the carriage rattled on, Ilya slept soundly. Ethan, however, was deep in meditation. He was glad to feel the effects. The fruit was working perfectly. The Duke realized he had now absorbed all of its immense energy. The main character reflected that 7 months had passed since his awakening. He knew his current level of power was far greater than it had been in his past life. Not only was his mana capacity vastly larger, but more importantly, the white flame had undergone a massive change. It had now been completely distributed throughout his entire body. He realized that, in principle, all of his internal weaknesses were finally resolved. The foundation of his very essence was now complete. Ethan knew all that remained was to conquer the 7 great clans. The 8-ringed kingdom would soon feel his might. Count Terran ordered his knights into formation, commanding them to salute their duke. It had been far too long since he and Guillaume had stood face to face. Galen expressed his profound gratitude for the Duke's arrival. He was eager to report on the city's incredible achievements in both trade and culture. As they prepared to depart, Fistcraft, the hermit mage, marveled at how the city pulsed with newfound energy. A man cried out for the citizens' attention. He spoke of the Duke of Arden, a leader long thought lost to illness. He declared that he would now reveal the beginning of this very legend. The Duke tried to steer Fistcraft away, but Elia was eager to watch. Why on earth would he want to see a play reenacting his own life? Fistcraft slyly reminded the Duke of his promise. He had sworn to do whatever she asked. Guillaume assured them it was a performance worth seeing, a true testament to the city's cultural bloom. The announcer's voice boomed. The performance has begun in the Baros village of Baron Kargas. Here, the villagers cowered under the thumb of the Red Scorpions, villains who extorted them with so-called protection fees.
A thug sneered. Who would dare touch us, the Red Scorpions? He boasted that tonight they would drink and make merry, after they had bled the people dry of their money. But in that very moment, Duke Arden appeared. The heavens and earth shook with his arrival.
The townsfolk were paralyzed with shock. Could this truly be the Duke who fell ill 10 years ago? The man on stage declared himself Ethan. He vowed that the residents' suffering at the hands of these villains was over. I will deliver your judgment, he roared. The thug scoffed. You can't wield mana without a deity's blessing. It's all a bluff, seize him, he commanded. Elia's eyes sparkled with awe. He was truly a hero sent by the gods.
Fistcraft was stunned. Since his awakening, the Duke possessed Fire Monagyun explained to Ethan that performances like this happened daily,
and the people absolutely loved them. The Count then asked for Ethan's opinion on what he'd seen. This, he stated, is the very power of the culture I promote. Guillaume then promised to show Ethan something even more spectacular. He beckoned him to follow. Inside a bustling tavern, a young man cursed his luck, slammed his fist, and called for another beer. He was utterly defeated. The Count then asked if the Duke would like to try his hand at the game. But these were no ordinary cards. They depicted real heroes from history. Arden was portrayed as a savior, designed to stir the people's hearts. Meanwhile, the dragons and the Order were made to look pathetic, strengthening hostility and crushing any interest in their sect. Soon, the cards would be infused with magic, making the game even more brilliant and immersive. Guillaume would ensure every citizen became captivated by this new worldview. Ethan recognized the sheer potential of the idea. The Duke saw it was not only culturally powerful, but commercially brilliant. The main character was glad Lawrence had urged him to witness it firsthand.
Ethan declared he would immediately allocate additional funds to Guillaume for this game's development.
The Duke promised that once everything was stable, they would split the profits. The Count bowed deeply, thanking him. Ethan was pleased with his visit. His business here was complete. Now, we head to the place, where we will establish the agricultural center. When Ilya asked, Ethan said they would leave as soon as the elves arrived. He confirmed they were already on their way to Linium. As the group boarded their carriage, Fistcraft announced she'd found a flaw in the game. The furious hermit mage complained that if a great mage like herself couldn't win, then the game must be flawed. The Duke simply smirked at how obsessed Ilya had become. The game was clearly effective. But a dissatisfied Fistcraft continued her rant. She even demanded that he ban the game. The main character then mentioned Gyun had promised to gift a special card to Ilya, before adding that he should probably inform the Count how useless it was. Fistcraft was completely baffled. Ilya, speechless, could only stammer that it was too much. A grin spread across the Duke's face as he asked, "So, do you want the card?" The gloating Duke then demanded Fistcraft admit the game was interesting. The disgruntled hermit mage snapped, calling Ethan nasty. She added that, in her opinion, he clearly wasn't popular with girls. Ethan's confused expression only fueled Fistcraft's surprise.
Wait, is that actually true? Is that why you don't have a girlfriend? The hermit mage asked, her voice filled with indignation. Our startled protagonist could only stammer that he was far too busy for such things. A knight's voice cut through the air, ordering the gates open.
"The Duke has returned!" Ilya erupted in laughter at Ethan's flustered response. The Duke was utterly embarrassed. Just then, Melis ordered his subordinates to move. They had brought the very thing he needed. Suddenly, the Duke was surrounded by his subjects, all bustling with purpose. He could sense from the commotion that preparations were in full swing. The wizard turned his full attention to Ethan. A delighted Melis announced that everything was ready. The wizard then asked Fistcraft if she had brought the branches of the world tree. Beaming with pride, Fistcraft confirmed she had. She revealed not only them, but also a fruit from the legendary dragon tree, as Ilya held one of its branches in her hand. She then asked if she really needed instructions on how to use it. A stunned Mel realized this was the same sinister tree he had heard so much about. The mage immediately sensed an unusual aura radiating from the branch, and raising his hand, he gave the order. Everyone was to prepare. He declared their mission was to amplify the power within these branches and forge them into the sacred sword. Malaise asked Fistcraft if she would lend her aid. With absolute confidence, Ilya stated that a great mage such as herself could never be left out of something so important. As she activated her technique, Fistcraft's brilliant aura flooded the room. Ilya and Melis chanted the spell aloud, pouring their mana into the ritual to forge a blade worthy of the Duke.
A portion of the sword began to glow, saturated with the magician's aura. Ethan watched as the shattered pieces began to reconnect.
Fistcraft was in shock. An impossible phenomenon was occurring with the fragments. Surprised, Ilya couldn't comprehend what was happening. As this was meant to be a simple strengthening stage, Melis was equally baffled as to why the pieces of the sword
were assembling on their own. The Duke's future weapon pulsed with an ethereal blue aura, leaving Ethan's subordinates speechless.
A strange energy filled the chamber, taking the Duke's subjects completely by surprise. The glow from the sword became blinding. Melis didn't know how to react. The head mage realized the horrifying truth the three relics had connected and begun to absorb mana at an alarming rate. He urged them to pour in even more. A startled Fistcraft cried out that she didn't have an infinite mana pool. The hermit mage pleaded for the Duke to lend his power. They all channeled their streams of energy into the sword, and even Ethan was surprised by how much mana it demanded. The Duke noted that this was only the handle. Melis was still lost, but Fistcraft theorized it was all because of the dragon tree's fruit. The tree's innate property of absorption had been passed directly into the hilt.
Ilya declared they had no choice but to feed it mana until it was satisfied. Fistcraft warned that if they delayed,
they would all die. The hilt continued to greedily drink their mana. Ethan asked if Ilya was suggesting they abandon the ritual. Fistcraft shot back that if they stopped the process now, all of the precious materials would be utterly destroyed. The Duke's commanding voice cut through the chaos, ordering everyone to hold their positions. Then, Ethan activated his technique. Fistcraft and Melis were stunned by the sight. The Duke had opened the 8 rings. He unleashed a colossal stream of mana directly into the hilt. A brilliant light erupted from the weapon. Finally, Mel announced that the artifact's wild energy had calmed. Before them lay the Duke's half-finished sword. Ilya asked the Duke for his assessment. Our main character reported that the missing voids were perfectly filled, adding that the dragon tree fruit was a flawless match. Ilya crossed her arms, noting that
their original plan was simply to repair the handle and summon Ethan later for a ceremony, but everything had been completed. All in one go. Fistcraft admitted that it was all thanks to the Duke. Our main character was surprised by this.
He reflected that, unlike his previous life, the threads of fate had clearly changed. The story jumps forward to the events. A few days later, Pence and his team were overseeing the special alloy the dwarf would be working with. The Duke informed him that the hilt of the sacred sword was now restored. Only the blade remained. Paprin touched the alloy with a thoughtful expression. He found it strange, as the dwarves would never sell such a high-quality alloy outside their kingdom. He asked Ethan how he possibly managed to acquire it. Proudly, Ilya declared it was all thanks to her. Fistcraft explained that she had enhanced the properties of a low-level alloy they had purchased, Paperin's eyes went wide. "You're telling me that you can enhance the fundamental properties of materials?" the dwarf asked in awe. The scene shifts to a tired Melis, as Elia noted, that it wasn't done without some help, though she claimed most of the credit. Fisgraf clarified that she first had to obtain high-end solvents to make it possible. Pent declared this was the purest alloy he had ever encountered. The dwarf was now ready to work. Paperin ordered the forge prepared. The grand furnace roared to life as his team went to work. The dwarf raised a hand and announced the temperature was steadily rising. He then began to pour in the solvent. The moment the liquid hit the alloy, it reacted violently, causing a massive pillar of flame to erupt upwards.
Pence's subordinate exclaimed at the incredible heat, adding that if it weren't for their high-quality forge, the furnace
would have melted into slag long ago. The dwarf was astounded that the metal alloy was so incredibly resistant. He was even more surprised to see the Duke and Fisgraf standing calmly, as if nothing was wrong. The alloy continued to endure the searing heat. An annoyed Ilya complained that a full hour had passed and asked Pence when the ingot would finally melt. A taken-aback Pence noted that this was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Any ordinary metal would have melted and boiled long ago.
Pence's subordinate pointed out a critical issue. He warned that the solvent's effect would soon end, and the
ore wasn't even beginning to melt. Stunned, the dwarf immediately knew something had gone terribly wrong. A wave of fear
washed over Pants, who begged the Duke not to get any closer to the furnace. But Ethan was already standing right before the raging inferno.
As if the blistering heat was nothing